Here we go. All right, we live now. Let me share my screen. All right, peace, power, never profit, everybody. Welcome to Urban Economic Empowerment Show. We're gonna be talking to you guys about your bank accounts, and I did have a nice little article up. Let's see if I can get it back. Oh God, it's tripping.
Mhm.
It's tripping. It's tripping. It's tripping. Let me see if I. Let's see if I can get it back. Here we go. How joint bank accounts work. Oh, it's kicking me out, Chris. You got a link?
Link for what?
On. Oh,
Just copy the link and post it in the Facebook chat.
I did. Now it's trying to have an article that I can read and then you can elaborate. You know?
Yeah, but your internet not working.
No, my internet is cool. It's just here we go.
That's
Yep,
Investor P.
investigating. Yeah, that one came up. Oh, it's kicking. Oh, it doesn't want us to get this content today.
What
Maybe I should come off of Zoom.
what is it doing?
It's kicking me out of all the articles.
That's weird.
Yep. You don't want me to share any of these articles. It kicked me off of all of them.
I
Yep.
don't know what you got going on over there.
I don't know.
Try to
I
end. Try going out and coming back in.
all right, hold on. I'm gonna put you on the iPad.
Uh,
Let's see. I'm gonna do it from the iPad.
Okay.
Mm, let's see. You can see my screen.
Yep.
All right. Is it large enough?
What you mean? Is it large enough?
Because sometimes it shows small, like a small window.
I mean, it's enough on the screen. Yeah, that's fine.
You want to do it from the FDIC.gov account?
No, because nobody want to read all that like that. No, they don't want to see that.
You want to do it from Nerd Wallet?
Yeah. See, at least this got pictures. People read when they got pictures.
All right. Joint bank accounts. How and when they work. Joint bank accounts are owned by two or more people and are helpful for families and partners who want to manage money together. Joint bank accounts belong to multiple people, each of whom can contribute and use the money in their accounts. Such accounts can be a good fit for couples, adults assisting their aging parents, and parents who are teaching their kids about money management. On paper and in an ideal world, joint accounts provide easy collaboration for spending and saving. But realistically, they require more self-awareness and trust than a typical bank account. Here's a closer look at what to consider before opening a joint account. Is
Hold
a
on. Hold on. Before you go through this, scroll down.
Slow down? Okay.
Yeah, I want to see what's all in this article because this may be a waste of an article.
Okay.
Let me see. Go down some more. All the way down. Some more.
I know what you're looking for. This is not what you're looking for.
Oh yeah, we don't want this then. I mean, you can go through it to see what it says.
You want this one. You want the one that talks about understanding survivorship on parties and rights,
Yeah.
tenants in
Or
common.
type
This is the
or
one you want.
type in the different type of joint accounts.
Yeah, you want this one.
Yeah.
Ones that people end up in probate court for.
Right.
All right. Understanding the rights of survivorship for parties on jointly held bank accounts. Sometimes loosely called a poor man's will, joint bank accounts with rights of survivorship may play a significant role in the distribution of the assets of a descent. These accounts offer a convenient way of
Hold on.
individual
That's not dissent. That's decedent.
descent. Okay, that's
And
it.
let's
My bad.
define it. Let's define that
Yeah.
so
Okay.
people don't so people can know what it is.
Descent. Define descent. All right. It says that descent is a legal term that refers to a person who has died, especially in the context of a matter involving wills, estates, and inheritance. An example is a descendant left a will naming her children as beneficiary. Assets belonging to the descendant must go through probate before being distributed. Descendant equals deceased person in legal estate planning language.
Yes.
These accounts offer a convenient way for individuals, often couples or family members, to manage their finances jointly and ensure a smooth transfer of funds upon death of one account holder. But it is important for a person who adds another individual to an account to understand the potential unforeseen consequences to his or her overall estate plan. And it is also important for administrators and beneficiaries of an estate to understand their rights to seek a recovery for assets held jointly with third parties where the testator did not intend transfer the joint account to the third party upon death of the testator. We have that issue right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pain in the you know what, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I bet.
Um, Understanding the joint bank accounts. Joint bank accounts are financial accounts owned by two or more individuals who have equal access to funds within the account. There are several types of joint bank accounts, including joint tenants with rights of survivorship, tenants in common, and tenants by entirety. This article will focus on joint tenants with rights of survivorship accounts. Rights of survivorships explained. Under the Uniform Probate Code, which has been adopted at least in part in 18 states, including South Carolina, the rights of survivorship refers to the automatic transfer of ownership of a jointly held bank account to the surviving account holders upon the death of one account holder. This means that when one account holder passes away, the funds in the account are not subject to probate, but are instead transferred directly to the surviving holders, account holders.
Right. So, for example, if Mo and her significant other have an account and one of them pass away, the other will get the rest of the account or the account proceeds with their joints with rights to survivorships.
So when we go to the bank account, so when we go to the bank, we want to tell them that we want to open up a joint account with rights of survivorship.
Yes.
Oh, I need to check on this.
And
I
so
have
with
joint accounts right now with my brother and my niece, and I need to check on that.
yeah, so with those accounts, it's kind of like it's a 50-50 account. So
Mhm.
it has undivided interest, which means no matter how much you put in, it's always going to be 50-50.
A tenant, joint tenants with rights of
Survivorship.
survivorship.
You can also put a TOD, which is a transfer on death, on this account as well, in case both parties pass away.
Wait. Don't go too fast. You know I'm slow. Hold on.
I don't know what you mean.
I need you to slow it all the way down. So you're saying that we will open the account that we need to say that we want. So we
Joint.
say, I want a joint bank account. I want a joint checking account. I want a joint tenants with rights of survivorship checking account. And I want to have a TOD.
Yes.
What's TOD again?
Transfer on death.
With a transfer on debt.
It only applies if both of you pass away.
And they will go to the beneficiary.
Yes. But if you don't have a TOD on it, then it's gonna go probate court.
Probate. Oh, I need to get my shit in order. I know I ain't got that. I know I ain't got that.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So, but you at least gotta have a beneficiary on account.
Mm.
That way it can just go directly to them.
Okay.
Because after that, if you don't have it, then it's up for any claimant to get it. I can come out of nowhere and claim the account.
Gotcha. All right. Okay. I'm tracking on that part. I wrote it down. All
Okay.
right.
So did we get that this is a 50-50 account?
Yes, I got that. No matter
Right.
how much each person puts in it,
Yeah.
I got it.
You can put in 80,000 and your partner put in 20 and it still will be 50-50 regardless.
I got it.
Yeah. So
So now, let's say I have a will, and if my will contradicts what my bank account says, which one trumps what? The latter?
the will is gonna well, it depends. It depends what you have in the will.
So if my will says that any cash that I have in my bank accounts go to a different person, but I have a joint account, does that affect?
It's not gonna go through because
Oh,
whatever
oh,
you set your account up for, that's what it's gonna be.
got it. Okay. Okay, I got it. All right. Okay, teach me something.
Because you can't set up a will and say that, well, my joint account is going to go here, but when you set up the joint account you have something different. That's not going to change anything, because why would you do that in the first place? You got to go and change everything overall.
Got it.
So
All right. Okay. The uniform probate code, and joint bank accounts. The UPC provides guidelines regarding the rights and responsibilities associated with joint bank accounts. It recognizes the importance of.
Oh, hold up. Before we get to that, because we didn't talk about uh scroll
Uniform.
down. Scroll down. Let me see. Let me see if they go in that order.
Oh,
Scroll down some more. All the way down. Let's see. All the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Okay, yeah. So we need to talk about tenants in common and tenants by entireties too, before we go on to this next section.
okay. So I got to go find another article.
Well, no, leave that there. Um, you can go if you need to go and I guess show it on the screen. You can, but I can go through it.
Go ahead. You can talk about it.
Um, they also have something called community property with rights of survivorship as well, but it's only for married couples, and
Mhm.
it's only available in uh, 3 states. So I think California, Texas, and Arizona. So if property is acquired during the marriage, it's going to be owned by equally by both spouses with this account. So it's a combination of rights with survivorship and with community property.
Mm.
Regardless of whose name is on the property title and whatnot, it's going to be equally owned. And the same, like if one passed away,
Mhm.
um, the surviving spouse will avoid probate because it's a rights with survivorship, and that 50% goes to the other spouse,
Mhm.
so it automatically passes to them. But it doesn't allow for the assets to be passed to the heirs from a will.
Wait. Say that last part again.
It doesn't allow for the assets to be passed to heirs up from a will. This account
Okay.
that goes into tenants by entirety.
Mhm.
But like I said, that is a married couples only may open these accounts.
Okay. That's tenants by entirety.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. All right. So tenants in common. This is where you can have a 60-40, 70-30, 80-20, 90-10, and so on and so forth split of the accounts where you can have a joint account with somebody. Could be a business partner, could be a friend, um, whatever.
Mhm.
And so with this account, um, if one of the partners pass away, then it goes to their estate,
Mhm.
and that's going to go to probate court.
Mm.
So the other partner will keep his percentage, but the other partner's percentage will go to probate court through his estate, and it's gonna move to an individual account in that surviving person's name.
Okay.
So, and you can have multiple people on all of these accounts.
Right.
So with these accounts, even if it's like 15 or 20 people, any owner can submit trading instructions, receive all the mail, manage the account, and request withdrawals from the account without the permission of other owners on this tenants and commons account.
Right.
Yeah. Um, but if there's a check that needs to be issued, all of the account owners' names will be on the check.
Ooh.
They have to be on the check, regardless of who requested it. So this is not just a bank account. This can be a brokerage account as well. So
Okay.
you can have a brokerage account, and you can place trades, you can buy and sell stocks, or whatever the case is. And you don't need nobody else's authority
Mm.
as an account owner.
Okay. So the tenants in common, they say each account holder can designate a beneficiary for each portion of the account. When one owner dies, their share goes to their designated beneficiary, not necessarily to the other account holders.
It
This
goes to their estate
right,
and is handled in probate court.
right. This is often used when the owners want to leave their share of their account to someone other than the other account holder.
Yeah. They essentially will have to.
Right. Okay. Then your accounts for convenience. Did you speak about that one?
Who?
Accounts for convenience.
No, that's not important to. Only those three are important. I don't know what that is, honestly.
So, accounts for convenience are sometimes used to allow one person to manage another's finances. For example, a parent managing a child's account or a caregiver managing an elderly person's account. The account holder is not the primary owner, may only have limited access to the account.
Oh, that's stop. That could be a power of attorney. We don't need to go into that. That's you can use a power of attorney to
Well,
do that.
well, I could tell you where this is important, where it became a dilemma. I've seen a situation with the artistic child that became an adult that after they turned the age of 21.
Yeah. You can have somebody you can you can have just a fiduciary to do all of that with the power of attorney, whether it's
Right,
durable, limited, or full.
right. But if the parents aren't alive and it wasn't properly deeded over, this is that's a difficult task. Because now you got to get the judges involved, the lawyers involved, and
The
they
probate
want
court.
they want to, huh?
So you saying that
You
this person, if the caregiver has passed
power
away,
if the parents have passed away and the caregivers only have power of attorney, and
uh-huh.
that child turns an adult, is no longer a child, and the child turns an adult,
Doesn't
and
matter
the
if they're an adult or not.
yes it does, and the
Not you.
child turns up, and the child, and there's some funds that has to come to that child. Yeah, we fighting that right now. We
Is
fighting
it
that right now with
they're
lawyers.
are they're incapacitated. They can't do anything for themselves.
Correct. The
So
caretaker.
you can have a fiduciary handle that.
Yeah, but you have to get the approval through a judge.
Yeah, because they didn't file the proper paperwork.
That's what I just said,
Yeah.
Peanut.
Yeah, that's probate court.
Yeah, that's a fight. That's a task. That ain't no just an overnight thing.
Well, no, yeah, of course not. Yeah, you're gonna have
We
paperwork,
pay, yeah, we
documents,
pay the ass of money to lawyers to try to get this stuff. Um,
handle. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about not doing that. That's why you got to have
but
that done, especially with people in those positions, because
but
kind of messed up.
well, that's the unfortunate part when life happens, when you
Yeah.
don't, when you're unaware, like going through these type of accounts, um, the different types of actual joint accounts, and then the parties involved and how it affects each party. So, for example, I have two scenarios. The first one was with my aunt. I told you about my aunt who she goes in and out of dementia, but she can still handle her. She can't handle her affairs no more because she's in a nursing home now. But
Yeah.
we thought the VA finally helped her, but
Hmm.
her her um retirement from the postal service and
Right.
her personal stuff, we had hell trying to get, if the VA had, if she had not been a veteran and us trying to get things taken care of for her, it was
Uh-huh.
difficult. And she had money, but no, none of us could step in because we didn't have access to anything. But because she was a vet, and we have our veteran services who she gave permission to, when she was in her right mind at a point,
Yeah.
they allowed it, the days when she was doing well and she came in, she talked for herself, they allowed her to go ahead and allow my cousins to get on one of her accounts. But that took hell. That's the first scenario. And then my cousin had to, they're in the process now trying to get conservatorship over her because she's an adult. That's the first scenario. But her money goes to the nursing home now because of her situation. And no one wanted to really dedicate that 24-hour care to her, and her daughter just didn't, her daughter wasn't having it. And then the second scenario is, I have a cousin, he's a repeater, and both his parents is dead, and my mom has him. And when my uncle was getting ready to transition, he gave power of attorney. They changed the social security paperwork, and she's on a bank account, but my cousin had a lingering settlement, and now they don't want to give up the settlement because he's an adult now. He's aged since, and so they won't use the power of attorney, nor will they use the custody paperwork. Now they want her to get um um what is it, Louisiana. Shit, we didn't been in court so much I'm forgetting the terminologies now. um
Yeah.
oh, he has to be put, it has to be put in a special trust now, a special, yeah, special trust. And they're
What's
going to send
uh-huh.
a debit card and send so much a month, and then all the expenses has to be accounted for, when in actuality, exactly what you said, if they thought that having guardianship or having fiduciary, because the Social Security allowed my mom as the caretaker and the guardian at the time to govern all his affairs, including financial, they thought that was the only thing. But once he became an adult, it flipped the script. So now anything anything outside of that, i.e., this settlement, she's having the hardest time. It's so bad that they've taken so much money from the settlement till he's almost down to, by the time he get it, hell, they could have just kept it.
Right.
And I think that it's illegal what they're doing, but this is where we're learning that when it comes to um when it comes to handling your affairs and putting your accounts in order, your wheels in order, and especially when you have someone with autism or someone who can't take care, if they dealing with PTSD and they need a fiduciary or some conservatory or something of that nature, that
Yeah.
you have the legal abiding documents if they're going from a child to adult. Because if they get caught up in any type of settlement type situation, it's going in the trust, and the lawyers are going to eat you alive and take your money.
I keep telling y'all,
Yeah.
like, I keep telling people in general, like, man, get your get your shit in order, man. Like, for real, like, dead ass. My brother Rob, he just passed away like a week ago.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
And he didn't leave his kids with shit. And he was in the military.
That's what I've heard that before.
I'm just like, I don't under I don't understand his angle. It may have been because of his ex-wife, who he had the children with. I don't know for sure. But I was really taken aback by this because I'm just like, how the hell did you not have anything? As much as the military gives, how did you have nothing?
Well,
Nothing set up.
well,
No,
let's unpack it.
hold on. No
Okay.
life insurance policy, not even the bank account. Now, the bank account can easily be contested, and I'm sure I don't even know if he has anything in it, but his mom was looking over his financial records. The last few years, he was making six figures. Um, he worked in the tech field, and for the life of me, I just don't get it. How he had no savings, no retirement, no life insurance, and I'm just like, this don't make sense because this was the so-called frugal guy, and I'm not gonna say it on air what I really think because I think he really felt this way, and he did now. So I'm not gonna say that on air because I know how bad it got
I'm
between
like,
the two parents. So, but I will say this: this is some messed up ass shit. When you leave three kids who are middle aged and a couple teenagers, and you have nothing you gave them nothing basically, and your responsibility is really for those three. Your ex-wife got to do what she got to do as a parent on that end, and you're not here. Get y'all shit together, man. I'm telling you, if you drop dead tomorrow, what is your family or surviving spouse? What the hell do they have to do to be able to gather all your information and get shit right so they can take care of stuff on your behalf because you're no longer here? If you're not taking care of your shit as a man, I'm telling you, you need to do that. This is more geared toward the men. I'm not concerned about women. Now, if you're on your own as a woman, good luck to you. Take care of your chicken too. But as a man, get your shit together, man. No, together. I just had a conversation with my father. He getting his stuff set up, where I would be the beneficiary and whatnot. Uh, I got Ben had my stuff set up. I still got to do a few other things, but um, no BS. I hate hearing stuff like this. It's really tragic, especially coming from somebody close to me. But I can guarantee you, there's people I know that don't have this shit set up. I guarantee. Go ahead, Mo.
I can tell you that there's, as much as I hate to say it, there's a lot of people. See, that's the misnomer of the being a vet, that that everybody have their well, let me just show something. I don't want to go down that road. Let me do this.
Are you talking about like the resources?
Well, every so um if you're not retired and getting a check, as a vet, 9 out of 10, if you are getting anything from as a veteran, you're probably getting VA. And if you're getting VA, when
Yeah.
you die, the check dies.
Yep.
Unless you've had that check 100, if you're 100% and you had it over 10 years and that spouse was with you at that time, then she would be entitled to surviving benefits, uh or DIC. And which is only about $1,800 a month, right? So that kind of goes with them. So the only other deal would be some type of insurance or anything you would have in your account, things of that nature, right? But and so handling burials and things like that, or any benefits that you need to know, we have a kit, a survivor's kit on the site that's very well put together,
Mhm.
that the VA has now. It comes in a booklet form, but I'm sure it could be downloaded. Let me see if I can find it on
Hey,
here.
well, while you look, Ms. Mo, can I tap in there?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna find it.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's
Hey,
up, Bryce?
Hey, not much. Hey, my condolences to you, brother.
Appreciate it,
So,
man. I've been looking for you, man.
hey, I've been busy, Chris. I ain't gonna even lie, man. I have got so much, and then I've been getting a lot of just confirmation contacts. I ain't gonna
Yeah.
even lie, man. I just got off the phone with Coach,
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't want to get into what we were talking about, but yeah,
I
I got a
need
lot
that
going on.
wisdom, man. I need that wisdom.
No, well, but just you said that was your uncle. He was retired or
No,
prior.
no, he was a close friend of mine, almost like a brother. But no, he wasn't retired. He was still working.
But okay, was he? Well, I'm just referring to the whole military aspect. Was that prior service
Yeah,
or
he did.
veteran?
Yeah, I think he did about 8 years.
Okay, okay. So Miss Mo hit on something. She said it. So here's the thing: if you're not active duty, then I don't know how old his kids are, but really our rights is on the spouse, and it's not a whole lot that goes to the spouse.
Yeah,
But if he got some type of chapter 35 rights, that the kids can tap into that.
oh,
And that's just educational rights of if he
hmm
was a certain level of disability or whatever I think it's 100%. I'm just not sure right now.
hmm
I'm not
But
sure percentage of I think he was getting close to that because he definitely was disabled in a way,
yeah,
but still functional.
yeah. Yeah, so just let me just say, if he was at a rate where he can get chapter 35, his kids would still benefit, but they're not going to do anything, man. Especially after the kids get beyond college age, it's like,
Yeah,
man, they be like them grown folk, So
Oh yeah.
you
yeah,
know, not to take away from anything that you're putting down, because that is true, man. That we have to think through that and be like, okay, I need to put something in place
right.
beyond that. And then you say there's multiple spouses involved, that gets tricky.
Well, no, it's just one spouse, and they
What?
just got divorced. I think last year, and
Yeah,
the kids is between 11 and 15. So, uh, I guess that's almost good because a couple of them got a few more years, but I just couldn't believe it was just nothing though, Price. Even without the military. Let's just say his job for a man that was so frugal with his money, so to speak. He
what
had
did you do with it?
yeah, where is it, bro? Like, where's the money? Or was you just fronting? That's crazy if it was, but I hope that's not the case. But yeah, that was a shocker to me. I was just like, damn, nothing, nothing.
Nah. Well, bro, it go back to something you alluded to. You said it, but you didn't say it like I'm about to say it. It's legacy. I
Yeah,
just think us
yeah,
as men, we got to be thinking about that a little
yeah.
bit.
True. I agree. Definitely legacy. And I ain't even got no kids, but I got a younger sibling, I got, cousins that I can pass my stuff to if need be. That's, actually doing something with themselves. I got nephews and nieces, but I'm just like, damn, Rob, you ain't got nothing for your kids, man. Damn, your ex-wife, the kids, brother. You
Right.
you made three of them, whether you wanted to or not. You made three, and
No
then
life insurance?
no, that's what I'm saying. Nothing, nothing, no life insurance, nothing.
The job, not even on the job?
No, because he did contract work mostly. He never stayed with a company consistently long enough. And I never understood that either. I thought that was weird too. This man was just it sounds complex because I never understood why he just never had a job where he just stayed on it. It was always contract work.
Well,
Always.
at the end of the day, it's complex, but it's true, bro. We don't think about that type of stuff. And
Right.
I'm speaking in absolutes for a whole demographic, but
Yeah. True
Yeah.
story. So that's why I said not even life insurance, Mo. I'm like, at minimum, you can get life insurance. Hell, even a savings account. You can at least have something.
that's where you come in, bro, with that specialized knowledge and skill set that you got.
Man, I swear if I ain't white or in a suit, uh
You don't want to listen, huh?
I won't listen. So
Chris,
I,
we almost there, man. Folks gonna be listening. You're gonna have about almost, I'm gonna say 6 to 24 months to put the
Oh yeah.
blueprint out there.
for
I,
sure.
I, I believe that with all my heart and say, hey, so you take a couple weeks to say I told you so, and then say,
Yeah,
here's what we're gonna do.
for sure. And even his ex-wife, uh I'm gonna be honest, she's screwed.
She
Uh
who?
she's screwed. She's fucked. Uh
They
not
was
because
they
not
was
just
still
be,
together?
no, no, they got divorced last year. They ain't been together in years. So uh
Ooh.
she just don't one, she don't make enough. I think she take care of her own bills and whatnot. But as far as, trying to have a retirement, I think she got life insurance, so that's good.
How old are the kids?
Huh?
How old are the kids?
One is 11,
Well,
one is
I I could
one
tell
is
you this though.
13, and one is 15.
If those are his kids, she
Hmm.
can get so scared for him.
Yeah, that's about it though.
But
Yeah, I
you
know.
know, that's $800. That's about $800 a child, 850 a child
Yeah,
per child
yeah,
To
but
18.
to the 18.
yeah. So she got a few years of that that'll help.
But she's smart.
But um,
If he
remember,
if he was 100%, they can go to college for free and get that $1,200 stipend.
that's what I need to find out if he was 100% or not.
She
Yeah.
has to go with the death certificate and her marriage license and her children's birth certificate and her divorce decree. So since she was married to him, they may entertain her.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, and if in Texas and everything lines up, there are also some concessions that Texas is gonna give up too, Chris,
Yep.
regardless of percentage.
Oh, okay.
But
Oh yeah,
yeah, I
it's
know we
like
online. We'll
I
talk
think
about
it's
it in the
less
back
than a
chat.
hundred, ain't
Yeah.
it? Isn't it less
Yeah,
than 100 in Texas? Is like 60% or
all
70?
all it has to be if they just entered service in Texas, regardless of the amount of time that they serve. But we can talk about it in the back chat, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Got it.
take care of that.
That's a bet.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
that's the yellow rose thing. But yeah, we got your back on that, bro.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. So
You know,
yeah. Go
I'm
ahead.
glad you brought that up though, because
Mhm.
um veterans is one thing, you know. you have those out there who don't have that same privilege, um, and have that same status, and transition, and those families. You also have veterans that where the spouses are the sole breadwinner, and the other spouse didn't work at all, and they left behind, and they're senior citizens,
Right.
and they left with, there was no extra insurance, and they're only left with the spousal pay of that little $1,800. And this is where that Medicaid or Medicare help that group over the age of 60, not quite 65, but may have that issue,
Yeah.
That
that
shit get complex, Mo. But go
oh
ahead.
yes, I know. Yeah. But that group right there in a situation. Um so I tell folks all the time, these always be like, man, you work too hard. You need to just sit home and be a wife. And I just be like, shit, you see how many people who get in situations by not having no skill sets, or no, can't make any adjustments when that other person is no longer there. Not saying that that's going to happen, but you got to be prepared. And so there's some situations on the ground right now where, we talking about having a joint account. I mean, we try to figure out if, what is going to be the plan to share to individuals to come out of the economic situation. Are you going to share with them like Goodwill? Oh, let me tell you this. I found out today, and I don't know this happening in y'all state, but here our counties have purchased Goodwill franchises. So although Goodwill is stood up, is really the county behind it, and the county is offering those programs. So one of my homeboys called me. He's like, yo, I need you to come with me so we can go do this presentation, and he ran down, and he was like, yo, they're gonna partner with me, and I'm gonna offer the cybersecurity classes, and they looking for somebody to do Excel and Word, and I know you know how to do that stuff. Come on, let's go get these contracts. So I'm like, shoot, put me down, let's go. But I say that to say this, that the Goodwill have a program for age 55. If you're 55 years old and older, and you want to get a new skill set, that they would train you. There's a program, they'll give you a stipend, and they'll also train you to get back in the workforce or get another job.
Mm. I know the workforce down here, work source down here, they do all type of like free programs for people where you can learn different skills. Like I was taking I think it was business analysis class where you can get certified like under a year, and it's free. All you gotta do is take it. Who's that, Brandon?
Brandon, what you doing?
You over there with the Illuminati, Brandon?
Yeah, so
You look black there. Look crispy.
who that?
No, he must be back over there with little CC Benny girl. I saw he put the peppers and stuff in the chat. Yeah, he back over there in Italy. Yeah, okay, he done went back over there, huh?
Oh, but these accounts, Chris, is an eye opener. I need to make sure that my accounts are set up properly.
Yeah, you wanna.
I got joint accounts with my niece and nephew, and I need to make sure that I got that wording right.
Yeah, you got it. Have that all set up so you can avoid probate court, man, because that stuff can take forever, bro. Like for real. So
That's
Uh,
a that's a huge one, Chris. Before you get to talking about the trust, hey man, just do the basics on property and bank accounts and stuff, man.
yeah,
I went through that with my mom.
yeah. As long as you got that, that TOD and uh set up, you
What's a
know, like
TOD? Is that like a power of attorney? What?
yeah, like transfer on death. So,
Okay, okay.
yeah, your beneficiary get it. It just
I
saves a
know I
lot of
don't have
time.
that.
Yeah, just saves a lot of time and you know having to scramble around, try to find your stuff and make sure everything is in place. Like, don't put the people that love you, in a position where they have a migraine or headaches, trying to take care of stuff that you should have did while you was alive. And
Bro,
that's what it comes
that's
down to. So,
that's a mouthful right there, man. I ain't gonna even lie. Just I mean, y'all already put two things out there, man. Just add somebody to the bank account, whether you give them a access, not just put their name on the account as a joint owner or whatever, or list them as a beneficiary. And the same thing with investment accounts. That'll save a lot of heartache. And if you go through, because all this stuff varies by the state.
yeah,
To be honest, and each state got their own little
yep,
nuances that come with them.
right,
You, and before you even talk about a trust, I would say just man, do the basics.
yeah,
That's a mouthful, bro.
yeah. I mean, it literally takes you nothing to get this stuff set up and done. It literally takes you nothing. You can get to the more complicated stuff later, like wills and estates, and even then, there's certain stuff that you accumulate over time. Start writing that stuff down, man, or typing it up. Have it on file on your computer or something, or on your phone. Everybody always on their phone anyway. Why not have this stuff, logged in? So it's called planning, financial planning, estate planning for a reason. You planning the rest of your life out for yourself and those that love you, those you love. So you won't have to uh they won't have to, scramble, when something happened to you and it's not looking good for you. You already got stuff in place. It's not a headache for them. You know, they know what to do with everything. Paperwork's in place. Your word is bond. It's on paper. It's documented, and that's it. It's really that simple. But if you don't have it in place, then you keep going and perpetuating the same cycle. Oh, let me do GoFundMe for a funeral, and oh, I gotta pay all this man bills. He's so behind on stuff. I can't believe this. You'll be in situations like that. I'm like, y'all don't get tired of this shit. Like with damn near every generation. From grandfather, grandmother on down to the grandchildren, great great grandchildren. Y'all still perpetuating the same thing. Nobody gonna change nothing about this. We gonna keep asking people for money to help bury somebody. That's insane. That is insane. The least you can do is get a life insurance policy and get these different accounts set up. That way, something is passed down.
Mm,
So,
well,
I mean, seriously.
this is right.
And start being honest with your partners too. You know, You know, y'all gotta have these conversations. You dating somebody, you better make sure that they got some type of literacy to them, that they can get some stuff done on your behalf, and that you trust them enough to do what you want to be done. And like I said, when you got that paperwork, it's just like, Christians who, believe in every word Jesus say and it's written in red. When you got that paperwork, it's just like that. It's a command from your own mouth, whether you hear or not. So have the money conversations, have the, conversations about the future. You know, if something happens, you know, what needs to be done? Do we have this and this in place? Those are the type of conversations you should be having if you're dating and talking about relationships. You know, uh, that's what's important. Not I need you to make six figures and I want to be able to go on vacation and all of this stuff. None of that shit matters if you're dead. So uh
And all
have
policies aren't expensive. They
Hmm?
go put you a Gerber life policy. All the policies ain't expensive. Some of these policies out here, you can at least get a final expense, pay $20, $30 a month.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know that if you don't, muster up and do the research or start asking questions. That's normally how it starts. You on your phone all day. You can look up, stuff about Offset and Cardi B and this and that. You can do the same with this. It's about applying yourself to it. But this is what we preach. People want to live today and not think about tomorrow.
Yeah.
And who knows what the future will bring. But if you and that's the reason to be more skeptical than anything. To plan.
Same thing with this weather, unfortunate what happened in Texas, but if the weather reports are going to be late and you may not be getting disaster responses on time, then you got to prepare for disasters as well.
Exactly. That goes into it. You know what I'm saying? Them people that passed away in them floods thought they would, they had plans set up. Oh, I'm gonna do this such and such after we get back from this trip or whatnot. But it ain't turned out that way. So you don't never know what's gonna happen, which is why you should be planning. Which is why you should have stuff in place. Like, I don't understand like what we don't get about this. As unfortunate as it is, you don't get to pick when you go. And assuming that you're gonna be here is risky as hell, especially if you don't have a plan for the future anyway. So, you
But
know,
even if you don't go, also the one part that another area we miss out on, even if you don't go, in-home health care, both of those are iPad charges. Even if you don't go, the in-home health care, right? If you don't have the proper insurance, then some of your insurance policies carry in-home health care funding for you to pay for private care.
well, even that, Mo,
Yeah.
that costs money.
Yeah.
So
But
that's you gotta have money for that too. So, you know, that's another reason to think about. We all gonna get old if we still alive. So either we gonna be able to be in good health until a certain time period, so somebody else have to take care of us. You got to plan for that.
mm-hmm.
Like you said, in-home health care, if you can afford it or your insurance can take care of it.
Add it to your some vehicle policies have an option. You can
Like,
add the vehicle policy.
yeah,
Be in a hospital, they'll give $100 to help for private care,
yeah.
things of that nature.
Like you have,
I
I
think
think
Aetna.
AD&D insurance, like accidental
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. I think all of that stuff is important, man. So
Look at Randy.
Brandon,
What you doing?
Brandon, funny.
That little Italian girl got him just hyped right now.
Nah, I ain't no tired girl. My sister acting up. That shit lit. That's what that is.
Tell your sister to get her insurance together.
Huh?
Tell your sister to get her insurance together.
You hear that? She can hear.
Yeah.
She don't care. She's 26. She don't care.
You better care.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I don't be listening for nothing. What the fuck you hit me with the brush? See me with a brush.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
Ain't
that's
nobody more prepared than a person that know they gonna die.
For real.
you don't know. Ain't nobody never knows.
I mean,
No, I mean,
you should act
that's
like
true.
you're gonna die tomorrow. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you should be preparing. Just like you talking about the disasters with
Mhm.
climate change and all that. You
Mhm.
should assume that a hurricane or a tornado can come and knock your block off at any time.
Shit, I download the apps. I know I got to download the apps, and I also went and look for those weather chasers.
Oh
So I
yeah,
can get
that's what I was
the
telling you.
weather
Now,
alerts.
I'm gonna get the app, but I was telling you that now they have the meteorologists. They on social medias now, and they update like they in real time, like they on TV, like they do this stuff
Oh, I
constantly.
see
Like, I saw
live
that
storm chasers. I see
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So
Okay, I followed them.
yeah, they that's very beneficial to have both, in my opinion, because they be catching everything, man.
Here.
Everything.
Yeah, I got them. I just what you do with my wall piece? This one. Oh. Well, you be taking my charges and everything.
No, this is mine. No, this is what happened. I gave
I
you.
don't even know.
I
Well,
gave you
that's
this.
He said, no, this is what
governor.
happened.
he always pleading his case.
Yeah, yeah, you lost already, son. What happened was. What happened was.
Okay, hell, my boy. I should have seen Governor Abbott yesterday. This nigga compared them people dying to a football game. It's like you can't point the finger. We just gotta accept we gotta do better and win. I was just like,
Wait,
bro,
what?
what?
Well, Chris, I'm looking at him really, really not sideways but cross-eyed right now. Well,
Yeah,
it ain't even looking at him. I'm looking at the people that keep because he was really given a second chance.
yeah,
And he already showed who he is with all the whole thing with the deep freeze in 2020
yep.
and the freeze after that. And he got back in office. Yeah. So no, bro. If anybody is, if people was mad, but they weren't mad, their memories turned into goldfish at the polls, and he
Yeah,
got back in there.
exactly.
And so
What do you say?
yeah, it's just a long vent, Brandon. It's just that we had the freeze, and what was that, 2020, Chris, where
Yeah,
people died during that time when they had the warning said, "Hey, man, y'all need to runerize your facilities in these areas." And the only one they did was out there in West Texas,
yeah,
I think El Paso, and then they started crying this whole thing where Texas is gonna be we're the energy capital of the world, and we're gonna be independent of the grid, and we're gonna do what we want to do. And they started talking all this deregulation. You're not gonna tell us what to do, which was just code for saying I don't want to spend the money to preserve the infrastructure. That's not gonna happen. And then it happened, and the grid shut down.
Wow.
Oh,
And the grid shut down the year after that. And it did a little bit this past year. But there was an election in between then, and everybody was mad. Y'all saw it on the news. Even Ted Cruz took his family down to somewhere, Cozumel, Mexico, or whatever, and he got blown out or whatever, but he got reelected. And now you got this travesty, and all they've been saying is, "Oh, we got a bad forecast from the National Weather Service." You know, anytime something goes down in Texas, dude sets up his FEMA operation cell. He has his own little operation cell. He come out there with his little Texas uniform and sit there and brief the people.
Right.
And so I'm just saying, yeah, it's tragic. Could have been prevented. I ain't gonna say, I don't know, because weather been crazy right now. It's been raining every day down here.
And that river is the most dangerous river in Texas, especially when it floods.
I
Yep.
heard.
But the last time they
River.
had something that bad in the Guadalupe was like 1987, Chris.
Yeah,
So,
it's been a while. It's been a while, which is why people were so surprised and shocked. But I'm like, you can't be surprised or shocked about nothing in this damn state.
exactly.
Especially when they say they were taking that money from FEMA. Gee, when let me tell you, when Herlina happened in the damn mountains and that water, they flooded the mountains out. I said, oh hell no, we got to be prepared. If y'all can do that in the mountains, oh my God, I hate to see what's gonna happen again over here.
Yeah, see, we ain't never seen nothing like that. You know, we done
Yes.
seen Hurricane Harveys and Hugh Andrews and Hugos on the East Coast. Hell, even here in Houston, they had a hurricane just came and just parked and just sat there. I ain't bringing no wind. Yeah.
That was Harvey. Harvey just
Harvey.
Yeah,
Harvey
just
just literally sat there.
Just sat there for 4 days, and then, but you can't keep coming out saying this is every year. You can't have 100-year event.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And you expect people to take that. So it is what it is, bro.
Yeah, because
But remember,
that area is known for droughts
you
too.
guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and right before you all had your had your incident, Tennessee had flooding as well.
Yeah.
And then y'all just took it to the extreme.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know Texas not gonna let you outdo them.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, man, you gotta expect anything. Like, if it's just a normal person on a day to day. Like when I had one of my classmates, she lived in Maryland, and she was like, "It's 105 degrees up here," and I'm just like, "Damn, it ain't even hit 100 down here yet."
Exactly.
I'm like,
wow.
I'm like, man, something is definitely up. If it's hotter over there than it is here, and we closer to the damn equator, bruh, that should tell you that it ain't right. It's off. What people thinking, especially these policymakers, want to act like this shit ain't real, but all the signs is pointing to that, bro. Like this ain't no joke.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we gotta quit buying stuff like, hey, this is a great time to be in ice cream business. That's the type of stuff that they say when you know you had a triple digit. I mean, and I think the whole country experienced triple digits last summer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That ain't normal.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it ain't. It's not.
You know, over here we were talking about, damn, we got another drought this year. It usually don't happen like that. You know.
Yeah.
Like, man, I even told some of my homies, I was like, man, listen, might have to go ahead and collab and get a boat. You know what I'm saying?
And my mama said,
Need to get
that's
a boat,
exactly what
man.
my mama said. She said, I need to put mine and have it already inflated so I can get up. Because that jump, they said that river rolls so fast.
Yeah. Because damn, Texas is becoming like the Amazon in South America.
Exactly.
Damn jungle, because it rains so much here, bro. Like, and when it rains, it literally pours. Like in my neighborhood, in my area I stay in, man, it floods so fast over here. It can be raining for 3 hours, and it will start flooding. And like it's a gully, maybe 10, 15 minutes away going up a road, and that shit floods. That shit floods, and it will have that whole street flooded. Like you ain't getting through there unless you on a damn canoe or a boat. You ain't getting through that. When Harvey happened, oh my god, because it's kind of like a hill, and like the houses sit low, and the street is up a bit. So everything that's low is gonna get flooded. So it's just it's really, we got these just goofy people in office. Like I said, that what Reggie was saying yesterday was so right.
Yep.
We ain't gonna never have our own interests if we ain't got people, in office to do our bidding for our own interests.
We
So
gotta stay focused.
Yeah.
all these areas that has droughts need to be paying attention to this.
Yeah.
Rain
That,
because
that area that got flooded, that was one of those areas that shit they ain't seen rain in so damn long.
Exactly. That's a two-year drought, Ms. Mo. They
Yeah.
I mean,
hey,
for about the last 3 years, they say, hey, water levels is low, water levels is low. So it
Yeah.
don't take much to overwhelm the drainage in
Yeah.
Central Texas. If it rain real hard for an hour, it's gonna be problems.
wow,
Yep.
wow.
That's
Georgia
pretty
better look.
much, huh?
I said Georgia better look out.
Well, the drought's been extreme though. I'm talking about where you see in the bottoms of lakes,
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
that's what
lakes,
they said. It was dried up.
but they ain't the issue no more.
Mm.
Yeah, it's serious, man. I'm like, Trump, these people worried about so much economic uncertainty. I'm just like, shit, you better be worried about, uncertainty for this damn country. Because if the storms don't destroy it, well, the storms are going to destroy it. It's going to be hurricanes, tornadoes, heat, blizzard storms, and they all going to end up coming doing a collab. It's going to be like on a record, doing a diss track. They coming for America, so they all gonna come and hit at the same time,
Man,
like a day
Chris,
after tomorrow movie.
you said this track.
Yeah,
Did they say anything about FEMA?
yeah.
What they say?
on to the end of the year, end of the season, November. You mean like payments and stuff? What you mean?
No, I mean like for just like help and rescue.
Oh,
Oh
they are
no,
there.
I ain't heard nothing about them being on the ground over there in Kerr County. I haven't heard anything.
No,
And
They,
that's what I'm hearing. Like I didn't hear nothing. I thought they'd be like the first ones on site, but
you ain't even heard nothing about that area being declared a disaster zone, and I haven't heard it. But
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah,
I ain't heard it, Miss Mo. But I don't watch a whole lot of TV no more. I done kind of checked out on society.
yeah. They over there. Hold on, I just saw it.
Okay.
Hold up. They declared an emergency.
When
FEMA.
they do that?
I think today. Hold up.
Oh, wait, today I think they spent all weekend talking about the National Weather Service gave a
Right,
bad forecast.
right.
They told us 3 to 4 inches, and nobody say 13 inches in an hour.
15, 15, 15. They say it went 10 to 15 in 45 minutes.
Yeah. So
And they
and they just did it today, right?
Yeah, I think it was today.
and it was
When
in the middle of the night too.
yeah, since 4 o'clock
I thought he
Saturday
said,
morning.
hold on. I thought he said earlier because I was doing something on FEMA.
I ain't hearing nothing about it, man.
Hold on. Let me see.
I'm over here in my little box.
Yeah,
Last thing I heard, lady said that we're gonna do away with FEMA. That's what I heard.
yeah. I remember that too. Tell
Yeah.
you, man, stop playing with that water, man. That water ain't no joke. obviously, Texas officials think it's a joke. So
Let's see.
Texans is crazy. They gonna keep playing. They gonna keep playing, and they gonna see them damn people showing up with
Yeah.
shotguns.
Yeah, it's also
And it's gonna be worse than January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
These people gonna shoot. They ain't asking no questions.
yeah, he approves major disaster declaration for FEMA, July 6th.
Who did that?
Trump.
Okay.
Oh,
I
Trump.
missed that part.
Makes federal funding available to affected individuals. Cary County, ain't it?
Yeah, Kerr County, Kerrville,
And they
Guadalupe River.
let me see, because they showed where. Let me see. FEMA activates in Texas following President Trump's disaster declaration. Hold up. They had them. They had some pictures somewhere.
That's crazy. What's the date? This time
Today is
last year, we got
the
hit by
9th.
Hurricane Beryl.
Let's see.
Once we get some hurricanes during November, December, the last quarter of the year.
Hey, that October, November.
I ain't gonna speak nothing to existence, but I'm just saying.
Is Caryville? Caryville? Cary?
Yeah.
It came like a thief in the night.
They said, yep, they're on the ground.
Yeah, a little bit above between San Antonio, Houston, and Austin. Yep.
Mm-hmm. They are there.
Texas is almost like Africa. You got desert, you got jungle and valleys, and you got, regular greenland.
Yeah, you got about three climate zones
Yeah.
in the state,
Yeah.
if not more. If not more. Yep.
And you get a little cold if you go up north by the Panhandle and up towards Dallas and Oklahoma. Get a little cold when you go up that way.
You know he's gonna be in a photo op now. He ain't gonna miss an opportunity.
Who that?
Trump for a photo op.
Oh yeah.
I guess he's waiting on the water to go down before he come over here then.
Yeah. Guess so.
You said he waiting on the water to go down. That's funny.
Well, Brandon, it is what it is, man. I mean, they talking about there's so much displaced debris on top of bridges and stuff. I mean, the water rose up to mid-30s, almost 40 feet in some areas.
Yes.
So you got debris and stuff up on there. You don't even know what the damage is because it's still raining every day.
No, they still looking for people.
Exactly.
What was the death toll? What, like 81?
No, it's
it's
higher than that. Yeah,
it's
it's more than that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you behind, Brandon.
I heard that yesterday. That's what they were saying up here. It was like 81 were missing. Dead.
That has changed since then.
Yeah, but we know you over there in Italy, so it take a little longer.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi don't connect as good over there.
Yeah, you little behind with what's going on with these crazy Americans.
Yeah, see, they had 100, Brandon. 100 people.
Yeah. All right. They gonna fuck around. I'm gonna pull up to St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. I'm gonna just camp out over there while these Negroes deal with this stuff over here. Y'all can have it.
Why she gonna say they need to upgrade? Don't blame it on them. City systems, they need new systems.
Of course. That's his whole MO. I mean, he don't be wrong, but how he be saying it, though, it's like they ain't competent. But I'm just like, bro, you knew this shit way before you got in office.
Oh, they say they applied for $900 $80,000 in 2017, and they got denied
But they applied to do what?
to upgrade that river, to upgrade the
Oh,
Let's see. It said in 2017, the officials with the county and the Upper Guadalupe River Authority, which manages the river, applied for 980,000 in FEMA to build the flood warning systems, but were denied. There's the minutes, public records. Without state or federal funding, Moser said a flood warning system just didn't get to the top of the list.
mm.
This was 17. No, there we go. They get mad at me. They don't want me to show something.
That's big right there. 2017, 2018, it's 2025.
Before the pandemic, I mean, they weren't trying to give them no money. We were still giving up money overseas. Yeah. Everybody across the US is dealing with old systems. Everything is old.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Miss Mo. Even the most antiquated areas in Mississippi on the bridge, they got the doggone stick in the water to say, yeah, this is the flood zone.
Yeah.
So
You're right.
it ain't gotta be nothing robust. It ain't gotta be all computers or nothing.
You're right. Hey, it got 160 missing. 160 missing.
Somebody gonna be mad, boy.
About dollars?
Oh, y'all had 120.
Oh no, people.
Yeah.
That 60 adults and 36 children.
And we're Brandon counting euros, huh?
What's that word?
You counting euros, huh?
Here you go right here. Here's the debris
that
that Price is talking about. The debris on top of debris on top of debris.
Yeah.
All right now. We preparing for contract payments. Talking about they holding up the contract money. Not wanting to pay. $100,000 contracts at a time. Get them people that money. Y'all want them to do work for free?
Sound like it. Who got a disaster relief fund for themselves? Remember what we was talking about yesterday, Mo, before Reggie and Brandon came on? We was talking about survival training and tactics.
We did. We were.
I'm like, man, if you ain't got a barbecue grill.
So one of my buddies got she's a vet, and she put together a backpack, and it has damn, let me see, what's her website? Man, it has everything in this backpack. I got one. It's what's it called? It's called Survival Warrior. I think that's what it is. And she have a little bit of everything in that backpack. That's what I thought about after we had that conversation. Let's see if I can get to her website.
I'm like, if you ever seen the Book of Eli, think about that. Better learn how to, kill an animal or hunt, I should say. Well, first you got to have a weapon. You got to learn how to use a weapon. But I don't understand, like, these conveniences out here, and some stuff is a distraction. You ain't never been to a gun range? I ain't never been camping, but I know how to put up a tent.
Yeah, and I put up a tent.
Yeah, in the
Hey,
army too.
a shelter have price. Oh gosh. Those are just things that you just need to, just break out and practice sometimes.
Yeah.
Um,
Even me and African Emporium, we was talking about he was telling me that he had got him some lithium batteries, and he was telling me where to get the get some and whatnot. Cause he know what's up, you know. Man, we was talking about where to get it, and I think it was Japanese market that he was buying some of this stuff from.
oh yeah,
I gotta call him again too to check on him. So I'm pretty sure they had the funeral already.
yeah, man, his wife made full bird price. Too, that was a proud moment.
Oh, really? I didn't. I had no idea. Um, that's how bro was set up.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
oh
shoot.
yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
she a bad one. She went through West Point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she a bad one.
Over his wife, boy, they sitting good, man.
Oh yeah. Don't play
They
with it
sitting
now.
real good.
No, I got a special respect for the for Black West Pointers.
Yeah.
They definitely unique individuals.
Oh yeah.
Oh, over here being modest. That's
Only the strong survive.
Mm-hmm.
Only the strong. Yeah, he very modest, honey. Let me tell you. I gave her a shout out. That's a proud moment. Black female, full bird. She's
yeah.
destined for general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's crazy. One of my directors before I got out, she was she was over something at West Point, and now she just took a SB. Well, it's been a couple of years now, but she took a SB over here at Fort Hood,
Mm.
Nice.
and I was able to go check her out through that change of command.
That's awesome.
Man.
Man, that was a proud moment.
Y'all making me think to when my homeboy went to the Marines, my dad was trying to get him to recruit me, and I told him no. No. I should have went with that brother because that brother set up so damn nice.
Well, everything is circumstantial, Chris. I never
Yeah.
tell anybody that that's I
Yeah.
always tell people it's conditional base.
It's
It,
definitely conditional.
it is. But when you ain't doing nothing and you just running the streets, you need to go.
Oh well, no, that's a fair point. That's a fair
Yeah.
point. But it's so much to it that oh no, I went in
I
with a
mean,
time where it was you about a decade after the Vietnam War or all of that, decade and a half. And it was just so much that we didn't know the leverage. See, now jokers are getting
yeah.
nursing degrees paid for, getting doctor degrees paid
Mhm.
for, you know, and yeah, it's hey, it's a conversation to be had. But
Like, yeah,
we
I got you. You right about that. It definitely is conditional. Uh, but
you even though not to cut you off, but even though okay, yeah, I'm going to do this. I was hey man, before you do this, go try this for 6 to 12 months. Do a couple semesters, and
yeah,
then come back and rethink that.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? I just think it's a method to the madness.
It is a method.
yeah. That's why I was glad when
Think they were fire department or, you
yeah
know,
my
Yeah.
there's some other avenues.
well, my best friend, one of his sons, he went to the Navy. He wasn't really doing much. He was just sitting around going to work, and he decided to go to the Navy, and he stuck it out, man. He's still in doing his time. I was like, man, that's good. I was glad to hear that, man. I mean, so a lot of us, we don't advocate, being in the military, but there's benefits. And if you can get those benefits and you can do what you need to do while you in there and take advantage of it, I'm all for that. So
Well, Chris, I'll say it like this. At the end of the day, we don't really measure. I mean, I'll take this position on so many things because we don't know what we want.
Right.
And just, excuse me for lack of a better, but we're not concrete on what we want. All we
Right.
know is shit is fucked up. So just give me something else to do because this right now, what I'm doing ain't it. Well, what you want to do? I don't know. I just want to do something else. Okay, sign right here.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what it went down. And we got some people that like, hey man, I done went to college, I got a degree, but they ain't hiring right now. Well, I can offer you this, blah, 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 blah. So
Right.
yeah, we just got to get better at identifying what the needs and wants are.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my whole pushback on anybody. All that white man's army or whatever, nigga, you live here. I don't even don't go on with that.
Yeah. I hate when they be saying that, but yeah.
Well, I don't. I mean, it's a fair point, but guess what? You still in the damn system. So are you gonna be at the bottom of the barrel? Or are you gonna be in the middle of the barrel? Pick your place.
I just hate when they say that because a lot of people that say that they super pro black or they pro Africa. But I'm like, bro, you not you not going to Africa. You not about to do that. One, nigga, you ain't got no skill set to even translate to go over there. And then
Exactly.
you don't know how this shit work. How much research have you done about living in Africa or a particular country where you think shit finna be, peaches and cream, and you finna be doing better over there? And I'm just like, that's not how that shit works, bro. Like, I can tell you this for sure. I can tell you this for sure. If you don't have legit income, like, and you don't have no business savvy, you don't like no finance or nothing like that, or even an investor, you're not finna do nothing in Africa but the same thing that you doing here. Except for you got
Exactly.
except for you maybe got, a little bit more wherewithal by being over here in America, but them people over there, they hustle to survive. So what you think? You finna outcompete them to do something? That's tough. And like oil is big in Africa. So unless you in an oil field and there's some legit businesses over there that you can really get into, bro, you're not finna do nothing. Your fairy tale dream is not about to pan out like you think it is. So take your ass in that white man's army or white man's job or whatever you want to call it, and make some shit happen and do what you gotta do. It's that simple.
No, hey, fair point, bro. Fair point. I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. So we know what it
I think
is.
that be I think it'd be the cop out to justify not doing the work and
Right.
not doing something. That's my personal thing. But I love the conversation.
Yeah. Hell, I'm
Uh,
more impressed that somebody will start a nonprofit for something, that benefit kids or something in his own community. I'm a big up you for that because you doing something. You're a doer. You producing. But if all you got is, oh, this is the white man shit, and that's all you got for me is that, and you don't really have no solutions. You not building nothing. You not doing nothing. Like anybody can do that. We can sit here and scream the white man system and white supremacy and this and that. Well, we had people doing that for decades and half a century already. So you got to come with something else. Some actual footwork. Show us something that you built. Show me a program. Show me some mentorship that you done, like some community work, whether it's volunteer or permanent.
Hell, Chris, just propose a path forward
Right.
other than complaining about, yeah, that's fucked up or this, that. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
So, hey, yeah. So, what right look like? I'm with you.
Yeah. So, and shoot, that's why I'm like, shoot, we got enough of them on YouTube already and Facebook and all these social media platforms. You know. We got all the debaters in the world, but we need more workers, more doers, producers, like a Price, like a Q Butter, like Mo, and so forth and so on. You know, because what they used to say, you talk good, but talk is cheap. Show me the
Nah,
work.
yeah. What they say, Mo? It breeds well. No, you right, bro.
So,
Yes. You ain't never learned about that. You know what? Now more, unlike what's up, Dre? Dre snuck in here on y'all.
Uh-oh, what he gonna bring us? What the good Reverend is he laying hands? You better quit going in and out the country before they don't let you back in, brother.
Man, listen. How you doing, handsome? How you doing, Gerald? Man, listen, man.
my brother
I'm
been
just
a
saying
guest.
here. I'm
He-
just saying here. One of my wives' homes giving her son the wrong answer to his homework, like I'm supposed to, and
Oh my
just
God,
eating his lunch in front of him. That's about it, man. Listening to y'all drop knowledge.
I can't.
Better got a Capri Sun in your hand, you know.
Man, a Malibu Splash. They know it. Because I was listening to what you said, you and Gerald, Chris, what you said.
Yeah.
When you said like nonprofit, and what I do is I like to go to single mothers' homes and eat in front of their kids and say, listen, if you don't make the right decisions in your life, there's gonna be a man at your table eating in front of your kids. So you better get your stuff together.
So you still on that hard knocks curriculum?
Man, listen, man. I'm just doing the Lord's work, Gerald.
Everybody need a little blessing here and there.
Somebody
Oh,
got to
man.
do it, Gerald.
I can't wait till they grow up to just say, man, I just want to thank you.
Man, listen, man. I'm just a humble servant, Gerald. I'm just a humble servant. And if it means I got to eat their Lunchables and drink their juice to make them a stronger man, I'm willing to make the sacrifice.
But what's that new flavor? You say Malibu Splash.
That's it. That's their Capri Sun. Malibu Splash.
I'm so disconnected. I don't even know what that is, man. What happened
That's
to
Capri
grape
Suns,
strawberry?
man.
Brandon,
That's
get
Capri.
your
Yeah, that's Capri Sun. That's my favorite flavor. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
Dre, man, I am really tempted. I'm probably go out here and buy 10 of these, man, just to see what that's about. If that shit nasty, man, we're gonna have
Man,
a
it ain't nasty,
conversation.
bro. Man,
I'm about to look it up.
nasty,
What he said? Capri. What kind?
It's
Malibu
Splash.
Splash.
Listen, if it's nasty, just mail it to me. I'll drink the rest of them for you.
Hey, Malibu.
Yeah. No, as soon as you say Malibu, I think about Barbie.
No, this ain't Barbie.
That shit is okay.
It ain't Barbie, but I'm damn sure Ken in these houses. It ain't Barbie though.
That shit better have some black chemistry with it, man. Like mixing some damn grape and some
It's
cherry.
just basically, I think it's like a pineapple fusion mixed with like a mango type taste. That's why I call it Malibu Splash.
You going to jail?
Did you say that one more time, Dre?
He going to jail.
It's like a pineapple mixed with like a mango twist. That's why they call it Malibu Splash. If you look at the, if you look at the cover of Capri Sun, it has like multiple fruit on it.
It do.
To give you that blend. You know what I'm saying?
That's how you know we know the box. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you said Malibu Splash, so that ain't no Capri Sun.
What is it?
It's some spirits.
No.
Listen, Capri Sun used to make Malibu. I'm telling you, they might have discontinued the flavor, but Capri Sun made it was the only one I used to drink when I used to go to single mothers' homes. I'm telling you.
Man, I ain't never drink no
Okay.
I seen the grape. Maybe the most exotic flavor I ever saw was strawberry kiwi.
Listen, they had Malibu Splash. No, I'm not. I don't even, I don't drink alcohol. I'm a man of God. I don't drink alcohol.
Well, I'm going to drink it because I see that Malibu Splash with that pineapple. It don't say Capri Sun at all.
You looking up Ciroc.
No, it's on the screen. Look, it's a Malibu Splash.
Man, Mo over here capping. When we was in Cancun, he ain't drink no alcohol at all.
I did.
Nah.
Tequila Sunrise.
Tequila Sunrise.
And Tequila
Hey,
Sunrise.
Mo, look up High C Malibu Splash just in case. But I know Capri Sun used to have it as well when I was a kid. But I still drink it at these kids' house, so I know it's still out there.
Mo had orange juice in it.
Let me put my business on the streets.
What?
But she just said orange juice with some cherry. What they
Nah,
call
they
that
don't
stuff?
have it. So they might have discontinued it.
They tripping.
But I'm not tripping. Listen, everybody at work say the same thing I say now. They be like, y'all be looking for Malibu Splash. You remember that? I'm like, they got stuff at people's houses.
Yeah, you blew me up.
Somebody
with that one,
mama
Dre.
lied.
Yeah, you hilarious.
They got pina colada.
Yeah, I don't listen.
I'm
I
just
can't
playing.
stand pina colada flavor, even if it was Capri Sun.
I used to didn't like it, but I like it. I eat. And Chris, we can't come on no more trips.
How the market doing for you guys, man?
What happened?
I'm
I said, how
excited about the
doing?
market. I'm excited.
I know I am.
Mo, you was drinking orange juice. Don't come over here with that.
I know I am.
Okay, you tripping. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I
My
can't.
brother been invested, man. So shout out to my brother Andre, man.
Oh yeah,
Ain't no games over here.
Chris. I told you, I'm not clan, man. I got wives to feed. I can't be broke, brother.
Yeah.
I got wives to feed.
He said I can't.
At least you're responsible. I like
Yeah,
that.
man.
I appreciate about you, Dre. I always appreciate you. You very responsible with that, man.
Capricorn too, Price.
You know it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All three of y'all Capricorn.
I
Hey,
did
Gerald,
not know
listen.
that.
Hey, Gerald, man. I bank with First Purse National Bank. Only withdrawals and no deposit, brother. So I got wives to feed, man. First Purse National Bank.
Oh God, I can't.
For 2026, I'm claiming somebody income tax.
Woo!
In my, I don't care.
Well,
Gotta
Chris,
have at
look. Hey, Chris, see, too bad you in Houston where all the women are fine. If you was in New York with me, there's a lot of low self-esteem women we could come up on
Oh my God.
and get their income tax, brother. I'm telling you.
Oh,
I'm telling you, that's why AOA. Let me show you how resourceful I am. That's why I only date single mom. They be like, why you want to meet my kids and take pictures with them? They don't realize I'm a claimer, right?
Yeah.
So you take pictures 6 months in advance. So you want to get like 2 or 3 holidays just in case the IRS call you. You know, like, nah, look, Christmas, look, Thanksgiving, Easter.
Yeah, you investing into their future.
Damn right.
Yeah.
He said I'm invested into the future.
Yeah.
Damn right. Listen, Mo, I am.
Y'all think I'm joking. Every single mother I ever dated since the time I got this knowledge, I wrote that shit off on my taxes.
Woo!
It's a donation
Church.
to charity.
What happened?
I wrote it off.
What you wrote off?
The single moms that I dated and I spent money, I wrote it as donation to charity. That's legal.
I'm not fooling with you today.
Listen, man. Listen.
That's called time value.
Telling the truth.
That
Listen,
way you never get burnt.
Hey, I
telling you.
always write people off, so I ain't gonna sit up here in front.
Oh, I know you do, because we had this conversation already.
You already know how I get down. Ain't nothing coming out of my account unless you get written off.
Hey Mo, you remember that link I sent you, and I sent it to Chris too when I was on my man E show again, and that girl asked me, how I treat, my wives and her kids. I'm like, I eat with my belt on the table. It's like Catholic school. Stuff ain't right.
Yeah,
I can write that off. It's like Catholic school.
He said he want my belt on the table.
I sure do.
I hope all y'all ladies listening, be listening. Keep your eyes on your luggage. Be listening.
Keep your eyes on your purse. Because let me tell you something, Gerald.
Hey, that's why I don't get nobody. That's why I don't get nobody cash.
Listen,
everybody get electronic transactions because I'm going to account for it.
African Emporium always talked about time value, and time is something you can't get back. So
can't get back. Can't get back.
So I'm turning that into an expense or donation, and I'm getting them back in my taxes. I think that's fair.
Listen, you're right. You're right.
Especially if you don't close the deal. So
Well, think
I'm here
about it
for the
like
ride.
this. You got to think about it like this too, Chris. Like in the hood, and all these women who don't have men and they have all these kids, you need someone to help you claim those kids if you ain't gonna work. So
Mhm.
I might as well go 50-50 with you. And yo, it's an investment. It's an investment.
Yeah, they want 100-0 now, Dre. They think
Nah.
they want 100-0, even if they got 7 kids.
Listen, no woman of mine better keep a dime, Jack. So we got to figure it out. We got to figure that out.
Keep a dime, Jack. Oh God, I can't today.
That's a fact.
And help me.
Chris,
But
you got to
only-
come to New York for like 6 months, man. You find you a nice, low self-esteem woman in the Bronx. And
Low self-esteem.
that boy
whisper
said the
sweet
Bronx.
nothing in her ear. And,
Oh man, the
You
Bronx. Yeah, that's the best place to get them.
Nothing in her ear.
yeah,
Oh man, I ain't gonna lie, I miss New York though.
got to, man.
Don't let me find out
Got to.
I'm married next month with Dre.
Huh?
Say it again. Say it again, Mo.
I said, Chris, don't let me find out you married next month with Dre.
Married?
You either
Oh.
You
Brandon.
gotta get married.
Y'all
I'm
got
allergic.
You gotta
What'd
get
you say,
married. You
Mo?
just gotta learn how to play house.
Yeah,
Let me find out y'all done took a trip. Y'all done took a trip to New York with Dre.
that's
Man, come on,
the
man.
that's the M word that I'm allergic to.
Listen.
Yeah,
Hey,
man.
listen, Mo. Gerald and Chris can come up. Look, they there for you. They're there for me. They're there for us. They're there for we.
No, they is not there for Gerald. Leave Gerald
They-
out of
Hey, you
that.
should say, Gerald, you should have said they're not there for me.
Look,
Come on down.
no sir.
Come on
I
down,
I
man.
might peek and see what y'all doing over there, but that's about it. That's about all you gonna
Listen,
get from me.
we only
What'd you
conducting
say? You
business,
might peek?
brother. We are
Yeah,
only conducting business.
I might peek, but no sir, no sir, no sir.
Brandon, you down?
Shoot.
Yes, sir.
I'm about to go to Chicago with Brandon at. You know what I mean? Low self-esteem women in the South Side, in the West
Oh my
Side.
God.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
low
Crazy?
self-esteem women.
Yeah.
I can't.
Man, you don't know no better, Mo.
Nah, I'm gonna get Dre down here. Let one of these Mississippi girls get at him.
Oh Lord.
Let me tell you something. I
She
done
gonna
chopped
twerk
big
on 'em.
trees, Gerald. I'm telling you,
She gonna twerk on them.
Gerald.
One good time.
Ain't gonna work on me, Gerald.
I'm gonna let him pin him down and say, "I will cut you."
Hey,
Oh.
hey,
Don't
Jen,
forget, I eat my belt on the table, Gerald.
Jen, you were
They
you on the
ain't doing
panel
nothing.
when they was whining about the girls twerking, and I say, man, y'all lucky I ain't grew up in the boot. Shoot,
Who was
Yeah.
whining about
that's
the
a
girl
ritual.
twerking? Who was whining?
That's a ritual.
That's
Who was
a
whining?
ritual.
Yo,
Hey.
New Orleans is the only place they twerk at church. That's how they shout.
Hey,
When I saw that in the church, I was like, yeah, I'm down bottom.
Yeah.
I was in that French Quarter church and they were wop, 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 wop. I said, in church? Man.
you
What you say?
fired,
Ain't no way in
Trey.
the house of the Lord.
Hey,
Man, listen.
man, this brother
They said
is
drop it
wild.
for Jesus. I'm telling you.
Man,
That's
I
funny.
said, y'all ain't where y'all grew up at. This ain't nothing new.
Hey, Mo, I was on Saratoga and E-Rattle around there.
Mm-hmm.
And they were wop, drop in the church.
Yeah. They starting to do that shit down here in Texas in
They were
restaurants.
wop, 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 wop,
And
wop,
they
wop.
ass kicked out too. So
But hey, Gerald, you know, this is a true story. You know the funniest thing I ever seen, Gerald? When I was in the Bay and my cousin, right? My cousin J.E., my mother's oldest brother's son, he plays the organ. He's a big time in the gospel industry, right? So I was in Oakland and this dude took out the windpipe. The Roger Troutman was entering the Jesus. Yo,
Nah.
Dre stupid.
That dude said, really? I said, yo, this is hilarious, bro. They was in there having worship service with the auto tune. I said,
Brandon gonna take us to North Chicago or Evanston.
Mm.
And
Listen, find
No.
Brandon Johnson. That's what you need to do. Find Brandon Johnson, goofy ass. That's what y'all need to do. And man,
would you say,
geez.
Brandon? No.
No, I'm just saying he don't need to take y'all to Evanston, man. He got to either get y'all on the west side, deep in the west side, or in the heart of the south side.
Yep,
I
hottest
get down the
grove.
hard the south
Hottest
side, but I
grove.
don't know about the west side now.
I'm
Yeah.
with you, Brandon, but I got kinfolk over there, man. So I had to go over there. So
Chicago is
too.
one place I wouldn't mind pulling up, though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Chicago, wow, but I love the city. I love Chicago, man.
oh,
Yeah,
it's
Chicago.
lovely, man. The vibe is the vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's summertime side though.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just love it
yeah.
because when I go there, they be like, "You talk funny," and I be like,
Yeah.
"Mm-hmm."
Yeah. That's why Brandon ain't left yet.
For real.
I need him to get him down here with his cousins. That's all I'm trying to do. Get him down
Man,
here with his
come on
cousins.
down south.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get my boy to come down
You
south.
don't want to be up there.
That boy, he got.
Listen,
ain't paying no money.
hey, Chris, I'll come to Houston, man. I'll come to Houston.
I've been waiting for you to pull up, bro.
Dre, let me just put a warning order out there, man. Houston is a little bit different, man.
I've been to Houston before, Joe.
I'm not saying you ain't been here, man, but it's one thing to visit and just get immersed and start getting acclimated because this shit is like an international market, man. I mean, you walk
I got
over
wives down
motherfuckers.
there, Joe.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone then, bro.
Yeah,
You know.
I ain't, yo, my Mac ain't no act, Gerald. I ain't new to this. I'm true to this, man.
He said my Mac ain't no act.
No,
I got you. I'm just saying Houston
brought it
is
back.
Yeah, my boy, he understand the essence of Houston.
It's the Zoe capital of the world. They scammers. But the reason why I like Houston, Gerald, I said this before, and you were actually on me and Obsession Show, and I said this. I said Houston got white women shaped like black women, Spanish women shaped like black women, Chinese women shaped like black women, black women shaped like black women. I love it down there.
Yeah,
I love it. And you know what? And you know what? Me being when Atlanta and Miami was my second home, it taught me how to move like I don't bring outside of my accent and the way I dress, I don't bring that hardcore New York feel. I know how it is to move in these cities, right? So Houston is cool with me. Like, like my father used to say, queers and steers, but I just be around the beautiful women and, bring my healing oil and my Bible, like I say, I have my Bible in my left hand, my belt in my right, and just try to do the right thing for these women, man.
Well, you know what? I ain't going with you when you out there. What they call it, crusading. I'm not going with you on
evangelizing.
Yeah, that's
brother.
it. Evangelizing. Okay, yeah, that's kind of antiquated. Colonialism. Yeah, I'm not going out there when you evangelize. Call me when you ready to get something to eat. We'll break some bread or something, man.
We gotta preach the word, though.
Yeah, I'm not.
Listen, man.
Nope.
Let me ask you a question.
No, seriously,
Let me ask you an honest question. Is Houston, since the Turkey Leg Hut shut down, is Houston a place? Is it a place to open up a new restaurant, a trendy restaurant? Do y'all think there's enough space down there to do that, or is that
absolutely?
Hell yeah, man!
Absolutely.
I'm always ready to say this is like the foodie capital, and the only reason I don't want to say because I'm so new, but
I can tell you for sure. Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah.
All right, so Chris, this is a serious question. Don't laugh, please. Don't laugh. Mo, mute your mic because I know you're gonna think I'm playing. I got an idea. I'm willing to put up 50. If we can, let's say if we can get 100K, I'll put up 50 if we can get 100K. I think that's enough to get a storefront restaurant. Now, I want like a sit-down restaurant, but instead of Hooters, I want to have Cheeks. Are they ready for Cheeks?
I can't take Dre, I
Dude,
swear.
I was gonna laugh at this.
No,
I'm playing, man.
No. Well, from what I'm hearing, Dre, they may already beat you to that idea, man.
Oh, they have Cheeks already?
Man, they doing this shit on some grown folks level down here, man.
Imagine.
I want it to be that because white girls got Hooters, black girls got Cheeks. I want it to be more like a family. Look, listen to this, listen to this, Gerald. Cheeks, come in and watch us spread our love. Isn't that beautiful?
No, I am not bringing the food gonna have to be damn good. Like you gotta have.
Imagine
That shit.
Be Live.
I can't.
Imagine Be Live with restaurant food.
Yo, I'm telling you, man. Cheeks, man.
No, hey man, great marketing idea, but you're gonna have to have a serious self with a serious mix. But
Hey.
I'm just coming for some takeout.
The New York, he's the right New York person to do it. Because I know another dude from New York. He came down here and started a daiquiri spot, and he done already, done flipped like 3 locations. So, boys know how to do it.
Yo, Gerald, I really had that my idea for.
It's a good idea,
since
man.
I was 18 years old, bro. I'm talking about early 2000s. I used to walk around and say, I want to open Cheeks. Like I really wanted Cheeks as a franchise.
Unintended.
I did. I had like the menu in my head, the double bun burger, the rump roast. I'm telling you, I had all that in my head, yo. People used to laugh at me, but I'm like, I wanted to open Cheeks.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. Something like that would not be foreign. So,
especially in Houston, I think it.
Yeah.
Well, quick question: What will be on the menu though? That's what I want to know.
Like I told you, like
what's
it'll
your
be
go-to
beef.
menu?
It'll be. That's why I say Houston, Brandon. It'll be beef driven, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rump roast, double bun burger, baby got back ribs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I wanted to feel like Cheeks, but at the same time, a family restaurant.
That's tough.
The twerking turkey sandwich.
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if it's gonna be a family restaurant because you taking women in there. It's gonna be some jealousy flying through there.
Yeah, you ain't lying
They don't
about
need to be in there then.
Yeah.
They see the sign.
Yeah. Yeah. I would.
You see the sign?
I wouldn't take a date there for sure, unless she down. Unless she down with the, polygamy. You know what I mean? So.
You know what? And you know what? Real quick, and this is off subject, but me thinking about what you just said when you say you see the sign. When you seen them big women in Miami complaining that they didn't want to let them in the club because they were dark and big. And my man said yesterday, he said, Dre, we should open a club called Scales. Pay how you pay.
Oh my God. That's tough.
And we should open up a club in Miami called Scale for the big women since they complaining.
Hell, they got a restaurant for that shit too. Like you gotta weigh a certain much to eat there. I think that shit is in New York or somewhere.
Nah, it ain't in New York, because I would have heard about that one, Jack.
Because they make you get on a scale and see how much you weigh to be able to get into the restaurant. And they feed you all this unhealthy ass, stuff. Burgers with bacon grease on it, and I'm just like, damn, that's gangster.
Lord. I tell you this much, if we had $1 million, we only really need $1 million and get the crowd that Carnival Cruise just lost. Think about that. If we had the excess capital to say, all right, you know what, we'll be the ghetto cruise ship. I mean, you make some money.
Turn that shit to Soul Plane for real.
Word, literally. If you think about that, because Carnival, and I'm not mad at Carnival, service who you want to service, but when you think about that, when they tried to go in that direction, they knew what they were getting into. I guess it was a little bit too much for them. But to be honest with you, I mean, if you have the excess capital, you can make a ton of money because you know how they're going to do. Everybody's going to revolt against Carnival. And they be like, nah, we welcome you, black women. We welcome all of you. Bring your speaker, bring your drinks. I'm telling you, you will make so much money.
Not a bad idea. You got chicken wings and drinks. It's going
Facts.
down. Yeah.
And you can play rap on the boat.
Oh yeah.
The only thing we're gonna have the FOI security because it's gonna be some fights. So you got to have some.
Yeah.
The FOI, the Samoans, everybody got to be in there.
Well, that shit gonna be on Shade Room.
I'm telling you, World Star, Shade Room, Baller Alert.
Yeah, they pulling. Yeah, all that's gonna be on live for real.
Yep.
The boys be having some good ideas though. If we had the capital, that would be something.
That would be something.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it'll be lived, but I can tell you on a 2-year basis, you can make a gang of money. A
Yeah.
gang of it.
That's the only boat or only cruise ship that's gonna ever be on the ocean where you hear, subwoofers from
Yup.
passing by.
Man,
That shit would be crazy,
the
man.
whale's gonna be jumping out the water dancing.
Yeah, they gonna file a violation for disturbing, ocean creatures. That shit would be crazy though.
You said ocean creatures.
Messing with the mammals in the ocean. But on another note, Mo had the chart pulled up. What happened, Mo?
Oh, I bring it up.
No, I was gonna tell you type in VTI. So you know how everybody, be wanting to buy the S&P 500 and it's over 600 some
What
dollars.
is it?
VTI. Type that in.
VTI, like Victor Tingle Envy.
Yes, Mo.
Okay, the first one.
Wait. Hold on. No, that ain't right. Wait. Take the eye off.
Okay.
No, it's supposed to be Vanguard Fund.
Mo, hit all.
Yeah, cause you got something up there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, hit that top one right there.
Oh no, that's VT. That's just VT. You gotta add the I to it.
Miranda to the rescue.
Yeah, so click that one right there at the top.
First one.
One at the top.
The ETF.
Yeah. All right.
Here we go.
Now compare. It's still the S&P 500. It's just a Vanguard fund.
Mm-hmm.
Dividend yield about the same. Expense ratio is probably a little less than the S&P. And for those of you that don't know what the expense ratio is, basically they charge you expense ratio. It's like a fee for managing the fund, but the fee is low. So it's so low that compared to like a tactical asset allocation, to where they do constant rebalancing every quarter to make sure that they beat the market. So um, when you got a low expense ratio, they're basically saving you money for managing the fund. But as you can see, uh, it's very similar to the S&P 500, meaning it tracks the same stocks that are in the index, but it's cheaper. So if you go back and search again and type in VT, they have another one. All right, click that top one again. A little bit similar. Let's see how much it is. It's $129. So you may not can afford the S&P 500, which is about a little over $600, but you can afford this that tracks the same index. Just to throw that in. I wanted to say that while we was looking at the stock market and talking about what to invest in and whatnot. So this is why people need an advisor, financial advisor, a lot of the times, because you don't know. So you think you won't be able to invest in something and get the same outcome because something is too high, but there are alternatives that track the same thing. Oh, we get that, right? Did you know about that, Mo?
I those, but I have some Vanguards.
Okay.
I have. I'm gonna bring it up. I got
Like Chris.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, did you check out the other one? Was it PL? Yeah, PLG.
Wait, what is it?
Oh, SPLG.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I finally got that one. Yeah, that one right there. Yeah, that's the one Brandon brought us to. Yep. And see, it's only
Hmm.
what, $73. So these are, I think sometimes people don't like investing in these type of funds because they don't move like they want, like single stocks move. Because single stocks are, they risky and they're more volatile than something more steady. So, but the thing about ETFs and different funds is that you have a lot of these companies in there and they could be a part of the same sector. So it's not going to always move up because you have different sectors in there that move in a negative correlation towards those other stocks or other sectors. So this is why you can, hire, like, well, I ain't gonna say hire, but you can, pay for a service like having somebody to manage a fund that you're invested in, like a tactical asset allocation or a strategic asset allocation, to where they're constantly rebalancing your portfolio to make sure that you stay above the fray. They have services like that to make sure you never really lose money, or let's say different economic time periods happen where you may want to cycle out some of the stocks that were doing well, but in this time period they're not doing well.
It's the
So
one.
it's almost cyclical, almost.
It's the one I got. I got VOT and um I have uh VBK.
You got small cap and mid cap.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because I wanted, and it was keeping its value. I
That's
like
not, that's not a
it,
good
but
answer.
it's
Not a,
it's good enough for me. I
no,
got
I knew you was gonna say that,
my
but
twelve
no,
percent, my twelve
no.
percent a year, and my 23% a year. Shoot, I'm doing good.
But what if
Uh,
the standard deviation don't always produce a result like that?
Well, so far it's been holding that down. I ain't been
See,
having no.
we want the youth to do better than this. The answer Mo just gave is not good enough.
Well, you can train them, and until I learn better, this is where I'm at. Um, and then,
You
well,
you
you give
are
me some more training, because right now
you are something else, boy.
I haven't lost anything, and then I have this Schwab one.
Okay, you got the large cap, Schwab. Yeah,
It's only 20 some bucks,
yeah. Now
and I
ask me
got it when it
ask
was
me why this is a good decision.
what Schwab.
Yeah, this one right here, this
Why?
fund right here.
Why is a good decision? I got it when it was $14.
That's good,
Yup.
but
But what?
well, it's really not a but it's just like what I'm trying to say is this. Is well diversified. So you got large cap, you got mid cap, and you got small cap.
Yep, that's in my M1 account.
Now let's ask Mo this.
Don't ask me nothing.
No, we got to. You want to learn, right? You just said that. Don't contradict yourself online.
Hey,
So the small cap, what is that tracking?
what is it tracking?
Yeah. What is that fund tracking?
Hold on, let me tell you. I'll tell you in a second.
Oh no, don't Google.
She
I ain't got
cheating.
a Google. I'm gonna look in the thing. I'm gonna open it up. I ain't got to memorize.
I know Brandon, know.
Well, that's Brandon.
I know Price, no, and
Man,
Andre, no.
that's Price and Andre. I I ain't got to do it like them. I could just click on mine and go look.
It ain't about doing it like them. It's about knowing what you tracking, Mo.
Listen, this ain't fuss at Mo Day.
I ain't fussing at you. I'm just we trying to paint a picture for the people. So when we
Well,
invest
paint
our
that
money,
picture.
Hey Chris, hey, now you see why I eat my belt on
You
the table. That's all
you
they.
you you paint a picture for the people without asking me questions. How about that?
you
And
the host.
it's gonna work out.
You the host, and
Very
these are
well.
your investments. What are you talking about?
I'm the host. I'm not the interviewee.
Okay. So we can't ask you about what you invested in?
You can ask me what you want, but if I give you an answer, you can't be mad.
No, you're right.
You
I
may
can't
want to
be mad.
just share that information so that we don't have to go through this. And it's gonna be
Okay,
so
I'm gonna just go
easy.
ahead and share it because
See
it
how
is.
easy
I
that
keep, I
was?
can't, I keep forgetting. This is my older sister, and she hard headed, just
Very.
like me. So the reason why I was asking you that, Mo, is because the small cap it normally tracks the Russell 2000, and then the mid cap it tracks both the S&P and a mix of the Russell 2000. So it's got mid cap companies. So think anywhere from I think it's 2 billion to 10 billion for like mid cap, and anything above 10 billion is large cap. And anything below 2 billion will be considered small cap. So that's what I meant. Like it's tracking a particular index with certain stocks in it. That's all I was asking them all.
High five.
You fired.
Okay. I'm still gonna keep my little and I'm still gonna be good. So what else you want to talk? Keep going.
No, so this is not personal financial advice. We are just discussing what one of us have in our portfolios. We are not endorsing that you do this. So reach out to a qualified professional if you or somebody that is well versed in this for personal advice. But the reason why I brought that up is because diversification is the best thing.
Let me see. Let me see.
If you're savvy, like Dre or Gerald or Brandon, hell, even most sometimes, you can invest into a single stock like Apple or Microsoft because you know your risk and reward and you fine with it. But if you don't know what you're doing, don't do that shit. Invest in a fund, whether it's an ETF or index fund, and just leave that shit alone. Just put money
Yeah.
in every month and let it stack. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep. And if you're going to invest into the Apples or the blue chips, wait till most of them do stock splits. I think,
Yep.
that's another thing that's safe, right? You want to get into when they do a stock split where the cost is more affordable and you can hold shares because then think about it. Just 4 years ago, Apple did their stock split. I
Yep.
bought most of my Apple shares at $96. It is over $210. It floats between 209 and 211 as of recent. Hey, I was able to get more than 100 shares. And so when you understand, like I always say, back in the day, I used to say this when we first got together. If you buy a Chevy for 2,000, do you want to buy the same exact Chevy for 5,000? No. But if you could buy that same Chevy for 1,500 or that same 2,000, it's easier to buy than to pay more for the same car. And
Yep.
that's how some of the stocks you have to look at. If you have the patience and the due diligence and the wherewithal, the bandwidth to wait, you can make you a lot of money. You can make you a lot of money.
Yep. And this is a secret too. How you can put yourself on a map as a shareholder if you acquired at least 10% of the shares, you will become what they call you will be like a primary shareholder. So, damn, what's the word I'm looking for?
Like a founder, right?
Yeah, something like that. It's damn, I can't think of it right now, but basically, when you got 10% ownership in a company, like you got certain rules and regulations that you got to follow if like you trying to, sell your shares. Like you got to do it in a certain time period. Like there's volume limitations to it. But this is what our people don't understand. So like we like to consume, the products and services a company offers. But when it comes to being a shareholder and like moving up the ranks that way to be recognized, we don't think like that. Cause that's like real wealth, not the consumption of goods and services. That just makes you a good customer. But when you acquire more shares, that empowers you as a shareholder or a part owner of the company. Then you can start calling shots a little bit. What they call it is when you start acquiring more shares of a company, um, it's a term they use to where hell you can even take over the damn company by the shares or ownership that you have.
Yep. Talk about it, Chris. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's what happened with Disney.
Yeah.
That yeah, they got galvanized, and when I start talking like that, niggas go deaf. But I'm with you.
So I'm just saying it's just a different perspective to what you can do with your dollar, because we always talk about, oh, we need to put our black dollars, here and there to our black businesses or whatnot. But we're not even building the businesses up enough to where, we can have shareholders in the business to be able to function that business and keep it going. But so, we feel like when we consume shit that, that is such a big benefit. Oh, I'm not shopping at Target no more, or whatnot. I mean, you've been shopping at Target for 10 plus years. Now, when you don't agree with someone they do, you don't want to shop no more. But do you own a share of Target or Walmart or anything? How many shares you got in these companies outside of, how many pair of underwear or groceries you done bought compared to that? Because I guarantee you done spent more at Walmart than what the actual company is selling for per share on at its market price. Just imagine all the money you spend at Walmart over your lifetime, and how many shares of Walmart you could have owned with that money, even going through its stock splits.
Hey, bro, you talking about a 2025 version of Walking Your Trap, Take Over Your Trap. All legal.
Facts. See, that's another way. That's another way to take over too. That's another way to take over. People don't know that. Share ownership. Share ownership. Imagine if all of us on here own 50 million shares of a particular company, the amount of damage we can do. They call it a hostile takeover. It's basically you do a tender offer. You offer money to buy out the people with all the shares, and let's say it's a 51% to 49% ownership. That means we would have the primary ownership of the company and the direction of that. That's why Elon, still can control Tesla because he got majority of the shares.
Right, right. But see, Chris, what you're talking about, if you remember, when we all first got together, I had said to Mo, and this is why I don't, I don't care. I'm not taking no shot at him, but it's just the truth. That's why I don't mess with Pastor Bennett, because I was like, yo, let me come to Chicago, come to your church, and let's start a stash. And then I was gonna be like, yo, you collect the offering, y'all buy. I was gonna say either buy retailer shares or ETF or S&P, right? But I really wanted them to do a retailer because, like you just said, you have leverage, right? Because there's a saying in business, everybody is a stakeholder, but not everybody is a shareholder.
Right.
Right? Whether you shop with me or not, you're a stakeholder. So if you don't shop with me, you're a stakeholder because you're controlling a certain demographic that don't. If you shop with me, you're a stakeholder because now you're also my customer, but not everybody is a shareholder. So the point that what you were making, it was the point that I was making 5 years ago when I was like hitting these pastors up, and I'm like, listen, y'all, I don't want to dime from y'all. And I get it. I know everybody's hustling and scamming, but we could teach why they're giving extra $600 a week to the average Black American. We could put that into a Target. We could put that into a Tesla. We could put that. Think about if Pastor Bennett or one of them suckers would have listened to me and would have bought Netflix when the average person had $600 a week, when Netflix was $224 at the time. Right? Think about the resources your community now has when you sell that stock at $1,200 a share. Right? If you would have did that for the 6 months, if y'all would have, if one of those people churches, if one parishioner I'm not saying every week, but once a month, let's say your church got 300 members, let's say 150 members, and once a month they put their $600 in to buy these shares. By the time you cash that sucker out, y'all ain't got nothing to worry about. Then what you do with that money, since it's a 501c3, you take it and you open up a franchise. Now your Black kids have a place to work through high school to give them money to go where? College. But at the end of the day, none of these people are serious. None of these people, Chris. That's why when I showed you the other day, I'm telling people, y'all gonna be broke on your own. Andre almost butt naked rich. And guess what? I told you.
Well, hey, Dre, I'm just gonna say this about the church. It's gonna be kind of hard when you're sitting there beating up on the damn church and be like, "Come on, let me help you." And then looking
Never
at
beat up on
retrospect,
them.
no. Well, I'm speaking as a holistic from just this sector of YouTube.
I never listen. I came to
No. I know. I got you. You saying but I'm talking about.
You're talking about the community. You're talking about the community.
Yes.
But here's the thing. It's a double. But here's the thing, Gerald. It's a double-sided sword. And why I mean that? What happens is we also had this talk 4 years ago, Gerald. What happens is when the Polites of the world, when the Umars of the world, when all of these goofballs, listen, the same man that'll sleep with your sister, Jamal Bryant, is the same man that tell you to boycott Target. Right?
Hey,
so
bro.
What I'm trying to tell you is, what I'm trying to convey to you is that I came to these people. So I'm like, listen, y'all, I don't care what you believe. Me and Chris used to always say this, there's gonna be a shift in this country when that money start coming, right? And when it does, what are you gonna do? Because you had an opportunity. Like me and Chris knows a person that used to be on this show that hit me up for some money. And I said to that, you know what I told him, Gerald? I said, yo, what's the difference between a man and a woman? He was like, I don't know. I said, I can't cry on no man's shoulder for no money, nigga. I said, you remember when I sat on the phone with you at night trying to teach you how to invest? Yeah. What did you do with that money? Oh, no. All right, nigga. I hope there's Wi-Fi on that park bench.
Hey, fair point, bro. I just want to point out these nuances that we go through, because I'm like, we got to get to a point on where we put our differentiations apart and get some common goals and say, yeah, this
right.
Price don't believe in God or Price believe in
Right.
God and I don't, but hear about that money and find a commonality and get some common goals and get with it. I just
That's your
I,
mutual aid society too.
Price. The problem is this. This is the truth. Ideology breeds identity. And when a person's self-worth is their ideology, they're not trying to hear you say, let's look past that and get together.
see that shit
Because I
ain't
tried
tangible,
it.
Dre. I get everything that you just said, and I'm just saying, okay, when we gonna grow up and say help not coming,
Okay, I
that's
hate
not
to do this to
tangible.
you, Gerald, but
Do it.
you just said a major word. You said
Go ahead.
tangible.
Yeah.
God is intangible, Gerald.
Ain't got nothing to do with that. God ain't got nothing
Listen
to do
what
with
I'm
the stock
saying.
market and economics. Go
If
ahead.
a person aligns themselves wholeheartedly with the concept of God outside of their own existence, right? Then there is no tangible concept in your mind, right? You listen, whether you believe in Amen Ra or whether you believe in Jesus de Christos, right? You have a form of belief system that kind of escapes you from reality. See, the one thing about us, we know that whether you believe in God or not, you got to save yourself. But when you believe in
Wow.
something outside of yourself that's going to save you, how can I tell you that's not true?
Okay. Well, okay. I didn't want to take this position, and I'm not gonna be up all night with this, but
No,
I'm
I'm
just gonna
not
no, no,
arguing
no,
with
no, no,
you.
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no, no. We're having a conversation, bro.
right,
And
right. That's
please,
what I'm saying. I'm not.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Don't
I'm
never
not.
think that. I mean,
I'm
you,
just
you.
saying that. Look, and I'll shut up after this. As the old saying goes,
Mm-mm,
as the
mm-mm.
thinker thinks, the prover shall prove, and that's just the truth. And so we can only offer it, but you can't persuade. And I'm sorry, I'll shut up after that. Go ahead.
No, no, no. Go. I want you to key in on them tangibles because see now, because you, as we proceed down this rabbit trail, that word tangibles, it comes up. Okay, who has produced more tangibles? The antagonists of the people that believe in the God in the sky or not? Who has made more tangible impacts on society?
That's why I want people to recognize Richard Allen and Absalom Jones and brothers like that, because they went to church, they had all this stuff, but they had mutual aid societies. They weren't no damn fools. They had actual stuff in place. Yeah.
Exactly. They acted upon, they believe whatever, but they believe they had enough belief to generate an ideal to come say, hey man, this shit ain't feeding me. I
Right.
need to do something. I gotta participate in my salvation, for lack of a better term. That
Yeah.
that's that's all I'm saying.
This modern society done turned people into zombies to where they think they think that you can just, pray and all of this stuff away. It's almost like a joke, man. Like somebody that took your spirit and your logic and reason away, that yeah, you can rely on God in a certain sense, but still as a human, you still gotta have the sense God gave you to make intelligent decisions, not to just pray about it and wait. That don't make no sense. That's not even how life works in the first place. You
But
don't get up, you don't get up praying and oh, I hope I make money today without a damn job. That's crazy.
but but this is my whole paradigm right here, Chris. I'm gonna go to the other end of the extreme. I can't be so locked in to say I don't believe shit you can't prove me, and
Mm-hmm.
it all falls on me. So let me bring another word in here: accountability.
Yeah.
So if you're so locked in that position, then what are you doing to produce some tangibles?
Right.
And when I look at the record and what's been more productive or what is being more productive, because it's like you said, then more and more getting locked into this damn fairy tale thing called the internet and just want to talk shit and throw ideas out there, but don't not many want to, I'm not gonna say don't nobody, not many want to take actions. And
Yeah.
then you're gonna get mad when motherfucking Drake come along and say, yeah, motherfucker, I'm filthy motherfucking rich.
Yeah.
The
I don't
truth,
do
all
no-
right, so I gotta say this. So, okay, once again, we have to look at necessity is the key to invention.
Mm-hmm.
What our ancestors did in the 17, 18, 1600s through slavery and through the Bible was use their hymns as a map to escape the actual plantation. They almost use it as a form of Morse code. Now, if you go to all the way to Richard Allen and the other people, right? Then we were in a form of, now we're integrated into America, and it's a form of substantiating and commerce, right? But
Mhm.
now, Gerald, most of us are free mentally. They don't realize we're more enslaved now to ourselves than we were then, because we don't even understand that we are the bottom of this country, right? And so everybody else integrate within these communities. I
Uh-oh.
like and create enclaves within these communities, and then just suck up your resources, right? And so that is a difference. Once again, the church is the same forum that it was during the civil rights movement. The only difference is we're not collecting offerings to open up bodegas and salons and to open up
Ooh.
daycares and masses, right? And see, that's the difference. Because I'm going to tell you something that I know for a fact. When they finish making Juma, the Muslims are plotting on another property. On the synagogue on the Sabbath, when they finish doing their Torah in the Talmud, they're buying another hospital. Because why? Deuteronomy, Exodus, Leviticus is what? Nation building.
Yep.
The first surahs of the Quran is what? Nation building.
Boom. Boom.
Right?
Mm.
So in the Jewish faith, they say what? I'll spend 50 shekels with my brother before I spend a shekel with another. Now they'll take your money.
Yeah. Listen, man. This
What a
brother
heartbeat.
Dynamic.
he
But
preached.
see, no, but see, now you just put down 3 damn different conversations right there. You use an allegorical reference to people that are using real world application
Thank you.
to
I'm
do
giving you
something.
a comparison of what is going on outside of our paradigm.
Okay, and that's
And
a fair
so
point.
I try to
I'm just saying
introduce that
it's like 3
to
stop
them.
signs within that. But okay, but Dre, let's go back. You started doing it how many years ago?
For me, I started 2000. What we in 2020? What 5?
Yeah.
I started in 2014.
Okay, in 2014, if we go back, how many
Mhm.
times are we gonna find where somebody open up their congregation to somebody with some type of financial literacy or financial guru type things? That was, come on, man. If we
I
look
said,
back,
did not, but Gerald,
no,
I
no,
said
but
that.
you acknowledge that. But all I'm saying
Well,
is you cannot be pissed in 2025 that okay, I went on and did this. If you niggas had listened to me, you
Listen,
would have done that. But
listen. I
understand
wasn't
what the
pissed, but at the end of the day, Gerald, me, Mo, Chris can tell you, you gotta listen. It's one thing to have the prognosis and the diagnosis, but listen, look, you okay. If Mo was to change the title of the show right now to Biblical Wars, it would be 400 people in the chat. Why?
and
It's
I'll be gone.
entertainment. It's
Yeah.
entertainment.
Yeah.
It's entertainment. What
Yeah,
we're
but
talking about is boring and result driven. Usually, result driven conversations are very linear and they're not entertainment.
fair
And if
point.
and if and if I'm lying, I'm flying. Me and Mo used to literally go into Sinetta channel, go into Garfield channel, and try to be like, "Yo, bro, we coming on afterwards. You gonna be? Yeah, we coming. All
I know
right."
them niggas ain't coming. I already know.
But see,
I,
that's
I,
my point. We talking microcosm to macrocosm. They're a small subset of the bigger issue, right? Because I don't go to a church saying I don't believe in this goofy shit. I was once a Christian. I was a Bible stoning, scripture quoting, washed in the blood of the Lamb Christian. I would not ever go into somebody's church and be like, I don't believe in this goofy shit. Blah, blah, blah.
No,
No,
well, bro, I'm not asking you to defend your theology or
no.
anything.
What I'm
I'm
saying
just
is, I don't come from a combative nature.
I'm just saying that.
I don't come from a combative nature. I'm coming saying, listen, y'all, you believe in Jesus? I get it. How are we going to feed your families? That's all I'm coming from.
Well, I'm with you on that, bro, because I guarantee you, if I was to start a YouTube channel tomorrow and just start talking shit to say you motherfuckers ain't doing shit,
They there.
No
it'll
one,
blow
listen,
up.
no one
It'll
wants
blow
to,
up.
no one
It'll
wants
blow. It'll
to,
blow
it
up
would,
overnight.
it would. That's the point, though. Once again, the fantasy is a whole lot easier than, Andre, you got to get off your fat, stinking ass and find a way to get some money. The fantasy is a whole lot easier than that, Gerald. That's
Well,
all
okay.
I'm saying.
Well, guess what? This reality is about to get real here in about let me say
Listen.
3 to 6 weeks. It's about to get real here.
That's why I keep
Listen.
telling y'all
They
that
about to get real.
that's why I keep telling y'all that this God thing is a joke now. It's really a joke. And I'm not saying that to be facetious. I'm saying that in reality. Because I can just do some shit and just go and repent anytime I want to, and I'm good. That's how we can look at it, right? But when it comes to actually building something, like the brother said, if you look at the Torah and then you look at the
The Quran.
they
Yeah.
stopped build. They was building in the Old Testament. If you want to use that, he put it out there perfectly. They were actually nation building, where you had to do real work. Now I don't need to do that. I just need to pray to Jesus, and that's okay. I'm fine. Jesus is gonna lead me to the truth, and He's the way. That's how you confuse the people with shit like that. Because they'll
Well,
like that.
but here, this would be my pushback to that, Chris, because we'll have 2 generations just here in our little age range here on the panel.
Right.
We'll have about 2 generations that not everybody was a Muslim. They were mostly Christians, and just me being from the South,
Right.
coming up in the Bible Belt, and yeah, them people came from humble beginnings, and they built communities. They started communities
Yeah.
under Christianity. They're so antagonized today. Regardless of what they believe in, or white Jesus, or however you want to cloak that shit, they produce some goddamn tangibles. And
I agree with that.
I believe you're
saying,
mixing the faith with the actual look. And if you study lineages, right? If you come from a slave, if your plantation was a locksmith, even the slaves, once slavery was over, usually dealt with locksmith. If your plantation owner was a mason or some type of agriculturally advanced, right? Our father's father took up the same thing. I think the church was also a byproduct of that, meaning, well, we got the religion from our plantation, and I'm not taking no shot. I'm just giving you the equivalency.
No, we trying to put context.
We got the religion while we were there. But we also know that we got to till the field. Because what do they do every day, whether they liked it or not? They tilled the field. We literally built America, from the railroads to the masonry to the architecture to the agriculture, right? This is why most of our HBCUs is A&T and A&M, right? Agriculture and technology, right? Or mathematics, right? Because that's what we had to do.
Mechanical and technical. That's what the M&T are. I got you.
Mechanical and technical.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, we were doing that regardless, and that the church was the, think about it, during what was the college organization that Martin Luther King used to run with?
Morehouse?
No, it was the organization.
NAACP?
No, it's another one. I'll figure it out. I'll look it up when I.
Oh no, the SLC, the Southern.
Exactly, the leadership
conference.
Right.
Yeah.
Think about them, right? If you look at them, they use the churches as what? Meeting grounds for civil rights movements. Because why? At that moment, man and woman in the nuclear family were at the church. It was a place for us to devise our plot, devise our plan, and devise our movement, i.e., modern day times, the mosque and the synagogue, what it still is to them, right? For now, the church for us is a coping mechanism, right? And so that's all I'm saying. It's a non-combative thing. You know, once again, I was a Bible toting, scripture quoting, washing the blood of the Lamb Christian. So I get it. I understand the concept. Even to this day, since I know the Bible backwards and forwards, I'll kind of finagle it to get into a woman's pants. But listen, that's besides the point. What I'm saying is that there's a certain amount of, there was a necessity at that moment when man and woman were producing results out of these organizations in via the church. So, for example, was the Nation of Islam a cult, or was it a nation building thing out of Chicago and Detroit at the time? To me, it was nation building, because what it was, they had fish stores, they had bakeries, they controlled their own production for the amount of time that they were strong. Right?
But it had its own flaws as well.
It had its
right.
It had its flaws. I am not
right. And you won't get no, but
I'm not taking up for that. But what I'm saying is, it was a form of nation building when you can provide schools, newspapers, bakeries, fish markets for your own group of people through
services.
The auspice of a God.
Yeah, bro.
That's the commonality.
You don't get a whole lot of pushback on me on that. I was just trying to really shape that to say, hey, this shit can't be totally one-sided. To say, I tried to tell these Negroes, but some people took a chance on Negroes and people got fleeced.
I'm not even saying that that's all the answers. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that that's the complete answers. But if it helps me build, create, and it's a system, you know, you can't knock it. You creating structure. This is why I will never judge a man that's trying to straighten himself up by going to one of these institutions. Because he's trying to build himself up. He's trying to create structure. But if you ain't got that, like I said, I'm going to go right back to the fairy tale. Today, you can sell me a dream.
You know what, Price? I'll meet you halfway. When I was a little kid, right? I was a little funny looking black boy, right? My mother, church, Canaan Baptist Church, right? Where in the mid, I was a little kid. So this was early 90s. And the guy came to the church. It was about 200 people in the congregation on a Wednesday night, Capricorn memory. And they said, we want to open up a McDonald's. We'll start with 1. The goal is to get 3. They raised, now mind you, this is early 90s. They raised $80,000. They raised $80,000. You know what that man did with that money, right?
I don't know what he did with it. I hope he didn't.
He's just like you said. Just like you said he did. But you know what that put in my mind was that, the idea was perfect. The person that presented it wasn't.
Right.
Now, here's the thing. The point that I'm making is I used to be on this show, the same exact show, ranting about Polite, ranting about Umar Johnson, ranting about all these scammers, because I said, instead of y'all giving money to these suckers, invest your own money into yourself. I remember me and Mo used to go at it about, I would never charge anyone to teach about stocks, because I feel like the money I'm charging you is the money you can actually invest into the market. You know what I'm saying? Like, one of my good friends, I've been in his ear for 2 years, Price, and he finally caught on. And to see how much money this man has accumulated in 1 year, it's like, and every 5 seconds he's telling me like, yo, you seen this Price? I said, Tyson, I'm the one that showed you. Yeah, I know. I just. But it's good to see his mind become open to the world that exists when you see your money grow, right? Even if it's one person like him, I did my job. Because he started out with nothing. He has $10,000. I'm super proud of him. because you could tell he's thirsty now. It's all he thinks of. And I'm proud of him because I said, bro, the seed I planted in you grew. I said, you ain't got no kids? Keep it that way. You ain't got no women taking your money? Definitely keep it that way. And I said, keep a low overhead, keep your head down and invest and invest. And I said, your life will change, right? That's it. That's all we're doing for each other. Now, when I tried to do that a few years ago, now I'm having a tongue-in-cheek conversation with you. I'm not gonna tell a bunch of you I'm butt naked rich. I told you. Now, they ain't gonna see me, but I ain't gonna be telling them like that. No, I don't even care because I knew what I had to go through to get it. You understand
But
where I'm
okay,
coming from?
but no, what? Okay, so let me address that, Dre's, because I don't want you to think I'm taking unfair shots at you or anybody
Ain't like
when I
that,
say
though.
that. But I know, and we chop it up even offline, behind the
Yeah,
scenes, one on one.
yeah, I
So,
ain't
but
like that.
I just want to clear the air because I'm under the impression, and this is speculation, but see, now you're going to have a time. So you have endured the whole naysayer brain, and you proving your own path. And now we're coming up on a point in the cycle as to where you're going to be okay, and you're going to have an opportunity of reset. And now you're going to be saying the same thing just from a different level. And now more motherfuckers are going to listen. Or more people. Let me clean this up a little bit. I'm sorry about that, Ms. Mo. More people, more people are going to
Respect.
listen because, okay, he said this, he stayed the course. Let me tune in even more. So you
I
just
agree.
reached one that time, but I mean, you're coming up on an opportunity right now, bro. And you know, I get everything that you put down. You know, motherfuckers be like, "You cap, you don't know what you're talking about." But at the same time, I'm making moves when you can't. I get it, and
Hey, listen, Gerald, you and I both know because you're slightly older than me. There's no such thing as a poor righteous teacher. If you can't feed them, you can't lead them. They got to see the results, right?
well, I'm not trying to lead anybody, man,
No, listen
because
what I'm
I don't.
saying. I'm not.
No, I get it. I don't want the responsibility. All I'm saying is, I don't want the
You just
responsibility.
said the conversation changes as you speak from a higher point. And if you can't feed them, you can't lead them. I'm using it from what you're saying.
I got
If
you.
I
Fair
show
point.
you the
Fair point.
results,
Fair point.
if I
Fair point.
listen, are you gonna take financial advice from me if I'm in front of the liquor store going do that, do that, do? No, right? If I got a job mode liquor in my hand, listening to me, there's no such thing as a poor righteous teacher. Why do con artists get the trinkets, right? They want to give you the visualization of success, even though they ain't got $2.50 in their pocket, right? So the goal is to inspire. Like I always tell people,
Exactly.
aspire to acquire, right?
Yep. I
That's the
don't want your
goal.
money and I don't want to invest for you. I just want to tell you,
Exactly.
yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, bro.
Exactly. You want to put a spark in people because Chris will tell you, I don't want to, like me and Mo used to be on the ice, like, Mo, I don't want to see none of these people. I don't want to see them starve, man, because it's just a discipline. Everybody who's in this chat or on this panel knows once you learn money, it's just a discipline. It's literally just a discipline, right? You're really disciplining yourself. You're teaching yourself slow gratification versus instant gratification. You're teaching yourself a methodology, right? And you're looking, like they say, millionaires thinks years in advance, billionaires thinks decades in advance, right? You're just becoming a more, like you say, you're speaking from a higher point. The goal is to inspire, though. But I also know that everybody won't make it, and I'm fine with
No,
that as well.
well, they won't, bro. And I'm gonna say this, and then I'm really just gonna leave it alone because I really think the time to shine is on the horizon. But I had so many mentors always told me about this that you can't get locked in on so much on a successful ideal for the simple fact everybody's not gonna buy it, and they just summed it up like you can't want it for them.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, so when I hear y'all appeal, well, I don't want to say y'all like that, but when I hear your appeals or when I hear your passion, that I mean, all you can do is man, put it out there and let the naysayers be the naysayers. And then you can come back and be like me, petty, and talk shit at an opportune time, like I told you niggas. But
Listen,
it,
man, you and I both know once you get to a certain point, you're not even gonna do that because if you anything like me, you just want to see who's gonna win. And you know, me, I just want to be with my wives, man, watching good time reruns. I'm telling you, I really don't want. You know, it's beautiful to see what Mo has learned, what I have learned, what Chris have learned, what you have learned. Even you know who inspires us the most because you see his growth. It's Sonny Boy. Think about how he always
Damn,
comes in
Sonny.
like, "Yo, I learned this from y'all.
I
I
done
da da
bought
da
a
da."
house, done bought a car.
Yeah, you know, understand where I'm coming from? You
no,
talking about light years difference, and that is the true reward to know that somebody else maybe took one thing from you, you took one thing from them, and yo, like I always say, I just want to be builders of men. I want to make men good, strong men make stronger men, right? Stronger nations make stronger nations, and that's it. Like that's really it for me. That's on my end, though. You know, only speaking for self. You
no,
know,
I got you, bro. I got you. I didn't want us to.
no, I'm just making my statement because I'm not gonna lie and say I don't hold some type of content to certain people that I can to and say, listen, y'all, let's just while the getting is good, and I get it. Scammers, listen, all over YouTube, right? They come and they go and they go and they come. But a wise man once told me, you can't scam an honest man because an honest man knows there's no elevator to money. There's only the stairs. You know what
Fair
I'm
point.
saying?
Fair
So,
point.
I
Yep.
mean,
That's
listen,
a
I don't
good
mean
one
to
right there.
preach. I don't mean to preach, but you know, my cash app is not.
I ain't got
I
no.
ain't messing
I
with you,
ain't got
bro.
it. I
Yeah,
ain't got it.
it's good to mix it up with you though. It really is. But yeah, I'm done with it. Like I
Yeah, I
say,
mean, listen, to each of their own, and hopefully that whoever watches this show, it sparks them.
I
It
mean,
sparks them.
it should. I mean, you ain't like Price been saying all day, low key. You know, in a minute, you ain't finna have a choice.
You
You
ain't
sure?
lying about that, Jack.
You ain't got no choice, none, unless you going to them farm fields.
Hey,
Unless you go and pick some cotton. I mean, pick some corn.
yeah,
Strawberries.
I'm looking at some companies' balance sheet, and I'm telling you, you workers out there for these companies, you're getting laid off. I'm telling you that right now.
Mm-mm-mm.
but look, everybody's gonna have their opportunity because you do have the ones that come in and say, yeah, if it go to this point. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna see
gotta
where
have that
everybody's
mentality.
stomach at when
Yeah,
it go to that point.
Ooh.
you gotta have that mentality. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. You got to have that mentality, and don't think state resources gonna bail you out.
Well, we already see
Yeah, they
that's
already
not gonna be
pulling
an
back.
option.
They
Exactly.
already
That's not
pulling
gonna.
back.
Well,
And
I'm
they
letting
pulling
them
back
know.
on you.
So,
Hey,
I'm,
look. And not only are they pulling back on resources, they pulling back on education in the damn grade schools. So you better be ready to educate your own kids.
you should be doing that anyway. That's the whole fucking point.
I'm
I'm,
talking about.
I'm,
An
I'm kind of with.
institution should not be teaching your kids better than you.
But if you gotta put your kids in school because you have to go to work, then that's good. That's a whole other ball game.
That's
And the
still your
way
job
inflation
as a
works
parent.
today, two parties don't have to work.
That is still your job at the end of the day. My dad wouldn't let me fail at all. I don't give a damn about no teacher and no classroom. If my son in here not doing what he's supposed to do, call me. That nigga came up to school. He had to check me a couple times. Get your head out your ass. Do your fucking work. Get it done. Nigga, that's how parents is so supposed to be, especially with the men.
But you were
No
at school.
failure.
But you were at school.
It doesn't matter. It
But
doesn't matter.
yeah,
Your
I
job
gotta.
as a parent is 24/7.
But
Else, stop having
I'm not
these
talking
motherfuckers.
about the kid. I no. I'm not talking about the kid acting out. I'm talking about the fact that
I'm talking about period.
if there's no resource and there's no school, and you already relying on the public school because you need to engage in the workforce, then
Hey,
what?
stop being a single parent. Stop having kids that you can't take care of.
Well, either way it go, whether it's a two-party home or not, y'all still both gonna have to be in the workforce these days.
Well, Miss Moore, I'm kind of with Chris right there. Your kids should still get most of their gleaning from you. And no, well, I
That's
mean,
not that's not the point
no,
I'm making though. That's not the
but that's what he was saying, though, sis. I think that's what I heard him say.
it's not the point I'm making.
You heard me say that. Listen, a teacher is nothing but a stranger to babysit your kid for 8 hours. Now, if you can't do that in your own home, I don't know what else to tell you, man. Ain't nobody gonna teach your kids better than you.
I'm not making the point of educating the child. I'm making the point of if there is no public school and you have to and you and him or you and her have to be at home or make way for your child because of you have to go into the workforce to make way for your household, then those provisions need to be started being made now because they're pulling the resources from the school. Because those provisions will have to start being made.
Okay.
So the community or the village, you gotta start making provisions now.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what my daddy told me, and I still live by these words today.
Did y'all see the videos? Did y'all see the video I put in the chat with one of our
representatives? We ain't worried about them videos. This is about man to man, man to child. Accountability, responsibility. My dad explained those two things clearly. And if you can't get that through your head while you going through school to where you ain't got to be mirrored by your parents, you're gonna do what you're supposed to do because your parents they just care about you more than what they got going on, whether they gotta work a 9 to 5 or not.
Well, I think we're missing a greater point, but I want you to go and finish the statement, Ms. Mo, with did I see your videos?
No, it's
I had posted a video where one of our representatives was sharing in the state house of how they're pulling out all the resources out of the public schools and they're pouring them into the private schools, knowing that the youth in their neighborhoods could not attend or could not afford to attend private schools. And that now, though, that same community and that those households have to be in the workforce. And so now you're putting them at a dilemma in how they have rented out house, galvanized together to rent out houses for certified teachers to come in their area and kind of like an Airbnb type style to keep their public schools afloat so that these folks can have a place for those kids to go so they can go in the workforce and take care of their households. So what I'm saying is that I understand your point. However, that's not going to be the case. And so many people are not going, it's one or two things. You're going to galvanize and the community is going to come together and there's going to be a village concept and somebody's going to take the lead and make sure these kids are cared for while others go out and bring in the bacon, or everybody going to stay home and try to figure it out.
I don't know what village you talking about. I ain't no village.
Yeah, I don't think it's no village.
They're gonna have to be one. It may not be one now, but there's gonna have to be.
Well, hold on, wait, because I am very on the fence with this whole education thing. I had opinion with this about 3 decades now on just the failures and the condition that goes on there. But I'm not gonna back off on just because I send my child to school that the school is supposed to do everything.
No, I'm not.
No.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead and get it out, sis.
No, I was gonna say that's not the point or the piece that I'm.
Okay, highlight the point so I can respond accordingly. I went to public school, so make it plain.
It's
plain
just
to
the
me.
point of it's just that block of time, right? That the kid is in in the custody of an entity while that those parents are able to go into the workforce. Right? I'm not even speaking on whether the child is being educated or not being educated. I'm just speaking on that block of time.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this again.
Or whatnot.
Have kids then.
And
Okay.
I don't agree with that, but
No, when we getting past talking points right now. But go ahead, bro, Chris, because I still ain't. I want to respond with my point, but I
Go
want to
ahead.
hear what you got to say. No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, she talking about time slots. You ain't got no choice. When you become a parent, you gotta find a way when there's none. So if they gonna do this whole thing, you gonna have to figure it out. You may have to work another job to, get some a nanny or something. But you gonna that's a part of financial planning too. It's called child expense.
When having this kid and having this child, or when deciding to have a child, a kid, all this should have been a conversation before even having a kid. In
There
my
you go.
opinion,
There
you
you
need
go.
to have. You have to be financially fit. You have to be uh, uh, to the tune of illiterate. To, let's say, hypothetically, you find out that the school's not treating your kid right. You might want to homeschool them, teach them your way. All these things have to be in play.
But guess what, Brandon?
It's not.
We done became so dependent on that extra help from a school teacher and different school teachers and having public school to where we can take care of what we need to take care of while we at work, and we putting all the responsibility on those teachers to make sure our children act right while we're not around. When they don't even act right when they're around anyway.
This real cute. I'm gonna let Price get his talking point out, but this real cute.
Oh,
It's a real cute conversation right now, and y'all's responses.
These grades ain't cute, and the literacy ain't
I wish that it was a dual responsibility of having kids, because you all wouldn't have that same response. Y'all know you wouldn't.
Okay, you blaspheming now. Let's hear
you wouldn't. Y'all are real cute with these responses, though. But you know what, though? When these women when these women do make way out of no way, I don't want to hear y'all little they too independent, and they doing this, they taking care of that. I don't want to hear that.
Because they probably made the choice.
I don't want to hear it. But anyways, the provisions are being made. I was just sharing the fact that adjustments have to start being made.
You made my point, though. So
an intricate piece of it. You
just made my point, y'all. I hope y'all was listening to what I said earlier. She just made my.
See, y'all don't smoke cold gender banging shit, man. So
I don't know gender banging. All I'm saying is,
I'm about to fall
all I'm saying
out
is,
of
if you're
here.
you're a single parent, you're gonna have to find a way to make a way. That's all I'm saying. I'm not gender. That's just
I'm not doing the single thing. I'm not doing the single or the two party. I'm saying that right now we live in a society where public school is an option for those individuals who can't afford to either, for whatever reason, homeschool or send their kids to private school.
Well, who fault is that? What I'm saying.
Though, for whatever reason, right? It's an option. Whether you have the money to do it or not, it's still an option.
Okay, right? Well, see, we done ran.
But
go ahead.
No. I'm just using. I'm not going off their economic status and whether or not they can afford it or not. I'm just saying that the public school period is an option. Even if you homeschooled your child, you can only homeschool them to the 9th grade, and you still got to take them out and put them in school. Right?
That's not true.
That's not true, Mo.
Well,
that's not true.
Well, maybe that's true in South Carolina. Maybe that's true in South Carolina. I don't know what y'all do, y'all.
Not down here in Texas, it ain't.
Yeah, that's not true. They can
What?
do K through 12 here in Texas.
Well, yeah, where we had, I haven't seen. Yeah, it's to middle school here. In ninth grade, they put them in public school.
But see, but we getting so far off the damn road. We done ran about several
Okay,
stop
well, you go
signs.
ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
we done ran several stop signs. Done got
Do
off
your
the damn
thing.
exit. Now we on the damn fire break in the middle of motherfucking nowhere.
Well,
That's where we are right now. And all I want to say is let's just think back 2 generations, your parents and your grandparents. The education achievement of your grandparents, which is going to be probably, if you're the age of me's, anywhere from 3rd to 9th grade, if they
correct.
lucky.
Right.
And your parents are probably going to be some of the first to graduate college in their families. During the time, if you look at your great grandparents and your great great grandparents, that they come from a generation
In the
of
field.
illiterate people.
Yes, in the
And,
field.
and during their lifespan, because of educational endeavors, that I think it went from a 60%, we achieved a 60% literacy rate over a span of like less than half a century. So I'm saying all this to say that we're taking shit out of perspective with my new or nuanced talking points of today and really not keeping up with what education is supposed to be. Regardless of well, go ahead. Go
No, I
ahead.
was gonna say. So you're saying it don't matter if they take the resources out of school, make do with what you have.
Oh, I'm just saying our folks did that. You know, all this thing about the whole time schedule, or the parents ain't got enough time, but there was a time, you know, my father grew up the son of a sharecropper. That dude had to do farm work before he caught the
Homework.
bus to go to school.
Right.
So what are we talking about? That and now society has evolved to where the parents are not in the home; they're at work more than they're at home. That's what I think I'm hearing. And
No,
if you're
that's not the point I'm keening in on though. I was keening on just the fact one of our representatives was just having conversations on our state floor about the fact that they push all the millions of dollars into the private school through a third party to the private schools and push no finances into the public schools and how unfair it was. I was just making that point.
well, okay, Miss Mo, but is it
And
see
go
now
ahead.
you finna make me switch to a whole nother side now
Go ahead. Go ahead.
because no, because down here a whole lot of tax dollars go to the school district. And you got a lot of parents is like, and these school districts are overcrowded. And I'm talking about here in
Oh,
Houston.
I was not.
And
Yeah.
then people like, well, fuck it. I don't want to pay all this. And then my child is not going to even get the damn, I'm not going to pay. I don't want to pay these damn taxes. And my child is in an overcrowded classroom. But then the alternative is, and I'm talking about anywhere from middle school to high school, $25,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
So but there are subsidies or there are outlets to say, okay, I'm gonna give you a tax break because you don't participate in the public school, so you ain't got to pay this heavy tax burden, and I'm gonna subsidize you to go. And even though the subsidy is not enough to cover the tuition, these are the
Right.
decisions that
Right.
able people or capable people are making, trying to make the best way forward for their
Necessary.
kids. So I mean, I get both. I get all sides of the argument, and I'm just calling them bullshit. That at some point, somebody got to say, "Come on, man, stop the cap," because all this shit started from the 1970s when the Supreme Court said that, okay, white kid, we're gonna let the black kids go to whatever school, and we're gonna force this initiative. And then white folks said, no, I'm gonna send my kids to private school. That's where all this shit started from. And now it's coming to where the best curriculums are evolving, and the best curriculums are coming out of these charter schools. The best curriculums are coming out of these private schools because
They're
our
regulated.
school, well, no, the school boards are failing. They doing just good enough and all that type of shit. And then it takes a whole decade to find out if this course of action by whatever superintendent who ain't even there no more
Was
was
the
even
best.
worth it. And ain't nobody really taking a long, hard look at that, because that's a long damn time.
Yeah. To come up with a statistic or to decide the data.
Yeah.
And then knowing that you vote in people who going to side the other way. So I I know one of the areas that one of the conversations that are being had here was to open up slots in early childhood into daycares.
Pre-K3?
Yeah. To kind of from a Montessori type curriculum learning to catch the kids earlier on. They dismantled an early childhood project to say, no, you don't need that. We're just going to give you a couple bucks and just open up more slots in your daycare centers. And then we're just going to dismantle that because we're going to push this $1 million somewhere else on the private side. So it's almost if they're going to dismantle the public schools, have charter schools, and let it run from more of a private perspective so that it doesn't have to be codependent on the state.
No, I mean, that's a very fair point, and let's okay, that's a very good talking point.
Mm-hmm.
Because pre-K3 has been going on since about 2010, and it's been they've been trying to scale it and expand it, and now with what's going on now with legislation and education, that's being nipped in the butt. So I get everything that you're saying, but that's very noteworthy. Okay, you start introducing kids to shapes and stuff, and get them on a school regimen. They don't go a full day; they go like maybe half a day, up until
and you
noon.
Could pay for you could pay for the other half, which is not a big expense, about $50 or so.
So yeah, that's a great and noble idea.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, but okay, but that shit has been out here since 2010, Ms. Mo, and they've been gradually trying to scale it and expand it because and I'm saying we as in America, that was not important and it was not an initiative that people got behind. And now you got a whole nother regime or administration in there saying, nah, man, fuck that. Let the states do it. If y'all want to do it, the state gonna mandate that. But last I checked, school districts are independent. Everywhere I ride in here in Texas is such and such independent school district. And people pay more. They pay more for a goddamn football stadium. Excuse my language.
They do.
Than they would. You know, they'll take a bond for a damn football stadium before they take a bond for a pre-K3 program in their community.
That's true.
So I can't be mad when the national or the federal legislation presents headways for somebody that really takes that serious and say, well, fuck it then. I'm not going to participate in the public sector. I'm going to go to the charter sector. I'm going to go to a private sector. I can't really be mad at that. Now,
more so for the pay, for the teachers' pay.
Oh, I mean, that's a whole nother thing, man. Here in Texas, man, about 2 years ago, the damn governor denied the teachers. They was on the brink of going on strike here. And he said, no, y'all ain't getting no motherfucking raise. Get your ass back to work. That's what he told them. But all across Texas, they took out bonds to build multi-million-dollar football stadiums for high school students. So what are we really talking about? Let's it's a comprehensive problem.
Yeah.
And so we can't just pick and choose little sectors of impact. And I don't want to boil it down to just a single parent. Because here in Texas, you got kids that are they taking care of themselves graduating.
Yeah, because the parents are in the workforce.
Well,
and you successful parents.
Well, it's not only that their parents are incapacitated. You got students here where parents are damn just bipolar.
Oh,
folks, you know, they living in cars and all type of shit. But the
That's
crazy part of it is they graduate in the top of their class. They
Yep.
graduating with associate degrees. So I get a little excited about that because it's not just a silver bullet solution or cause to what we're seeing.
It's a
And motherfuckers graduating and they ain't got no jobs, no opportunities. Now what?
definitely no career, no clear career path. That's why the agriculture is about to be very attractive again. Well, should be. If they not seeing it, they better start seeing it, because agriculture pays for your whole entire undergrad and give you at least a year employment after school.
He gone. I was just wondering if I need to send him to Dre's beefcake and what do you say, beefcake and cheeks.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Automatic employment. There's some programs is automatic employment. When we went in February, when we took those kids down to visit Georgia University, the agriculture environmental department, and he was speaking on, it was like, we're glad you guys bringing these students, because sometimes when students think of our department, they'll think one dimension and they don't realize that our department has a lot to offer. And it's not just the animal, the study of the animal perspective is so much in the department, and we almost have every discipline in this one department. And so you're thinking that you only have to come maybe land surveying or soil testing, this, that, or whatever. He's like, think about it. You got to have a business. You have to have an administrator in agriculture, but in order to be that, you have to come learn about it. Oh man, just breaking out all the different disciplines and how you too can benefit from the scholarships in the program in agriculture or in environmental. Just so many, but you have to be exposed to it. Creating those programs or those after school programs and exposing kids, but kids also have to be patient enough and just, even if you're not interested, just sit in on the workshop and listen in. And you never know what might strike your attention.
But that's where I'm with Chris at. And hey, mom and dad got to be like, hey, boy, go there and get that damn information. We got to bridge the gap from what they've heard to what is possible. Parents have I agree with that. I agree with bro. We have to play an active role. I can't just say, well, I sent them over there to the school. They ain't taught them nothing. I cannot be that guy.
Well, you had a choice now, because one of the communities your kids can't even come to any of the activities unless the parent is there or an adult is with them.
I want these kids, want people to be dependent on the government.
No, I don't want them to be dependent on the government. But if you're going to have a public school system, I want you to provide the resources. I want
Depending on the white
pay
man.
the teachers. No, I ain't depending on, if you're going to charge me taxes that is supposed to go for the school system, then I want you to use the money towards the program that you say it's for.
I
ain't blaming the white man. That's being accountable to what you say you're going to do. That's not blaming.
I'm with more on that right there.
That's
do what
not
you say you're
blaming the
gonna
white
do
man.
now.
I'm not saying that.
If I look at my light bill and it says school district 5, so much coins, and it's 50,000 of us, then guess what? Then it needs to be in school district 5, and they need to be doing. I didn't put the system together; they did.
Okay, we got to stop the cap here. I get all that.
No, you got to.
I get all that. I get all that, but I'm not finna expect somebody that ain't got my own interests to do nothing for me and my damn kids. That's where I'm getting at.
I'm expecting you
them to do the right thing. That's what I'm saying.
I'm expecting you to do exactly what you said you was gonna do. Or don't take my money.
You can expect it all you want to. That don't mean it's gonna happen. And I'm going in knowing they ain't gonna do it. So we're gonna be prepped and ready before they even say yes or no. That's all I'm saying. Well prepared. Well
no,
prepared.
no. Well, Chris, I'll push back on that and say, like, where I just moved from, we had a superintendent that was making as much money as a college president. And
Okay.
if the results ain't there, so no, hey, Dr.
Yeah,
Egghead,
gonna give some of your money to the teacher.
yeah, and I'm gonna use
Yeah.
the matrix you set for.
Yeah.
So you done sat here 3 years and you done made $400,000 a year, and this is what I'm getting off of your
Ain't nothing
matrix.
changed, bro.
Hey, bro,
What you
you
learned?
Upset.
Look,
I would
what
be
you learned?
upset too. I would be
yeah.
upset too. But here's
Listen.
all I'm saying is, I'm already expecting them not to do what they say or stand by their word because I know what I'm dealing with. I know how this system works. Now it's not going to be like that everywhere. I'm not saying that, but my expectation is not for them to have the interest of my kids or any other kids that's going to these schools. So that's why I got to prepare my own child
Well, don't come here.
that I created.
Like I told my friend, she got her PhD. I said right before we got our president who's kicking butt at Voorhees right now, bringing in all them research grants. Man, he killing the game. And I said before he got there, I had said, man, why the school just don't go after research, get the department heads or the professors to start writing grants for the department, and they can get the students in the department to work on internships and now our work studies. And then now that opens up more work study for the students on campus, and then they can get a percentage for their salary as a man. Was she no? Yeah, I said then the kids can have money in their pocket, they can be learning more, and boom, it attracts more students to the school. And she put in there, are we gonna get paid? I said, nigga, you ain't even approved the program yet. Land the grant first. Talking about if you gonna get paid. Are you, how many programs or how many students have you successfully graduated and they land a career or some job and they pouring back into school? Don't talk to me about payments if you ain't making no, if you ain't got no results. Don't talk to me about no payments. Oh, lamb, da 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 da. But I'm saying though, if you actually create a way for the student, this is easy. You are, if you are a professor with a PhD, it means you have tenure, which means you have to publish, right? And you're in the school that mean, and you have access to students. That means you already have an audience. It should be easy for you to land this. Write these students in. How much more can you attract more students, compensate these students, keep these students engaged, and make them more skillful so that they can be more attractive to these career fields. You haven't proven anything yet, and you over here trying to get a raise. Get a raise to what? You ain't do nothing. So I'm on the ownership of all of it, but I'm
Well, it's comprehensive, Mo. Even
yeah.
I'm gonna be quiet on what you just said because that shit gets deep. Either you good at research, or you good at developing talent, or you good at something else. But I mean,
Yes.
it's multi-pronged when you get to talking about higher institutions of higher learning.
Right.
Hey man, I ain't even planning to be here that long, so I'm not. But yeah, I hear your frustration.
Because look, when I was in school, right, we used to have we used to come to Columbia every Tuesday and Thursday for 4 hours. And the small businesses, the school had partnered with the small businesses here in Columbia. And so because we would run out of slots on campus, we would come to Columbia, work with those small businesses, and that's how we would fulfill our work studies. So we would actually gain the job skill, right? At the small businesses, as well as being able to fulfill that work study slot as well. Same thing when my niece had went to apply for Newberry, they had Chick-fil-A and some other restaurant on campus. And so they was like, well, if we run out of work study, don't worry about it because we have some more slots where we have these restaurants on campus and we'll let the student work in the restaurant and fulfill work study that way. So like there's ways to be successful. There's ways to engage the students. There's so much out there that's beneficial to the education center. But I also know that, you know, a lot of our, whether it's on the grade level, undergrad, postgraduate, whatever, a lot of them don't know because they haven't been uh privileged to other school systems that are actually doing that. And so that's why I always say get out, go to conferences, go to other states, go to other campuses, find out what they're doing, and find out and go across the world. Go see what someone else is doing way across on the other coast, and then come back and bring it in your AO and pilot it and see how it works for you. You know, there's always ways to do more and to do better. I made somebody to believe it or not. They was like, you cannot listen. I bounce around so much. They was like, how the hell you get into farming? Because somebody dared me that I could not create a deliver. I couldn't, he created an action item and say I couldn't get someone, I couldn't make these people successful. And I was like, you don't even know who you talking to. I'd already did my research. So I just did the connection, boom, boom, boom. And just so happened this bill got signed and all that money fell in place for those farmers. I say, shit, divine intervention. Here we go. Let's go. And I ain't even religious like that. Bam, fell right there in my lap. Watched a couple videos, made the connection. Boom, there it is. Who you playing with? Because you have not, because you ask not. All you have to do, some of this stuff, some stuff is right there, but most people don't want to do the work. Most people don't want to make the connection. Most people don't want to read. Most people, like I just told y'all, my buddy called me. He was like, yo, the counties are buying the Goodwill franchises, and the counties are not putting their name on it, and they're keeping the name Goodwill. And then they're partnering with small businesses who can do workforce development. So can you come with me to this meeting? Because I know you know this stuff. So I'm trying to hook you up while I get the hook up. But let's do it then. Let's go out, because I've been trying to tell these folks, like, hey, let's create hubs. Let's not call on the government agency to come do the technical assistance. We can do it. We're skilled at it. We know what they're looking for. Let's make it happen so that when they apply, boom, we're going to get all this funding. Yeah, we're going to get their money, and we're going to sell this stuff, and we're going to make money. And then we're going to call on y'all who know how to invest, and then we're going to teach them how to be their own lender by putting their money in certain investment vehicles so that they can be, create wealth.
Sounds promising.
Oh, it is. It don't sound. I'm telling you, and I'm going to show it to you too. You just watch me work.
Hey, calm down.
I ain't your average hood rat. I'm a successful one.
Why are you calling yourself a hood rat?
I don't care what I call myself. I'm still gonna be great.
You hear this, Brandon? And Price?
Price.
I'm listening, man. I'm finna get out of here on that note. I'm good chopping it up with y'all.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Price on the mission. Ever since they've been on the environmental mission, they on another moon right now. I'm so proud of them.
We got work to do. That's and that's why I said I shouldn't have been here that long.
I know. I know.
What you know?
Oh, I know. Trust me. I'm on the semi teams.
Hey, Brandon, just hit us up when you get back in the country, man.
Brandon, country?
Yeah, I saw them tomatoes. Tomatoes he was growing over there in Italy.
Oh, you seen Brandon's garden?
Man.
Oh, I'm about to put Brandon on.
Yeah. Holler back, man. Maybe by the next time when you come back and you go back over there, I'll have some stuff that you can automate your garden, and maybe you can just regulate it from the States.
Ooh.
Man, that sound hard, Price. What you doing over there?
No, that's that mission.
We
That's
we
that
on a
mission.
mission, bro.
We on
We
a
on,
mission
yeah,
with the boys in blue.
yeah,
Snap, you
yeah.
pimping.
Maybe you can be a sponsor for our international. You can make us go international, man.
Hey Brandon, that stuff I was
Okay.
showing you yesterday. Yeah, they like the engineers to all that stuff I just showed you. That's why I sent me the pictures. So the stuff
Mhm.
I showed you, I'm priced them on a whole nother level of that from a science side. But the reason I asked you to send me those pictures and that video, did you watch that video?
No, I didn't watch it yet, but I did
Well,
screenshot it so I can
well,
watch it.
Well, Friday when I go to that workshop, I'm gonna learn what programs, they have for private landowners, for the gardening on on their porch in their backyard, that kind of thing. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. But listen, I already sent the pictures to my friends that Dr. Reggie showed us for the hydroponics. I've already sent the pictures. They was like, "What? I didn't even know." I said, "Man, listen, y'all better keep up and catch up." Well, I ain't
Right.
really concerned about what's going on because I understand the beginner's plight and how to survive. I'm, you know, I ain't too bougie.
Mm,
So I just be trying to help other people who seem like they ain't got a clue.
really?
Shit. You don't know. I learned very well from my grandmother. I know how to can. I know
Mm,
how to preserve. I know how
mm,
to fish. I
mm.
know how to hunt.
You don't know
I
how to fish.
how
Uh,
I know how to fish. I know how to clean fish. I know how to
Show
uh
us. Show us.
to
Show us.
oh, I can show you. I know how to do all of that. I'm
Okay.
good. I'm learning now. I don't know how. I'm not a good farmer, but my brother is, and my nephew is.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll teach me how to get that right with my patience. But I'm
Okay.
so that's why I'm gonna get into the farming. I saw Brandon, and matter of fact, Brandon last night, somebody from Chicago was like, I can't grow no avocado because I was putting them on to the farm stuff too, and they was I said, my friend Brandon grew avocado.
Oh, well,
Chicago.
yeah, you can definitely grow. You can grow anything. You just gotta have the right soil and you gotta have the right know how to do it.
Yeah, he's like,
Like a
we were
lot of
putting it
people,
on the ground. I said, Brandon used a pot.
yeah. Like a lot of people don't know to get those seeds activated, you gotta soak them for like 2 or
Girl,
3 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Brandon gonna teach me. Oh, I had hit I leave Dual up too, and he told me he gonna hit me up. I said, bro, we need to do a show, a beginner show, bro. We need to grow this. We need to grow this food.
Crazy enough, and this might be crazy, and I know it's crazy, but I want to start growing sugar canes.
Oh yeah, I like sugar cane.
I
Yeah,
really want to grow sugar cane.
you seen that? I was amazed at some of the stuff Dr. Reggie was showing with the mushrooms and all that.
Yeah.
So, you know, what's weird? Well, it's not weird, but when you come out of when you're not interested in the lifestyle of having to be in the streets, clubbing and all that extra stuff, and you start getting into the thing. You follow the trends of what matters in life and what's going to keep sustainability. Man, please, I showed my niece and my nephew. I said, hey, listen, y'all want to do this? Y'all want to get into this? They were like, we don't know what to do. I said, me either, but we gonna learn.
Hey, that's how you, and that's how it starts off right there.
What you want, boy?
So tomorrow,
Oh
me and
God.
Daddy, we paint football. So we were wondering
No,
if
I know.
by the time what's it called? Oh, when he gets off of work, I'm gonna drive us to Walmart to get the little rolly thing.
Oh,
The
y'all
little
gonna
rolly thing.
Oh, y'all
that
paint
you
your
paint-
room?
Yeah, we have
Okay.
to finish painting my wall gray
Okay.
because I don't like the blue.
Okay.
Okay,
Bye. And don't come back.
have a blessed day.
You be blessed too. Get out, Zion. He
I'm
ain't
trying
got
to close your door.
he ain't got nothing better to do. My boy did
oh,
his auntie Mo.
don't worry, he'll be back in 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, he coming back. He heard some guy voices. Oh, he coming back. He coming back.
Who that on the phone?
Yeah, but but yeah, but I said, look at Brandon Little Plants. Brandon did a good job. But you know that thing you did, Brandon, with that Sprite can? I saw that on TikTok, not TikTok, on Instagram, where you
Yep.
put. But no, not like that. What I saw was well, not that bottle, but I saw where if you like to water it or whatever, if you
Oh
put
yeah,
holes in about, you know what I'm saying, and
yeah.
hang it on the string and let it drip.
Uh, it's two things. You can use a string, or you can use what is it, a Q-tip, and let it drip.
Yeah, with the Q-tip, dude.
So it pretty much soaks through the actual cotton. It soaks all the way down to the cotton, and then like over time, it just drips like small little drips, like throughout the day. It keeps it hydrated until it's gone. But the trick about that is, it's like you gotta have a small water bottle, not a big water bottle, because you don't want to drown the plant. And you don't put it directly on the actual plant. You put it like on the actual soil of the plant, away from the actual plant. You just
Oh,
want the soil to be hydrated. That's it.
yeah. You just like put a stick in it and it could tape it to it and just let it drip, right?
Yep, just drip right up, right through the stick, or right on the stick, all the way
Man, you're
down
gonna be a
the soil.
farmer. Go ahead, Brandon. Mm.
I don't know about no. I'm a farmer, I'm gonna grow some other things. Let me stop.
Mm.
So yeah, nah, I was always interested in trying to grow something.
Yeah, I'm gonna yeah, I'm gonna start too. I'm gonna start. When we could get there, I'm gonna start. But not work it out. I mean, it works for the good. It works for the good. Uh, one of my friends, she has a farm. She's like, let's we gonna get this paperwork right. But she's like, I can tell you right now, it's a whole bunch of us that don't, we gotta work on our paperwork. We can farm now. But that paperwork, it's just ain't working out. So that kind of incubator hub. So what I'm interested in is getting a group of people that can, be case managers for businesses who, like be technical assistants. Like I know we have the virtual thing, but
Hmm.
a lot of people don't want to do the virtual. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be like tomorrow, next year, everything gonna be automated. But until then, even with the automation, somebody gonna have to work it. Somebody gonna have to do it because people they just it's gonna take a minute for people to just get fully automated. They just mentally just don't want to conform.
Again, pretty much what you guys said tonight. Everybody's pretty much. I think Chris been saying everybody's stuck on government taking care of them. That actually lost their sense of way from back in the day. They lost that drive to get up and create something or do something for themselves versus uh, planning something from planning something to, oh, let's go out and get a pizza. You know,
You
a
gotta
lot of
go
people don't a lot of people don't want to make
make the
stuff
crust.
from, yeah, yeah, a lot of people don't want to make stuff from scratch.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
people.
gonna have to. But this is more your um this more your what did boy want? Which one, boy?
Wait, I just want to show you this real quick.
Yeah, I told you came back.
Look how good I look.
I know you had to go about your little
I
business.
know, but like I should have worn something else because I don't know.
Oh my god. I told you ain't got nothing else to do. About his ATO.
None of my friends don't want to call.
Your friends don't want to talk.
They all sleep.
Go play a game. Well, you go to bed.
You think it's that easy to go to sleep?
Yes.
No. I have to like get in the zone.
Go play a game.
I have to think of a scenario.
Oh
and
my
then I
god.
can go to sleep.
Go talk to your sister.
She is not going to talk.
You said it, Brandon. He'll be back. He'll be back. Look, he back already. 2 minutes. He'll be back. He gonna bother me all night.
He said he got to get in his zone to go to sleep.
It's because he sleep all day. He ain't got nothing to do unless he go to practice. I told him get a job.
You don't want a job?
No, he want a job. He wants to go. Well, they want to hire him to go help with tumbling, but he can't drive just yet. He got a permit, but he can't drive by himself. And ain't nobody gonna sit over there and wait for him. So he gonna have it by the end. His birthday's end of the year. He'll be getting his license. He go driving every day. We take him driving every day.
Oh, Mo ain't showing him how to drive.
Oh yes, I can drive. I don't know what you're talking about. I can drive.
Mm-hmm.
Giant. Listen, I teach them to be self-sufficient. I don't talk nothing that I don't preach on my own. Now it's very difficult for them to be so self-sufficient. So I have to kind of, watch over them a little bit, but for the most part, I try to teach them to be, hands-on with themselves and teach them how to ask questions to the internet before they come asking questions to me. So they don't be dependent on me for answers, that they know how to do their own research and try to figure out. Now, Zion, he'll pick up YouTube video in a minute, honey.
Mm-hmm.
But depending on what it is, whether Sanaya do it initially and then she'll do it. But since she's gotten a car, she's become very independent. Can't tell her nothing. She get a little keys, child, get a little stuff together, and she take her daddy to work, take her brother to work, then she take herself to school, then she put a timeline, do her homework, then she go and pick everybody up, come back home, make sure the kitchen clean, get on the computer. Her friends be like, hey, you want to do this? She'd be like, nope, I got things to do. I'll catch y'all on the weekend. Yeah. So she's become very, very dependable. It's actually made me lazy.
You said what?
It's made me lazy.
Oh, snap. All right, Mo. Come on now. Get up out there.
That's why I had to start working out. I said, ooh, this ain't working out for me. I'm not forced to do something, so now I got to go figure something out. So I come home. I'll be back by 2:00. I go to the gym at 2:00. Then I'll be back by like 3:30. And then I'm like, la, 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 la. What do I do next? And I'll be having stuff I could do. I just don't do it. But now I have to get a hobby. So I need to, I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to start doing what you're doing.
All right.
Well, copy Brandon.
Oh, I'm copying Brandon. You ain't got to say don't copy. I'm copying.
That's Chicago only. You ain't in Chicago.
Shit, I'm copying you.
That's right. Copy the black man.
I don't care. Black, yellow, green, or purple. I'm copying. I'm gonna learn how to go to grow me some food. I'm not about to be caught slipping. I gotta get ahead of this. I already feel like I'm slightly behind. I gotta get ahead of this a little bit. Cause I'm watching. I see how they moving.
Oh, now they want to copy you, Brandon. Now they want to copy you.
I copy Brandon all the time.
When you was in Italy, they didn't want to copy you.
Oh, I ain't going no damn Italy. I don't need no Italian man. Shit.
Why not? You get your little Italian Social Security check.
It's crazy as hell. I had to beat his ass. Them little dominant men. No, thank you. I'm good.
You heard what you just said, Brandon?
Dominant men. Yes.
Nah, hell no. They're not
So you
dominant.
think
That
you
whole
the dominant
city.
one?
You crazy as hell.
Hell no. That
So
whole
you think
country.
you the dominant one?
I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm not dominant with men. You silly.
No, you just said that. I don't want no dominant man.
I don't want no dominant man. What the hell? No.
So you a hyena then?
I don't know what that is, but
so you study the animal kingdom, you know.
I don't need nobody over here with no iron fists over me. What the hell? I know what the hell.
Oh Lord.
Shit.
Women, you think Italian men are dominant?
Heck yeah.
Hell no. All them soft ass boy.
Mm-mm.
No, that whole country soft. I'm sorry.
I'm good. I like my black men. I like them just like they are. I'm good. You don't need to try to give me with nobody but who I got.
Y'all heard that, right?
Oh no, we heard
You heard
him.
what I said. I'm good. I don't try to rule over my man. He good. Shit. And he don't we already know what it is.
Oh, okay.
Well, you ain't gotta go down that road.
We gotta interview him then.
You can interview
Right.
him all day.
Hey, Mo, you know this is still recording, right?
He might be listening right now.
If you listen, bro, go on, come to the mic right now so we can talk to you.
You can talk to him all day. He gonna be like, I cracked the whip.
Right, Mo. You right there staring at him like, all right, now that's enough.
Listen, is one thing for sure is if you have to come in here and tell me what to do, then you definitely don't need to be with me.
But you want to tell him what
I'm
to
40. I don't tell him what to do. If I gotta tell you what to do, like the simplest thing, then you might want to go get another chick. Cause I ain't about to sit up here and have to be monitoring you all day. Come on, you gotta have some kind of self-sufficiency in you. No way. No, you need to come with some type of life skills. And hopefully you already got healed too. Cause I ain't no counselor. I ain't about to sit up here and listen to these problems. Go and get your little self-help classes, your little counseling sessions, your little whatever you need to do. Go and get that done. Before I didn't go to school for none of that, and I am not an emotional person at all. At all. No. I'm not that girl.
So it gotta be in love with a Vulcan.
With who?
With a Vulcan.
What's that?
You say you're not an emotional person.
No, I'm not.
So what is he dating? Another man or what?
I'm not no man, nigga. You crazy?
I didn't say you was a man.
No, I'm not another man.
What you mean no emotions?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not gonna be sitting up here and having no pity party. We're gonna have solutions. We're gonna figure it out. Okay, yep. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's get it better. Okay, now what do we need to do to fix the problem again? No, we about to be sitting up here whining and all that extra stuff. No, that's not me. Nope.
Why then?
Not that.
Kids, come on now.
No, not that person. You better ask my mom and my daddy. They're gonna be like, "Oh Lord, she ain't that. Oh Lord, please don't bring no kind of problem." She'll be looking at you like you're crazy. You be like, "Damn, what's wrong with her?"
I hope that ain't the case.
No, it is the case. You ain't gotta hope. I'm telling you. It doesn't mean that I have a hard heart. It just means that I'm just not that person.
No, I'm talking about people whining that you talking about. I don't know what you're talking about with that.
Man. Oh, how sometimes people be whining. I be like, oof. I can't do it. I'm more of a, let's find a solution and let's find it quickly. Or let's work on it. Let's plan. I'm not a fast. I know things takes time. I'm not a quicker fixer upper. I don't try to be, and I'm not gonna exalt my means to fix anything.
Right.
Time and patience. If you don't, if you don't know how to take time to build or to like anything I want, I save for it. That means if you want something, you better save for it because I'm not exalting what I have to get you what you want. It's not gonna happen. There's no emergency that important. Because if I exalt what I have, then I'm gonna be looking silly. No, we're not doing that. Everybody have to have a level of discipline. And if your discipline starts now, then we're gonna work on it until you get to where you need to be. And that's not being unfair. That's just making you disciplined. Point blank, period. And I wouldn't expect nobody to do that
Okay.
because that's unfair. I think that's where we go wrong as a people, where we band-aid things that shouldn't. Some stuff you have to make people learn from scratch. You shouldn't some stuff you can't give a pass to, right? And just automatically put some, especially now if it's somebody that lost something, if you lost and you have to exalt your finances, because like right now, right? Let's say you one of those government employees who lost your job, but then you had to pull your retirement out, and and you had a healthy run with it, and you just couldn't find any employment because you're of age, and you know and your money has just kind of ran out or whatnot. Then while before your money ran out, let's be working on a plan along the way. Let's not exalt the funds and then, oh, by the way, tomorrow you about to foreclose on your house and now you just not telling somebody and then you want somebody to bail you out. No, we're not doing that. Because when you lost the job and you had a cushion, we should have been building on that and trying to find a way. Because those things have happened. I remember 2007 when, furloughs, sequestrations, job freezes. I always go back to that. And I always say, I realized that there was, and that was my first time as an adult paying attention to the economy in the world and how things work, being outside of the military into the regular world, and was like, whoa, you cannot get excited and overzealous about what you got right now, because if this can happen, and I have some buddies and all of everything they had got frozen. Could you imagine not having access to nothing? Could y'all imagine that? For months? I couldn't imagine that.
Sound
What you
like
mean?
no
You mean
technology
access?
to me.
Huh?
You talking about just access or just the
Everything.
money?
Lottie dottie, everything. Everything. You and your wife, everything. No excess. What would you do? I'm going to my mama house. Ain't nothing else. I'm going to my mama house. I'm gonna have to do everything from cash. You know what I'm saying? That's a
Yeah.
wrap. I'm gonna have to take a loss. I'm gonna
Uh,
have to take a loss because I'm gonna lose some stuff. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? No access. You can't access nothing. Everything frozen for
somebody,
months.
you said go to your mama house.
Oh, I'm going to my mama house. I'm out. I ain't even thinking twice. I just need enough gas money. I need enough cash in my pocket to get my ass back to the boot. Because I know I can eat at my mama house. I know I have a place to stay. I know I can survive. I wouldn't be able to do it. I would not be able to do it at all. I don't even know if I can fathom that. I said, man, I don't even know how y'all doing it. My head goes off to you. That's some fate right there. Whew, honey. Let me tell you something. So, and this is outside of the world. So when I think about, you know, losses or uh being losing something, if they take any of our benefits or what losses, I'll be thinking ahead. I'd be like, okay, if I don't have this, what can I do for that? If I can't have this, like I wanted to sell my house this year. I said I was gonna either sell my house, I was gonna let my brother sell my house, I was gonna go get another house. But then when this stuff started unfolding, I said, oh hell no. If anything, I can still survive in this house because it's not expensive at all. Ain't no way I'm about to put myself in no situation, and I'm not putting my friend in no situation and have to get, double my expenses just trying to be cute. Mm-mm. No, sir. Not gonna happen. Mm-mm.
Hmm.
Mm-mm. Me and a friend retired at the same time. She traded in her starter home for a larger home. Her mortgage was 2,200. Mine stayed 180. I mean 680. And she struggled her first couple years. She had to get a job. And I remember they was like, "You ain't gonna upgrade, girl. You ain't gonna this." I'm like, "Y'all niggas is crazy. I ain't upgrading nothing. I ain't shit. I ain't trying to be cute for nobody." Shoot. And sure enough, when she had to get that job, I say, "See?" She's like, "Hey, what you doing?" "Oh, I bet I ain't gotta get no job. Not like that. I can stick and move and do all kind of stuff because I just do little part-time work. I ain't gotta do that." And I always think about that
Oh,
thing. Huh?
yeah.
And she don't have no kid because she older. She's like 62 at the time. And so I always think about that day about, making those type of decisions, you know,
Mm.
whatnot. You make those kind of decisions and how it affects you financially. You talk about what the world is doing and what they're doing economically, but you got to be on your toes of what type of career fields are going to be available. And are you going to be so naive to say, I'm not going to switch my career field? I'm like, yeah, your ass gonna be on the farm field. You're gonna be over there picking strawberries and blueberries because if your career fields goes automation, if your career fields get taken to robots or AI or whatever, then if you don't know, if you're not gonna change your skill set or upscale, then you're gonna have to go. You have to do something. What are you gonna do?
Mm. Can't do nothing.
You can't live in a hut.
Know what you gonna do after sleeping with the owls and spiders?
Man,
That's
You said
cool.
the house of spiders.
Yeah, build you a tent.
man. I have some young cousins, males, and they be like, I say, man, if y'all don't go find y'all a girlfriend, if you can't get you a place and you can't stay by yourself, you better go befriend all these young ladies right here. Y'all better go befriend somebody.
Why?
You better go befriend somebody.
Why?
Well, where else you gonna stay?
Oh, these are older cousins?
Yeah, late 30s, early 40s.
You talking about them finding a girlfriend to
Yeah,
live with?
better go find a girlfriend because your parents ain't living no more. See, we got a family house, and my little uncle has gone to the nursing home. And so we like, yo, y'all gotta go find y'all somewhere to stay because they about to put this up for rent. Y'all can't stay here for no more. My uncle was taking care of that.
Hold on, what is they doing?
Chilling.
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 Doing what?
Chilling.
No, no.
Okay.
Ain't no
I'm
way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. My
chilling in the street.
family cousin is just chilling at 30, 40 years old. No way.
You'd be surprised.
Okay.
You would be surprised, man. You'd be surprised with the young folks, man, and what they got on them. It's almost like what y'all got on your mind.
You said 30 and 40?
Late 30s, early 40s.
They
That's
are
crazy.
age.
You said they all right?
They are age, Brandon.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't chill though. I'm like, I can't see myself doing that. That's why.
Right.
I'm,
Right.
Nah.
Right. I told y'all about the little 21-year-old, about to be 20-year-old y'all was trying to help. Now I put him in the forklift class Now I was just told he ain't getting the forklift class. I said, what happened? He talking about the forklift class was full. I said, no, I know I should have finished filling the application out for him or whatnot. What you avoiding? I said, if you don't get in that forklift class, I'm gonna sign your ass up for the military. He was like,
Like, all right, forklift class it is.
Yeah.
I said, bruh, you gonna have to do something. You can't keep saying nobody don't want to help you when we trying to help you. And
Right.
you keep avoiding. Like nobody's trying to hurt you. What we saying is if you don't understand, let us know you don't understand so we can know where to help you. We don't know where to help you if you don't tell us. If
Right.
you don't want to do far, well, I'm a gamer. Okay, I said if you're a gamer, are you making money online? I made $60. I said, okay, what's keeping you from making $600? Well, I'm not doing it that much. Well, then how you gonna call yourself a gamer? If you prove to yourself that you can make money, then why is it not continuous?
Yeah. How old is he?
21.
Yeah, he sound crazy. Oh, I don't do it all the time, but nigga, if you don't, man, that's why I said, man, strong fathers, bro, strong fathers. Man, I told my dad, well, I would tell my dad some shit like that. That nigga would have been like, nigga, if you don't get your ass to a job, my dad was not having no shit like that. He couldn't come with no bullshit like that, man.
I
I
think
told
that as in the, go ahead, Brandon.
I was gonna say a quick story. Like I told my dad one day I didn't want to go to work, and this is like around the time I had my first job, and I was playing a game. And he was like, "Oh, you don't want to go to work, right?" He snatched the PSP console portable that I had, and he
Yeah,
threw it. He's like, now you gotta go to work. Now you gotta buy a new one." I was like, "You right? You right? I'm going to work."
that's tough.
He said, "You right, you right."
And your
I
birthday
remember.
game made you go to work.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I think that having that person, that father, but also as individuals, you all have to make that decision as well. So I think that these sometimes people are given a pass when they know that you're gonna put the responsibility on someone else. So what I teach my niece and nephew is this. Yes, your parents had a responsibility to share with you, to train with you and teach you. But it's up to you to make that decision. And don't ever think for 1 minute you're going to sit up here and blame us for anything that you decide to do. So you have a decision to make now. Either you can go to school. If you don't want to go 4 years, you need to go two at a minimum. And out of the two, you need to go either you're volunteering, you're going to intern, or you're going to go and you're going to freelance until you make it out of a successful business. I don't care how you're going to do it, but we're going to map out this plan. But you don't necessarily, or you going to go to the military, or you going to go somewhere. But what you're not going to do is say it's our fault. Point blank, period.
Yeah.
And my niece, she decided to go to 2 years. She's like, well, I'm going to tell you right now, college ain't for me. I said, well, let's talk about this 2 year option. If anything, your grandfather wants to see one of his grandkids graduate, and there's a 2 year option. And if you don't do nothing else, do the 2 years. Took her to the technical school. Okay, I think I can do this. All I gotta do is 2 years. All you gotta do is 2 years. Get your associate's degree, and then you can take your art, and we'll take it to another level, and teach you how to be an entrepreneur, do gigs, things of that nature. Teach you how to make money. Teach you how to get your little retirement account, and we'll go from there. Okay, shit, that's all I gotta do. Oh, okay, I can do that. Let's get it then. All right, cool. But guess what you can't do? Can't say Auntie Mo's fault. Can't say it's my parents' fault. You can never use that line because I always hate when people say that because I watch kids and I'm like, I'm talking about two-party household kids. I'm not talking about kids who don't have a, you know what I'm saying, who don't have an option, who grew up in situations. And you could give them a whole blue map. You could put them, you can take them, you can expose them to things, and they'll still be like, well, I want to do this, I want to do that, and they'll make a certain decision. Like for example, sorry, once of your friends, it was in school and just decided, oh well, I'm not gonna go to school no more. I'm just gonna work. And then decides, oh, um, sorry, can you take me to work? I say, hell no. It was like, why you
No,
can't?
you off the chain.
Why she can't take her to work? I said, because so you can be influenced. Nigga, you done lost your mind. Hell to the no. She got parents. Hell no. Mm-mm. She ain't in school no more? No, you can't. No. Nope. Nope. Can't take her to work. Sorry.
Hey, Mo, what the
Nope.
hell?
Nope. Nope. That shit was gonna rub off on her. Nope.
Why are you
Nope.
like this?
Nope. 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 When you get that associate's degree, then you talk to me. Until then, nope. Drop out of college, nope. Can't hang around her. Nope. That's not the goal. Because my niece is 1 foot in and 1 foot out. She do not need to be influenced. No sir.
Right.
No sir. Not gonna happen. She said, my auntie said no. I sure did. I sure did. Nope. They
Nope.
know. Their friends don't play with me. Because I ask them in a minute, you in school? What you studying? You need some help? We ain't making them kind of decisions. I just want to take a break. For what? To do what?
Oh,
You stay with your parents. What you taking a break for? You ain't got no bills. What are we talking about here? And if you do, you're probably paying about $200 a month. It ain't that serious. What are we doing? No. No. Listen, I'm hard on decisions. Now, if you make a different decision, I'm gonna let you know. Hey, you make that decision. It's not my job. Mm-mm. No, it's not.
I ain't gonna be able to go.
Mm-mm. Not doing it. Mm-mm. I don't have no.
Because you got to
Mm?
go ahead, Mo.
Because at the end of the day, when somebody says, "Oh, it's gonna fall back on you," no, it's not falling back on me. I've done my part, and I'm not gonna be around to hear y'all talk about me. Because I'm gonna be on the island somewhere. Mm-mm. So I'm gonna need you to do your part, and that's how that's gonna go. So you could either influence them to make an impact on them, and then make a good decision, or you can influence them and make a negative impact on them, and it sways their decision. It's a choice. And you don't condone bad behavior. And you don't change your mind. Even when you have a little bit of even when you want to, even when you want to be like, uh man, maybe I should. Don't ever do that. Cause then they're gonna have you. But I'm grateful and I'm thankful that I got very respectful teen niece and nephew, because it could be a whole nother, I could have a whole nother scenario considering the situation. They could be like, you ain't my mama, you don't tell me what to do,
Right.
well, I ain't gotta listen to you, but they don't. They respect my opinion and they go from there. And that's what's important. It's bad, it's mean, but guess what? Gotta think about it. If that person is making a decision to quit school, then what else? What other decisions that person is making? And then not only is you making a decision to quit, you making a decision. You decide that, oh, I'm gonna ask my friend. Oh, she like me. Maybe she'll take you. No, tell your parents to take you. They don't want to let you quit school. I know I'm so mean.
It's cold as ice.
You ain't gotta tell me. I already know from day one.
Yeah, most something else. Yeah.
Yep.
They would. Damn.
So would you let your child would you let your child uh chauffeur their friends who drop out of school?
Show for my child's friends to school or just around.
Chauffeur them around. They call, they need a ride over here, they need a ride over there.
Okay, so walk with me. I'll probably do it just for the social interaction with the child because I know kids need that social interaction. And you said, you know what, you can have that for the weekend, but since she's being independent, I would make that her decision.
Oh, you so nice.
No, that's not being nice. I mean, but if she falls back on her studies, I'm like, hey, you know why, right?
Mm.
That's a part of growing up. That's a part of, like you said, decisions.
What you say, Chris?
Like if you already instilled that into her, you wouldn't have to say anything to her about that. She should automatically know.
One of the reasons I said no, because another reason I say no, because that person's job is gonna end up interfering with her brother's practice time, or maybe her daddy's work time, or maybe her school time or something, and then you're gonna have to tell one of them no so you can go take her. No. Mm-mm. So we ain't set no precedents. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Well, if she knows she has that responsibility, automatically she would say no.
Mm-hmm. Like, no, I have to pick my brother up. I have to drop my brother off. It won't
Right.
be, oh, I can't take you, Zion, because I have to go pick up such and such. To hell.
Mhm.
What you
But
say, Chris?
About what?
Me telling them no that she couldn't take her friend to work.
I mean, that's typical Mo. I feel you though.
Okay, typical. No, I'm saying, what would you do?
Hell no, because they're gonna get used to that stuff. Every time you need a ride, they're gonna be calling you. I'm just like, man, I don't want to do that. I just, I think you can be nice here and there, but if people start to do it multiple times, they just always gonna depend on you, and you need to let it be known. No, you can't do that because if so, you're gonna be to their every beck and call, and you're gonna feel bad for not helping them because you done helped them before, and then like you're gonna guilt trip yourself. Oh, if it was me, they would help me out. You're gonna trick yourself into doing it anyway. So why not nip it in the bud early? You know what I'm saying? So, but then they don't want to get no gas money. They gonna be like, you know what? I give you $50 a week if you give me a ride.
Yep. And then you're going to start neglecting your responsibilities
Yeah,
to
see,
support
that's
them
what
for
I'm
that
saying.
$50.
It's just gonna pull you off track one way or another. You just gonna end up being obligated to somebody when it should have never been that.
Yeah, I didn't want to pick up the bad habit for the dropout piece. Definitely.
Yeah.
I I I
It was
I'm
a
just,
friend?
yeah,
Yeah.
because
That's,
I didn't agree with the dropout.
hold on. What you mean?
Dropped out of college, tech
Oh,
school.
oh, okay. So the friend wanted a ride somewhere. You told her no,
Wanted to ride to work.
and you told her she can't take her.
Yes,
Why you didn't want her to take her?
because I didn't want her to influence her to drop out, and then she just get a job and then don't want to work.
Have you met this friend before?
Yeah, I met her.
Oh, well, you got insight then. So you made a good call.
I made the call because my niece, I know she's 1 foot in and 1 foot out.
Oh, yeah.
She's
Okay.
not like the strong college participant, but
Yeah.
she agreed to go and she's been participating. And so since it was only a 2-year deal, I want to get her through.
Right.
Now once she finished that associates, I'll let her have her liberty.
Okay.
But until then, I need to see her through that. And so I don't want her influence because let me tell you what happened with her sister. When her mom got her sister, she said, "Should I get her the car?" And I was like, "Well, I would wait till the second semester of her senior year. I wouldn't get it the first semester of her senior year because she's not that responsible. She's wilding out. I mean, she was well before she got the car. She was class president. She was on the cheer squad. You know,
Right.
student just doing great. Man, she got the car anyway. She joined this off I call it an off brand sorority. That girl didn't even enroll in school her senior year. She
Mm-hmm.
was at home. She was skipping. She was dating this guy, and then he decided he was like, "Wait a minute, we've been skipping school." He was like, "I want to graduate." He was like, "I think you need to stop smoking and drinking. We need to go back to school." And she decided it was right before, you know how you get the last day you can enroll type of deal.
Yeah.
So he was like, if you don't stop doing that, I'm not gonna date you no more, but I'm going back to school. So she decided she didn't want to. He went back to school. She didn't go back. Second semester came, she didn't go back. All she needed was 10 hours to graduate. And I told her mom, I said, I told you not to get her that car until the second semester. Now she don't want to go back. And to this day, so the next following year, we tried to get her back in school again. She only needed 10 hours to graduate. She didn't go. And then her mom ended up transitioning January 2023. And she kicked her stuff in the butt because now you're struggling. Now you have to move all the way to Texas with your dad. You didn't get your degree. Your mom is gone or whatever, and you blame the world. No, so I knew. So I'm like, okay, I got my niece the car. Although I got her a car earlier or whatnot, but I got her the car and continue to say, hey, you got to do the right thing. You got to take your brother to school and back. You know, do your chores, go to school, come back. You won't have to get a job. You could just sell paparazzi, sell your art or whatever, and you'll be good to go. So if she finished her stuff, then I said, if you finish your school, then I'll let you stay in my house. I'll move out. It'll be cheap enough for you to live, and we'll go from there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the agreement. And so I just fear that if I allow her to start maneuvering around with her friends this, that, and that way, that she's gonna get influenced to do the wrong thing, and she's not gonna finish.
Right. I get that.
And my niece is a virgin, and she's not dating.
All good. Preserve her chastity. Because we all know out here it ain't safe.
Yep.
You know,
them
go out here.
them conversations start being had.
Everybody
19, innocent and just safe. I just didn't want to, and I don't shelter her, but in the same sense, I watch people's decisions. Now she has one friend, she's in school at another school at Winthrop, and she comes on the weekends and I let her come over and she hangs out with her. I let her hang out with her sometimes. But all her other friends, they all got jobs and they all in college or whatever. Nobody not goes to school. But as soon as she says somebody don't go to school, I'd be like, nah, you can't hang with them.
Yeah. I get that.
Because you need to have some type of focus. You know what I'm saying? In this world, this economy, no. Because the first thing that happen is you start dating, you in childbearing age. Listen, them babies start coming, honey. Who gonna be responsible? Monica Lamb and your daddy.
Yep.
Cause you ain't gonna know what to do. We're gonna be responsible. Your grandparents gonna be responsible. No. So let's take care of the hard parts right now. Make the hard decision. Then you could, I just fear that when I start hearing dropout and things of that nature, I just fear that, contingent what happened with her sister and her dropping out and not going back and the heart, she had them two babies back to back and the heart, how hard it is on her. I was
Mm-hmm.
like, you see what's going on with your sister? So, and then her friends and they dropped out, and I'm like, nah, we're not going down that road. So no, you talk to her on the phone, but that's not. So her other friends, they headstrong. They got graduation on their mind. They honor students. They make their little plans. They're not in the streets. When they're not in school, they're at work. They go to clubs sometimes. Um, but she don't go to clubs. She just go to skate ring
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. But you know, but I get on and I be real talking. Like, hey, this little guy got his eyes on her or whatnot. He's in the real estate with his aunt. He's what he studied. I forgot what he studied. But anyways, he's in school. He's in real estate with his aunt when he ain't in school. Really good conversation is or whatever. And so I just keep it real with her. It's conversations is one thing. You want to go places, drive your own car.
Mm-hmm.
Come back. Know how to handle yourself. I ain't telling you what to do, but you need to know everything has a consequence.
Right.
Be smart.
Yeah.
Do I need to take you to go get some burger control? She'd be like, what?
Mm.
18 months, what? I'm just saying.
That's funny.
You gotta have them conversations, man. You gotta have
Yeah.
them conversations.
Yeah.
It'd be gross to them, but I just be saying, hey, just know how to get yourself out of a situation. What it says, I always think about the ultimate goal. Look around you, see what people's struggles are. Know that your life won't be no different. Decide if this is the route you want to take.
Right.
Nobody say you have to be like 18 more and don't have no kids. But what I'm saying is, you just have to know at what point do you want to enter that world and can you manage it? Because you see what your cousins and your sisters are going through and how they're managing. And it's not a hard thing. I don't think having kids is a bad thing. I just think that you need to be able to manage them. It's nobody's responsibility but you and whoever you've been getting involved with.
Right.
And people come with trauma, and you need to know that. And some traumas aren't welcoming. You know, some people come with abusive trauma. Some people come with neglect trauma. Some people come with isolation trauma. Some people come with poor financial habits. You know, so that's why we trying to get them to have good financial habits.
Yeah.
I don't tell them you can't spend no money. I'm just telling you that some of your money you need to have in your investment account.
Mm-hmm.
So she got her little refund. I say, hey, a percentage of that, how much did you put in your Acorns account? Like automatic. It needs to be like automatic. Click. How much I need to, whatever I get, I need to put some of it away.
Come on, Fox.
Huh?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. However much you spend, you need to save. One of y'all had said that. Which one of y'all said that?
What?
If I spend 20, I want to save 20.
Shit. I don't know.
Was that Sunny? Maybe that was Sunny. He picked this little concept. He said, that's how I started. I do this much, I'm going to do this much. Try to get yourself on some type of saving habit to keep you from spending so much money and whatnot. And then if you wasn't saving it, then you didn't want to spend it. To try to get you on some type of spending, some type of healthy spending habit, until you learn how to just let it go. So that's why I have them Like if y'all would have heard Zion earlier when I was working out, he wanted to do something, wanted to buy something. I said, "You don't have no money?" He said, "Yeah, I actually do have money. You just don't want to give it to me."
Yeah. I want to keep it.
You're absolutely right. Because that's not what we do. We don't spend like that. We don't just do anything, you know. But given their situation and their circumstances, I'm super blessed to have them, you know, because they could be wilding out, you know, they could be sassy, they could be cutting up, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't had one day like that with them, not one.
It's good though. It's good.
Yeah, not. I mean, you know, people be trying to get them off, you know, off track. Like, you know, you don't have to listen to your auntie Mona. You know, you're 19. You know, you're an adult. You know, you don't have to ask permission for this, that, or whatever. And she'd be like, "What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? I don't have to ask permission. I don't understand." Because she's not around people who are disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? My circle is not like that. So they don't really get it. But I know I'm not sheltering them from society, but I do have to try to get them some type of foundation before they actually get amongst it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to establish. Like I'm not trying to keep you from it, but what I'm saying is if you build a foundation that you need to know that that's not the way to go. And you don't have to dwell in those spaces actually. Only if you want to. Because I can really just drop you off in Louisiana. That's a whole nother ball game. I can drop you off in Georgia. That's a whole nother ball game. Because your cousins live a totally different lifestyle.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. You go home. You get $100 a day to spend. They looking at you like, how you get all that money? And you say, well, I work for it. And Auntie Mo saved it, and then she gave it to us when we get here. And they looking like, how you get that much? You know?
Yeah.
But they don't get that you working for it. Like you really putting in real work. And their parents can really do the same for them. They just choose a different activity. You know?
Yeah.
But enough of my parenting styles.
Good job, Mo. Good job.
Yeah,
Good job.
We try.
You got something going on.
Little
Leave it
bit.
up.
Now, my friends seem to think that I'm very strict. Very, very strict. You think that I'm very strict. So I do have some, I can work, I have worked on my delivery. Being around him, I've worked on my delivery.
Around who?
About my man.
Oh. Well, that's good, because you know, it wasn't going to happen with us.
No, y'all help me some. Y'all help me some. I've learned a lot from y'all. That's how I got here.
Ooh. Glad you said that.
I tell him that all the time. I said,
No, but I feel you though.
to the fellas and how they talk about women, and I say, oof, let me go fix myself.
Mm-hmm.
Go get my little stuff right. I wasn't too bad, but you know, I had to make some adjustments.
You was over there taking notes.
Oh yeah, I took notes now. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh,
I ain't stupid now.
I got on my ass, Cacoon.
You ain't listen. You know, now some stuff y'all didn't think I had in me, and I'm going on 4 years.
Yeah, it's like
Damn,
that.
it's been that long?
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Damn.
2021.
Golly. Yeah.
Going on.
Damn.
Yep. It's going on 4 years.
Sheesh.
You know, Chalisa told me, how the hell this heifer still got a man? I say the same way you can't keep one. That's how.
That's funny.
That's how.
That's funny.
I have to tell y'all, I listen, because I listen. You don't. I listen to y'all all the time.
You hear that, Brandon?
I do.
No, I do. I do. I got a question for you though. So
What?
the stuff that you hear us say and talk about, do you think it's complicated or hard?
The only portion that I don't like y'all say
Mhm.
is when y'all like, hold on, let me remember.
Uh-oh.
No. It's not bad. Like sometimes y'all can be very hard on women, but I never hear y'all have that balance on men. And so sometimes I think sometimes I think y'all a little unbalanced, but
No, because
in
we have to
reference
tell
to
man what's up.
now today was the first time I've ever heard Chris speak to the heart of the men when you talk about your friend and leaving stuff for your kids and being responsible for your kids. I say, oh, he do have a heart.
Man, you should see how you should see how I used to talk to him in person.
Yeah, I
I
thought
used
that
to
was
call his name. I'm like,
notable.
man, stop that weak ass shit, man. Like, I'm way harder on my men friends than I ever am about women.
Yeah, I thought
Women
that was
just,
noble.
yeah, I mean, yeah, because I'm
But
just like, nigga, what? You
but I
ain't got nothing for
also
your kids? Come
when I
on, man.
listen
Especially if
to
they black
y'all,
too.
but when I listen to y'all
Yeah.
about women, though, sometimes I think that there's a demographic of women that you all either may not have experienced or you just not privy to being around that don't carry those traits. Because sometimes, I mean, I know that there are a lot of women that display some of those type of traits that you guys speak about, but I know a whole lot of women that don't. I've been around a lot of women that don't. And I'm like, man, what kind of women they been around? But that's what I'm saying. I'm just like, well, maybe it's just the sector that they're privy to, but in the same sense. But I also realized that sometimes the females that are forthcoming are not the ones that a lot of men are experiencing. Like some women that are more reserved don't usually get the credit of having the good character that men are looking for because there are some traits that attract men that don't always come out instantaneous with women. And so
That's the issue.
how
That's the issue, I think.
yeah. But sometimes that's because maybe their level of financing, it could be their level of what I would want to call stability as far as um I guess where I'm going with this is more of, so for example, when you grow up, you get out of high school, you either enter in the workforce or you're in the military, you go to college, is a level of, so some females automatically go into the prissy world, always have to look a certain way coming out, and some they just go straight work ethic, don't really show true personality until they're financially able to do it as a whole. And so that personality doesn't come out till later. And so it gets overlooked initially. And so like you said, that is the issue because that's not something that's automatic. Or let me take it a step further. If you really pay attention to young black girls when they're growing up and how their parents dress them or they present them, they present the girls. Some girls they're presented with the plaits and like little girls, and they don't really show that feminine side of them, you know, to show that girly look because they construe that in the young girl, black girl world as being fast and sassy. If they put little lip gloss on or they have their little, they wear their hair a certain way, this, that, or whatever. And so they blossom late as far as their feminine side and showing that softness for that male. Whereas, and so it's a very few young ladies that have the opportunity to be all ladylike and feminine from a young age growing up. Whereas in other culture, it's like an automatic. Their hair automatically flows in the wind. They get to wear their little lip gloss. They get to do their little facial, skincare things, that's or whatever. And it takes a different connotation. And I think that's a disadvantage sometimes. And it takes away from that feminine side of them. And so they blossom later. They blossom too late.
Here's the thing. I dated a financial advisor. I've dated a teacher or multiple teachers. I've dated a lawyer. I don't really date hood rats. So now these will be the quote unquote high value women, when that may not be the case. They just high earning women.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah. Now the teachers were good for the most part. I don't think this is hard, like Brandon said. Now while we get on them, it ain't even the ones that we date specifically. It's what's, I ain't gonna say what's out here, but what's starting to become a common theme is women who want celebrity lifestyles. They think because they make a little money that we supposed to take them to Hollywood and act like them. And I'm just like, no, we ain't those people. We is Chris and whoever. So I'm just saying they missing the goal. They missing the goal post. They kicking 0 for 10. And I'm just like, if you want that lifestyle, you either fund it yourself or you date somebody that's already in it.
And then I think to piggyback right there, right, Chris.
Yeah.
If you know somebody, i.e., myself or you, that are in this lane already, or have these certifications, or has this degree
Yeah.
in something that you want to get into, or you could potentially grow with, and potentially that person can help you out and start a good relationship through that way, go ahead and spend that time with them. And
Right.
plus, obviously, of course, you guys have to match and have, same type of goals and ambitions, and still have to have that other side too of, oh, I enjoy this person's company just because he's yada yada, or I enjoy her company just because she's funny or whatever. Obviously, chemistry has to match, but if you see that potential in that person, and he's at a,
And, you,
at
and,
a
and can you separate relationship from work? Like
Yeah.
relationships shouldn't act out like work. There
yes
should
and
be
no.
there should be a softness in there that's outside of how you display yourself at work.
Yeah, because they take the job more
With them.
serious than the relationship.
Exactly. Like you got to take that head off.
Now, who's doing that the most in the relationship, men or women?
Women.
Yeah.
Anything they white boss say or tell them to do, they do. But when it comes to their man, if you ain't writing that check, you better not ask him to do nothing.
I wouldn't take that part. I was taking more of the the structure, the more of the just the orderly structure of it. Like soften up. You're not at work.
Right.
You know, it's not, you didn't clock in nowhere.
And see, that's a good point, Mo, because I think some women have a hard time turning that off.
Yeah, like soften up.
What it is.
It ain't even if it ain't about you giving you the order. It's just that should be a clip. When I practice this, I've learned. I used to watch. Well, like you remember, I said I listen a lot, but I had a first sergeant tell me this in the army one time. I was in Kosovo, and he said, every time we come in Bible study, you always talking about you want a man, you want a husband. But he said, I sat back and I watched you. He's like, Lamb, you ain't gonna get no husband. I'm like, why? He was like, you gotta change. He was like, everybody want no damn drill sergeant. Nobody looking for no soldier. They're looking for a woman. You are not displaying that at all. I was like, what? Like, yeah, you cannot be with that guy acting like you in the military. That's not what you do. Like, so I'm gonna tell you now, I was 25 when I was told that. I didn't get that point until I started dating Wes. And I never forget, we were going to a concert in Charlotte. And he said, he slapped me on the head. He said, hey, sit there and be a lady. I got this. I said, what? He was like, yeah, just sit there and be cute. Be a lady.
Yeah.
I got this. And I just thought about it for a very long time. Like, what did he mean? I thought, I'm already a lady. I'm like, what does he mean? So I sat back and I kid y'all not, I listened. There was something came across my Instagram. It's crazy how phones, right? My algorithm.
Yeah.
And it was this little audio thing came across and it said something like, ladies, if you want your man to respond to you different, when you get up in the morning, don't text good morning, text, hey daddy, come over here and give me, like something like that, right? And I was like, he's like, and watch the response. So I was like, okay. So I listened to this little thing. And so I tried it. And I was like, oh, okay. So I started changing up how I deliver. Right now, I'm doing this with the guy. Now, I don't do it with everybody. I'm saying. So when I say, they need to soften up, this is something that I had to practice. Like, okay, so that's why with my friends, when they see me with him, they just watch me. And I'll be watching them. And I told them, and I said, y'all are gonna be surprised when you see me interacting with them, you're gonna think that I'm putting on the front. But when in actuality, I train myself to be more ladylike. And so I take off that whole demeanor of what I display when I'm with you because I'm with a man. So I can't be like I'm with you. I don't have to be in a whole secure mode because I don't have to do that because he's there. And oh man, they'd be like, what the hell? I said, you might want to try it. It's probably why y'all having issues at your house.
Yeah.
And they were like, what? Oh, I ain't in the heat. Da, da, da. I said, okay, you ain't got to. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you. I said, it don't have nothing to do with none of that stuff you talking.
Yeah.
Tap into some of that instead of tapping into all this metaphysics stuff that y'all doing and trying to come up with all this chakra and all that extra stuff. That's what I'm serious. That's what they're doing. I said, I'm telling you guys. I said, I'm telling you, I might want to go find y'all one of them little audios and listen to that. I'm telling you, you need to be a little bit more softer. You've taken on a persona that's not that you got to tap into the feminine. When they say feminine, they're not just talking about your hair and your nails. That's not even the thing. It's a whole softness about a woman that just does something totally different for a man and the same thing from a man, from the masculine perspective. Like, I can't tell y'all what he does that makes me just, It's a whole nother ball game. But I've learned that by I've listened to some of the things that men say they like, they don't like, all that stuff that you guys talk about. Now check it out, and some of the stuff don't affect me, don't bother me, but it was just really just tapping into. I'm like, you know what? Sometimes it's just when you say playing your role, sometimes it's just how that role is displayed. I want my girl to cook. Oh, okay, but when she cooking, what's she doing? And when she done, how is this, what is that interaction like? That's a whole nother ball game.
Yeah,
Don't
just
have
tell
nothing to
women
do with whether or not you prepared that meal for the day.
yeah,
It's
just
the
tell women to put their dick up.
Yeah, I know.
Ah,
Right. Like you watching too much TV, what's working for everybody else's household is not going to work in yours.
I mean, I
But there
get
is
it,
a
but
delivery. There's a delivery that,
I still think it comes down to what you said though about being feminine.
yeah,
Not just
being
with
feminine.
like the looks, but with the personality, the
Yeah, the
nurturing, all
demeanor.
that. Yeah.
With
You
the
gotta be
demeanor.
soft with somebody.
Yeah, yeah. You know,
is it
I
soft or is it vulnerable?
no
Both.
soft, not
Both.
vulnerable,
Soft spoken.
not vulnerable. The reason I say not vulnerable, if a woman,
we
if
know
the
Mo don't
guy
want to
is
be
not
vulnerable.
secure, if the guy is, if it depends on the guy, right? Because some men, I have to say this, some men would take advantage of vulnerability in a negative way. So you don't want to show a sign of vulnerability. You want to be soft. You want to let down that guard. You want to relax your shoulder. If you're not relaxed, so you'll know if somebody's relaxed. If your girl, if you with your girl and you go up to her and you put your hand, let me tell you, you put your hands on her shoulder and it's a tense feel, that person's not relaxed. So then you have to ask yourself, are you comfortable around me? If that person's not comfortable around you, then you have to get comfortable. Because now it's something about our energy is not lining up. Like we gotta be relaxed. Like this is a whole nother atmosphere. I'm gonna tell you who can talk that talk better than what I'm saying right now. One time we had a conversation with Ujao, and I was trying to get him to come on a panel, and I wish I could find that video. And he made mention about I'm gonna find it because I gotta go. I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna share it with y'all. It's a connection that he said men and women get to a point of, right? But
Mhm.
is a so I remember one day and my friend was just trying to just kind of just massaging my shoulders or whatever, and I was just so tense, like, you need to go get a massage or whatever. Like, okay, you need to relax. Okay, you're not relaxed. Okay, what's wrong? What's the problem? We got issues. What's going on? And I'm like, damn, I'm not relaxed. Okay, you're right. Because it's one thing, if you're dating somebody with that person, you should feel so comfortable and you should be able to just relax. If you're so tense, that means you got so much going on in you, you can't even relax in the presence of the people you should be at peace with. And if you can't be at peace with each other, that means you go get your massage, go do some meditation, relax. So when y'all are together, that stuff is not that's not what's in your mindset, that you can enjoy each other. Then everything else will unfold. You can't deal with nothing else if you can't even relax one another. Your
Right.
presence alone should be relaxing. I'm talking about men and women connecting. I'm not talking about just any woman you see on the street and you're not connecting with. I'm talking about the person you're supposed to be connecting with. You ever seen what's the water movie?
A water movie.
Yeah, with the man, the what
Titanic.
not Titanic. Is with the man with when they connect in the water. It's what's the name of this movie?
You talk about Avatar?
Not the Avatar one.
Okay, all right. I'm about to say,
Aquaman.
Aquaman. There's a point on Aquaman with him and the woman together at the end and they like twirling.
Hmm.
It's like an energy connection.
Yeah.
That's the relaxation. It should be like that.
All right, Mo.
But
All right.
you gotta be
No, I'm
vulnerable in that too.
serious. Huh?
You'll be vulnerable in that too.
But I'm not saying don't be. I'm saying it depends on the man and woman that you get vulnerable with, because
Right.
that type of energy can be dangerous where somebody knows that they can get you there, and then it could be misusing. So you got to make sure that that's the person that person that you want to do this is a secure person, that
Right.
person is not going to abuse that position. That's what I'm saying.
Right. I got you.
And so and so that's why the reason that people who last a very long time, those people have reached those peaks before in their relationships at some point, and so they hold on to that, of what that was or what it is, and how it could be so magical. And sometimes those points aren't even being reached in a relationship, or it has never been reached. Sometimes people just existing, or they just roommates. They're not even experiencing life to that magnitude. I like happy feet. I like how they come together on harmony, you know, and that's what holds them together. Nobody else can come into that no other girl or no other boy penguin could come in between them, because that's what hold them together. Their harmony. Everybody got their own little harmony group. Like what would be your harmony with that girl? What groups y'all together? Or when you together, what's y'all little you know, that lights your bulb when she come around or when you come around. And then if y'all don't have one, then that ain't the one.
I think I may have chemistry like that maybe once.
Mm.
But and she was in the military. She was in the Marines.
Mm-hmm.
But her baby daddy was crazy.
She'd have messed around and connected with somebody before she was supposed to.
Yeah, cause I met her and we was just friends. We was cool. And then the dude, her husband, he got jealous because we was cool. And then, we made a full circle, came back later, and she wants some of good old Chris. So, I went ahead and gave it to her. And I was just like, I couldn't see it long term because he was just always gonna be a problem, and I was just always gonna be that dude that was from Texas, and that's who I was to him, and it was always gonna be an issue. And I was just like, I had to break her heart because I'm just like, man, it ain't gonna never be no peace. That dude is always gonna create a problem. I'm just like, I ain't gonna be able to do it. So unfortunately, it was like that. Dang. She was a good girl too, man. She's solid. She worked for the government, so good money, good. She had everything. She was kind of like McKee in that regard. So, just very smart, intelligent, good with money, good just a good heart. But, sometimes you run into the bad people first and it sucks. I think she married now though, which is good for her, but yeah, we had that connection though, that vibe. It's just stuff like that. It don't always pan out, unfortunately. But you talking about that connection? I see it as you can have that with some people, but I don't think it come around like that too often.
It takes a special but it initially it might not be there, but if somebody's willing and they want to be there and you explore it, you talk about it, you explore it, you can get it.
Yeah.
But if it's somebody that's resistant, then you're like, like you don't want to be with somebody that's just, man, you just existing. Like,
yeah.
I mean, where are your memories are being created? Not just on work. We come home, we go to work, we come back, we eat, We may laugh a little bit. That's it. Hell no. I'm dropping mine at the door. Please don't ask me about this stuff when I come here. I don't even want to talk about that. I want to indulge in you. I ain't getting into none of that. I'm telling you right now. Matter of fact, I've even practiced. I turn my phone, I turn my phone on vibrate, flip it over, leave it downstairs, whatever. Don't call my phone. I had to practice, tell people, do not call my phone. Don't call my phone after a certain time because I'm not gonna answer it. I'm
Yeah.
with you know who, I'm not answering it because I don't want that precedent. So if I ever had to get married, I don't want that precedent. So you don't have to say I changed after marriage. I'm doing it now because I don't want that precedent. I'm telling you right now, I'm not answering it.
What you think, Brandon?
I don't know.
You get it, Brandon.
Huh?
You get it.
What's that?
Don't be scared.
No. Say the question again. I'm trying to think of a.
No, I said that I set a precedent. If I'm with my boo, I don't answer the phone. I'll leave it, turn on vibrate, put it somewhere else.
The question is, would I do it? I mean, if it's the first time, no, I wouldn't turn on my phone because I'm trying to get to know the person, and I mean, if I'm not feeling it, I'm that type. I'll just get up and walk away. But I do give out chances. But if it's the first time and it's whack, I'm going. Like if there's nothing there. Like if we just sitting at the table and it's like no conversation going on or if no laughter going on, I think that's the key that gets you out of that mindset to reach for that phone or to check a message or whatever. I mean, like being in that moment with that person, that's the whole thing that you want to do. But if it's whack, if y'all ain't talking about nothing, of course you guys are gonna check your messages, check your call logs. You might get on Twitter, Instagram, or text one of your girlfriends, or text one of the fellas, be like, "Yo, this date is whack. I'm leaving her to jail."
So hey, what's the first engagement of dating? Like you date somebody who's have the same interests, or maybe you see somebody who's cute and you try to get a number. What do you do?
Me, in particular, I want to know how witty she is. Like, is she funny? Like that's I don't know why, but that's a clear cut indication for me that she's intelligent. Believe it or not, can she hold a conversation but yet throw a joke in there? I was like, oh shit, okay, you got jokes. Now we can have a conversation. We can talk about things now. That's what I want to see.
That's cool.
I mean, like if you just dry, you talk about your kids or if you talk about your baby daddy or work, that's turn off work. If you talk about work, unless you like a doctor or something that's like hey, give a granted, I understand passion too. So I'll sit there through a conversation and just let you rumble on about your job and how much you love it. But after a while, if I'm not being engaged into the conversation, I'm out of there.
But you're around medical folks a lot, huh?
In retrospect, yeah, I'm around a lot of case managers, nurses, doctors. I mean, I rarely talk to the doctors, but like the case managers and nurses, I talk to them like every so often. But I don't. If this was like a date, I would let that person ramble on and just say, okay, all right, where do I get to interject here, or do I even get a chance to interject at all? I gotta have some type of say within the actual conversation for this conversation to keep going. But if you're gonna sit there and just keep talking, what's the purpose of me being here? I might as well pull up a mirror and let you talk to yourself.
Hey, like my niece said when the little guy She had a conversation with him. She said, Auntie Mo, he talked for 2 hours. He didn't let me get a word in.
Right, right. And that shit's annoying. You gotta get the hell up. And, I mean, I ain't about to waste time.
She said, I thought I was bad, but she said, I was like, oh my God. No, no, no.
Right. I'm about to sit there and let you ramble about your whole goddamn life to me. I'm like, no, shut up. You on a date. Goddamn. Where's the etiquette at?
Oh God.
No etiquette, no decorum.
You know how I learned how I learned how to I started watching the news, and you know how they only give people like what 30 seconds to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Start practicing how to do that so that you can only say mostly because you know y'all don't have no patience. And I could tell I get cut off a lot. I used to get cut off a lot. Like even now, like sometimes I don't get cut off as much as I used to. But man, my friend would be like, I'll be talking, he'd be like, oh, hey, Mo, I don't mean to cut you off, but hey, da 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 da, he'll switch to something. I'd be like, oh shit, I'm talking too much.
Mm.
And then this is the simple fact that you picked that up. That's awesome. That you noticed that. A lot of women out here still don't notice that shit. And they're in their 50s and 60s and like, lady, shut the fuck. You like, you talking too much. Shut the hell up.
Oh my God. And I used to be like, wait a minute. But sometimes now if I tell a story, now I have to tell the story. You be like, do you have to say all of that? I feel like, well, how am I gonna get you to, know what I'm talking about? I had to give all the details. So I had to learn how to take shortcuts. I'm still learning. But man, it'd be so funny. So when it happens, I just bust out laughing. They be like, what you laughing at? I'd be like, because I know you just changed the subject. Go me. I just be thinking it's the funniest thing ever. And then, or he'll be talking, I'll be talking, and he'll be like, yeah. Oh man, for real? I'd be like, this thing ain't even listening to me.
Oh, you know about that one, huh? Oh, you hit you with that, yeah.
Yeah,
That's real.
girl, stop.
Right. Say less.
Yes, say less. Oh, say no more. Say no more. Oh man, what did he say again? Oh man, I'll be like, and don't let me be mad about something because I'll be going on and on and on and on and on. And then I hear, um, really? Okay. All right. I'll be like, now how you gonna say that? I ain't even say nothing for him to say okay. It'd be too funny. I just think it's just too cute sometimes. I get cut off, boy. I get cut off a lot because sometimes I get passionate and I just could go. And then sometimes if he got time, he'll just let me go. And then I'd be like, hello? Hello, he'd be like, I'm here. I'd be like, you just let me talk. He'd be like, well, you gotta get it out. It'd be too funny. It'd be too funny. But anyways, it could be good though. But that's what I mean by, exploring it. Like, I don't be talking about like work and stuff like that because I can't stand talking about that. But like, if I'm talking like programmatic stuff or grants or something like that, I could go on and on. But for the most part, honestly, I don't be wanting to talk about that stuff. I would rather just be something that we're doing in the moment. Like I've learned that, you time is not waiting for nobody. You're aging, and if you want to have some memories and some moments, and you want to enjoy what time you have on this earth, then you have to make those memories, and you could do it by always involving yourself with other things, or you could indulge in the things that you want to. And I chose to leave that stuff at the door and just bathe in the memories of just us. I don't be worried about nobody. They already know. Don't call me because Mo is not going to answer. Or we hanging out, you can't get my attention. I be in another world because I be like, I'm trying to enjoy all this essence right here. I don't even want to know what nobody else got going on. I don't even care.
Right.
But that's what I've decided to do for me. Because I realized, shit, I'm like, damn, I'm 48. I'm about to be 49. I ain't got time to be worried about what y'all got going on. Shit, I'm trying to enjoy a little something, something.
Right.
And I think that's what hurts people's relationships too, when they decide to get so much involved with other stuff that don't have nothing to do with nothing with them, instead of be involving themselves with what they got going on.
Right.
You done got your. Now, one thing I did wrong, at one point I was involved with too much outside stuff. Had to go here, had to go here, had to do this, had to do that. Then I realized, I was like, oh shit, I'm doing too much. I need to cut some of this off. So I was so happy when I cut some stuff off. Like, okay, you date now. You can't be doing all that. Ain't never home, always out of town,
Mm.
That's when I realized, like, when they say, okay, single people do that. Couples don't do that. You can't be over here doing this and that. Always go with your girlfriends, this, that, whatever. I mean, like share them. They always going. They be like, "Come on, Mo." I be like, "Ah, girl, I can't do that." Whatever. They be like, "Shit, you better tell them come with you." They be gone.
So there you go.
Oh yeah, but they retired. Shit, they all retired. They ain't got. They be like, "You retired too?" I say, "But yeah, but my boo still work. I can't do that. I can do it sometimes, but I gotta be respectful." So it's a lot of different variables.
Of course.
It's just a matter if you want to respect them. If you don't want to respect them, then you're gonna be all over the place. You'll cause friction, where it doesn't need to be.
Mhm.
But these days, though, 2025, you should want to work together with somebody, be with somebody, keep yourself out of harm's way of what we got going on. Because we don't.
Single independent women.
Huh?
Not for the women that say, "Oh no, I can do that by myself." I
Well,
ain't never heard of where a woman brings in a salary and a man brings in a salary and put it together. They say, "No, I don't want that." They would rather just say salary by themselves. If I bring in 60,000 and she bring in 60,000, that's 120. She say, "Oh no, I don't need that. That ain't enough. You need to make 100K." I'm just like, bitch, we make 120K together. Combined resources,
yeah,
finances.
yeah, that's crazy. But these days, well, a lot of those thoughts are going to change. A lot of those thoughts are going to change because with them, if government prevails at downsizing government to the point of what they want it to be, and it has to be all private, which we all know that everybody, there's minimum positions as
Mhm.
of right now, then you're gonna have to all of those sentiments are gonna change. You're gonna have to work together and it's gonna be a whole different ball game. So some people need to start making the adjustments now. They're not, but they're gonna have to start making the adjustments. Um and that's crazy because you would probably have a better lifestyle than you would earning more and paying out more. You know,
I'm just
I
saying.
I know my friend, him and his wife both retired military, and she decided she didn't want to stay in the house that they were staying in, and she went and purchased a whole new house on Lake Murray and added extra expenses. He was so mad he divorced her. Yes, sir.
Damn.
You ain't been here in a long time.
If I put away the rest of your clothes,
How much money you want? that I'm not gonna give you.
Oh, so why are you asking?
How much money you need to put away my clothes?
I mean,
Where is my
the
clothes?
amount of money I want is not enough to throw away your clothes. I mean, I have to do something else.
Ask for the house, Zion.
Shit.
As for the house, can I get the house ring?
Yeah, right.
No,
Listen to Chris if you want to.
can I like put away your clothes and what else do you need to be done?
Mm-hmm.
What you need?
Clean your car.
Oh, my car.
Your car is already clean.
No, you gotta take that stuff out of my back seat.
Oh.
What you need?
To pay my debt.
That $59?
And I need my Shein order. And then
How much is that Shein order?
I don't know.
Go clean my truck.
Right now?
If you want it, I'm sure not give you the money first.
No, I'm
Oh,
saying
wait.
tomorrow.
Boy, you know how I get down.
I know.
Okay.
She cold, bro. She cold.
If it's
I
not
Zion,
done,
Zion knows how do Auntie Mo roll.
if it's not done, then you don't get the money.
All right then. You know this ain't your first rodeo.
But what do you mean by clean the truck? Because like we have two different versions of cleaning.
So you figure it out. Take a picture.
Let's see what your truck is clean.
Nope. I got stuff in the back seat.
Okay, I know what you mean. Okay.
You better take a picture.
Yes, ma'am.
You know how I get down. Shit. Don't play. See, because guess what? He'll never get out in society thinking he gets something for free.
Mm,
He will always know he has to earn it.
right.
When he go to his friend's house and like their parents or grandparents ask him, and he'll say, "Hey, you know, I can help you do that," and they'll be like, "No, you don't have to, Zion." And he'd be like, "Yeah, I could do it. You know, I have my tea all the time." And they'll come and they'll say, "Zion, help me rake the grass or sweep the floor, whatever."
Yeah.
And I'll be like, "Yeah, whatever." He'd be like, "No, you don't have to, or whatever." And now Zion would be like, "Oh, you don't have to pay me, da 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 da." But my little niece, the little 4-year-old, well, 5-year-old now, shit. When I had her here and I taught her that, and she knew every time she do something for me, she knew she would get paid. So when she went back to Louisiana, she told her grandma asked her to go get some. Her grandma's a seamstress, so she had asked her to go get like these cotton ball things or whatever. And
Mhm.
she was like, she went and got them, so she put them behind her back. And she said, "Are you gonna give them to me?" And she said, "Yeah, when you give me my money."
Mm.
And it was like, what is she talking about? It was like, oh yeah, we forgot to tell y'all. Her auntie Mo pays her to do work, so she feel like everything she do, she has to get paid. So she knows when I come into town, she be like, "Auntie Mo, you got any work you need to do? Because I sure need a new outfit."
Mhm.
Yeah, they be like,
You off the chain, boy.
hey, listen, I bet they know though. You know, give them $1 or $2, they be all right.
Mhm.
Yeah, she work. She work. I gotta work, and they already know when they come over here. Shit, I always got something need to be done. I put their little asses to work.
Man, I was trying to teach Zion right there. If they ask you how much you want, shit, you gotta put a price on it.
But see, I already know what
Okay.
Zion want.
Oh, you know he won't.
Yeah, I already know. Listen, Zion stays with something in his Shein cart, and he always has some subscription he needs to pay.
Oh.
I already know that. Zion, listen, Zion, he always screenshot me something, and I'd be like, "Boy, I'm not paying that." So he knows. So he done got to now. He knows that he's desperate, so he needs to get something, and he can't get no money on his Cash App until he pays off his debt.
Mm.
So but he knows I'm not giving him no money until he goes and he does something. So he gonna figure it out. He
Okay.
gonna be good to go. But guess what? I don't never have to worry about it. Now he ain't gonna take nothing. He ain't gonna take nothing from me, and he He ain't gonna shortchange it. They must be still in New Orleans or whatnot. I ain't know. I'm not abusing them or anything. You know, most people be like, "You need to just do that for free." I don't do that for him though.
Yeah.
You know, for that, I just want him to have some type of work ethic. That's all. And it be his money because he gets the check. He gets his mama Social Security, but he don't get it.
Oh,
He do work.
yeah.
He knows it. That's why he be like, "Auntie, I got money, but Auntie Mo don't give it to me."
Mhm.
He makes me work for it. Like any other
You do
kid,
with it.
16-year-old, they'd be trying to fight me for that money.
Yeah. So what you do with his money?
He pays his phone bill. He pays his sister phone bill. He pays his sister insurance. He pays his cheer fees. And then every time he has practice, which is 5 and 6 hours days, he get lunch money because he have to have lunch and snacks. So that'll last him all month.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then sometimes he goes on when he goes with his friends, if they go
Yeah.
like to the mall or something, he'll have money.
Okay.
And he got $100 that goes to his stash every month. So 100 of those dollars goes to stash,
Yeah.
300 goes towards expenses, and then the other 5 usually he has something with cheer going on that he has to pay for because cheer is expensive. Expensive.
Right.
Yep. Camp. Usually they going out of town. Usually have to pay for whatever.
Right.
Yep. And then when we go on vacation or whatever, I always try to save enough of his money so he'll have enough. He have his own money he can spend. And then Sanaya, you know, she came on. Her checks ended early, but I saved her last 3 checks, and then her graduation money, and then some of the tax returns, and that's how she got her car.
Mark.
Yeah, we do right bomb now. So the reason I don't let her get a job, she sells paparazzi on Fridays at the VA. So she'll be making about $300 every Friday at the VA. So put it in a controlled environment. So she can get a job at the VA because they love her over at the VA. But the only reason I don't let her get a job because I know she doesn't really like school and I don't want her to fail out of school. So I let her take her time in school and then let her sell a little paparazzi and her little art. Keep money in her pocket. Hmm. So that's what we do with that. Yeah. Sometimes it's, I mean, some things I'm sure could be done differently and they probably could be done better, but at the end of the day, that's what works for us. So, you know, eventually, you know, there'll be, things will be different. Things will work better. They'll be self-sustaining. The goal is that both of them grows up. They can live together in my house as long as they don't move nobody in. It'll be easier for them. They can save more money, you know, and they'll have a head start in life. That's the goal. Yep.
Mo, something else.
Yep. But guess what? It's a blueprint. So when y'all have y'all some kids, y'all can remember that.
Oh. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that on me.
Y'all gonna have no babies?
Put that voodoo on me.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't gonna have no kids?
Man.
I want to, but I gotta find the right person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a needle and 100 haystacks.
Yeah, man. Neither than 100. Yeah. Well, I think y'all can go to the country. Y'all ain't got no country girls.
I was just in the country some years ago in Prairie View.
Where at? Ain't no country girls in Prairie View?
Yeah. Well, guess what?
None of them worth it.
Uh-uh.
Mhm.
It's hard. It's hard enough finding women without kids. So this is like, what's the game?
Don't get y'all a military woman.
Huh?
Don't hang out in one of these military posts. There's a whole bunch of them. With no.
Military women?
Oh yeah.
They try to be controlling.
Oh no. Depends on what branch.
Hold on now. What branch is more controlling? Army?
Well, it depends on. It
Navy?
depends. It depends. Get you a nice little officer, little Air Force One. They usually kind of reserve. You can tell that they control it. It ain't be all of them.
See, Brandon Moby trying to sell us a dream.
Y'all better get AE to get y'all hooked up. I'm sure Chrissy got a whole bunch of little friends.
Oh, I have no doubt that AE got the plug.
Shit, they high ranking too. They just need them a little fella.
No, because they'll try to outrank you for real.
Not really. Depends on their their morals.
See, Brandon, she trying to make up something for him.
No, it really depends on their morals.
Yeah.
They ain't got no morals. They don't have no morals, then they out of control. But once they get of a certain age, ain't nobody be trying to run over nobody. Let me tell you, Jeff humble Sherry all the way down. And you know how hard Sherry was?
Yeah.
Like a little kid now. It's too cute.
Ooh.
It is too cute.
Yeah.
It is too cute.
But see, that's what women are supposed to do when they meet a man.
Mm-hmm.
Humble it down.
Yeah, he take care of his business.
Yeah.
You take care of your business. If y'all can take care of y'all business, y'all won't have no problem with that woman chilling out. When a woman feel like she got to fill in the blanks too much, then she gonna feel like she got to put some controls in place because y'all don't got it together. She feel like she gonna have to secure some things. So you all gotta make sure you can hold it down. But since y'all can't find y'all a woman on the economy, I'm gonna get y'all a military woman.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And get y'all some. Yeah, y'all already got jobs. Shit, they can get y'all some benefits. They are
And you know
good.
what? Hey, low key though, I ain't gonna lie, I've been wanting that. I've been wanting a military woman so I can use them for their benefits.
It's not using them.
Well, not I ain't saying it like that. It's that's we could live anywhere off that income.
Oh yeah, you can live anyway, but you have your own though.
Well, obviously, yeah, obviously.
You have your
I ain't gonna never depend on no woman for no money. Hell
and
no.
take this. It's always the ones that's working. They don't really do nothing. They just chilling. They done live life and they just trying to chill out. Don't get with them ones who still in the streets now.
We don't deal with those.
You
Those
don't
are
want,
hyenas.
yeah, you don't want the ones that's moving around too much. You want the ones who chilling. They done live their life.
Yeah, we
They ain't
don't
got
deal
time
with
for that.
hyenas.
They just wanna move, travel the world, finish their time in the military, retire somewhere in the rural area, and chill out.
What my dad would have had did that. He had him a military woman too.
Huh?
She was
We got a whole bunch of them out there.
yeah, as long as they ain't old and cold, you know.
We got a lot of little young whippersnappers.
You should have a network of military women though.
Yeah, a
You,
couple of them.
Sherry, and the other sister.
Yeah, a couple of them. Couple of them out there. Whatnot.
I hear you, Mo. That sounds good.
Now, all the ones I know, they married.
They should be.
Sherry might know some because she just finished retiring off the military base.
Oh yeah, she did.
And
Yeah.
she closely connected with I mean, she retired federal as well. You know.
Oh, snaps. Yeah, she got that
Oh
was
yeah. Oh, they killing it. Her and Jeff. They both retired twice.
yeah.
They retired military, retired federal, and they 100%.
Oh, they good money.
Oh yeah, they ain't playing no games with it. I ain't gonna tell you no fears. You talk about some people who did right by their money and themselves, and they tight as hell. Cause she cheap. She ain't spending her money. She will entertain herself before she just abuse her money.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I definitely get it.
Yep. But
She know.
they pro they pro do the right thing. They ain't but Sherry's son and his wife, they got it going on too.
Yeah,
Computer network
yeah,
engineers or whatever they are, software, whatever.
yeah,
He, you know, I think Dante paid off his house at age 35, got a condo in Atlanta, high riser, whatever. His wife, they both I think he make like 260, she make like one something. Yeah, they living the life, no kids,
mm,
you know. So just all about decision making. Just doing a really good job. He got 2 kids. Jeff got 2 kids. Their parents, his first wife died.
yeah.
They just traveling the world, child, doing their thing.
Sure, you can't beat that.
Mm-mm. You can't.
That's huh?
You can't.
That's it right there.
Enjoying each other and what each other do. That's it. He
Yeah.
joined paparazzi, so he sell paparazzi too.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't mad at it at all.
So, like I think Brandon said earlier, if you find somebody want to do what you do, they're interested in trading or they want to learn, your trade, get involved. That's interesting too, because if you both have the same kind of interest, same kind of hustle, that
Yeah.
helps out too, because then you are growing together in that skill set.
Right.
That's always easier too. But
There's so many women that's doing financial services, advising and planning.
mhm, mhm.
So many women. Oh my God.
I think when you don't have to put on the facade though, when you're not running across those ladies that feel like they have to put on some type of facade for somebody else.
Yeah.
No. I'm not in those market spaces or whatever. I'm in.
I mean, 99% of my classmates that I study with are women.
Hmm. So one of them should strike your attention.
No, they all white.
Oh,
They all white though. I mean, I was in a class with a few black women. Uh, but it's just it's a
who's
lot
in
of
your
women.
field, Brandon? Brandon do medical supply stuff, though. I think.
You said what?
What type of women in your field? They all white too?
Yeah.
Oh man, poor y'all.
White mix, yeah, and like a splash of black.
Mm. Well,
Ain't
y'all
finna,
selection is slim.
ain't finna be calling me no sellout and Uncle Tom and all that and Coon. I'm like, shit.
Do y'all do sports?
Yeah. Shoot.
Brandon, do you do sports?
What do you mean? Do I play
Like go to the
basketball? Yeah.
games and stuff?
Yeah. I go to the Bulls game every so often. I mean,
What about the sky?
trying to get into that. I mean, like your girl doing the thing.
She
You
said,
doing
That's
the thing.
right. We won tonight.
I hope you ain't talking about Angel Reese.
Ain't
Yeah,
what? You better not say
yeah.
nothing bad about Angel.
Hot garbage.
You better not talk about Angel.
Man.
Don't you get
Hey
on here.
yo,
90% of her rebounds is off her own misses.
Not this year. Not this
Dude,
year.
man, she's shooting like
Mhm.
30%.
Not this year. That's okay. She do her part for the team.
Now, Caitlin Clark, on the other hand,
Caitlin turned
Man.
over the ball a million times. Ain't nobody listen to Caitlin.
look at
Matter of
look
fact,
at
they trying to create a narrative for her this year because she haven't been doing well.
look at Angel Reese tonight. Oh, she finally shot a high percentage, 6 for 10.
No, Angel, you better look at her last few games. You better look at the last few games.
I mean, about time.
You better look at.
She averaging 13 points
She
and
do her
13
part.
rebounds.
She's the only player. She's made history. She's the only player that scored.
She's shooting 39%.
Listen, she's doing her part for the team that she needs to.
Man.
It's the guards. The guards needs to stay consistent. You gonna get a double out of Angel every night.
Yeah.
The guards.
we know that.
We don't have the Sky guards are not consistent or whatnot.
Sure, whoever this is, they had 27 tonight.
Who's that? Atkins?
No, Allen. Rebecca Allen.
Oh, good.
Yeah, she got buckets.
I'm sorry, I got the teams mixed up. Atkins paid for the Valkyries. Allen, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
No, Atkins on here too.
Oh, Atkins on there too?
Yeah,
Allen?
She only had 7 points though.
Yeah, see, them guards are not consistent, so you don't know who gonna be on and who ain't gonna be on. You know.
Let's see.
Well, she was on fire.
Hey, Valkyrie beat the Fever. Damn, they been losing.
Sure did.
Okay.
And I don't think that Fever should have won that Commissioner's Cup. When you watch that game and win Minnesota, it's almost like they told Minnesota don't beat them. I wanted to go back and hear what the coach said. But you have to watch the Valkyries. Those girls play hard.
Yeah, they're a new team, is what I'm saying. Yeah,
they play tough. And the girl that played with Caitlin Clark, Kate Martin, yeah, she ain't playing no games.
Yeah,
she tough.
Hey,
Yeah.
Caitlin.
And
Caitlin
let me see what Thornton score. I'm gonna go back and watch that game tonight when I get up. It's live.
Caitlin had a bad night tonight. 4 for 12. 10 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds.
How many turnovers?
Oh, I don't know. Let me see.
Well, she only had 4 this time, look like.
Yeah, 4 is a lot.
No, she normally have more than that. She normally have about 10, 15.
No, that's crazy.
No, she turns the ball over a lot. And I thought people knew that from college. That's why they didn't win national championship. Because she turned the ball over so much.
Let's see. Damn, she averaging 5.9 turnovers this year.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, she turns the ball over a lot.
That's crazy. She getting buckets though, 18 points and 9 assists a game.
Yeah, she can shoot the ball now. We ain't gonna give her no, we ain't gonna say she don't, but I think that Mitchell is better than her.
Mitchell? What Mitchell?
Yeah, Mitchell on her team.
Hell no.
Mitchell, Kelsey Mitchell.
Let me see. Who are you talking? Let me look real quick.
Kelsey Mitchell.
Yeah, she better than her.
Kelsey Mitchell will light your ass up.
She didn't do shit tonight though. 3 for 13.
Yeah, she must have had a bad night.
You know who I like?
Who?
The sister that played for Minnesota.
Oh, Alicia Collier. Nafisha Collier.
Yeah.
Williams.
No, I think
Collier.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got basketball IQ like crazy.
Yeah, she looked like one of my ex-girlfriends. She nice though.
Yeah, she don't play with it. She a true vet. She got basketball IQ, crazy IQ.
What? That's her name?
The Fisher Collier. She the one. Her and Brianna Stewart, the one that started 3-on-3 in Miami.
Yeah, her. Yeah, she nice.
Yeah.
She nice. She up there with Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah, she don't play with it. They lost tonight though. Lost to
yeah,
Phoenix.
yep. McBride can hoop too.
Oh yes. Listen, their team, they have a tough team though.
Yeah, they got a nice team. They 17 and
They
3
shoot
for
your
a
ass
reason.
at the gym, but they lost to Phoenix. I'm gonna
Yeah,
watch that game. But the Valkyries, they play so hard, man. When they first came out, I was like, oh my God, them girls ain't playing with it or whatnot.
yeah.
Um
I'm trying to think. It was somebody else too. I
New
like
York,
Paige Buchers too.
Atlanta, Gray, Pow, all them girls well, it's pretty balanced this year. But I wish Kennedy Carter would have came back to the W. But I think they banned her.
What about you? Like Skylar Diggins?
Yeah, Skylar's good. With Minnesota. I'm sorry, for Seattle.
Yeah,
Yeah. I watch all the games.
yeah,
At night when I can't sleep, I go back and rewatch them.
yeah. Aguma K, old
McKay,
girl sister. Yeah, she can hoop.
yeah. They have a
Uh,
pretty good widespread thing. But I'm waiting for college because for a while they transferred from South Carolina to LSU.
uh,
I can't wait for Kim Mookie to let her loose.
uh,
Don was on the give Don play all the players and you don't get but so much playing time.
yeah,
Kim about to let her loose, she about to go crazy.
yeah, buddy. I still think, nah, I'm waiting for Juju, man.
Yeah, Juju might not play until second half though.
Yeah, cause she had a torn ACL.
Yeah.
Well, no, she should be back because she tore her ACL. Wasn't like March, April
Yeah, but this usually what, a year and a half?
for ACL?
Brandon, you
No,
medical. How long it take for ACL? I thought it
yeah,
take a
like
year.
6
I thought it
months.
take 18 months.
No. Well, maybe for women, but men,
Brandon went
no,
on
they
mute.
come back quicker than that. It
I thought
depends, I guess.
ACL recovery, I thought it was 18 months. Okay.
Talking about Achilles. You talking about Achilles?
Oh, Achilles is 18 months.
Yeah,
You ever watching the football highlights? What y'all think about Shador? Or y'all don't like Shador?
I like Shador.
What you think? I think they playing with him. I think he gonna be this. I think he gonna.
He should be the starter, in my opinion. I ain't want to go to Cleveland though, to be honest.
Yeah,
That
they played
franchise
him.
cursed.
They they played him on the money side, but he, for the love of the game,
Yeah.
I think he gonna, with any good line, if they have, I looked at some of their stats. They didn't lose too many of their games that they act like they were getting blown out. They weren't getting blown out.
No, he was just losing every game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 points, one touchdown, things like
Yeah.
that.
Right.
That mean they line not that bad.
No,
So
ain't
if
that
they line,
bad. Well,
yeah. So
no, they was bad when Deshaun Watson was in there. He was
but if
playing
they
terrible too, though. So
yeah, but that mean they can score. If they can score, if you got a line that's gonna hold the line, Shador gonna hit them receivers.
yeah, because the defense is good.
That's what I'm saying. If you mean at Colorado, he have man, they were killing them. So just think, you give him a little bit of extra time, he gonna kill them receiver. He gonna get that ball down that field.
And I hope he gets to play.
Yeah, they gonna try to play games with him. Try to talk about he on the CFL list.
Oh no, they tripping.
Yeah, they got him on the negotiation list.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
They said Dylan had a temper tantrum on the sideline.
Who?
Dylan Gabriel,
Oh boy.
the one they giving all the money to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can believe that.
because he too short, and they betting his balls down. Boy, you better go and take that free little check and chill
Yeah.
out.
Shoot, I would. I don't know. It's tripping. They got too many quarterbacks, so that's what I don't like.
But
It's like 4 or 5 of them.
that's for publicity. It's 4. That's for publicity. It's 5, but Deshaun, we already know not playing. Flacco and what's the other guy name? Pickett and Dylan. But I think that's just for show to keep the media. But I don't think they realize how much the media loves Shador.
I wish Shador would have went to Pittsburgh, man.
I know, but that's the team. That's how the good old boy system is.
Hopefully he get to play, man.
He get to play. Oh, you know what's sad? Everybody talking about Shador. It's almost like nothing else is going on in the NFL. He had a whole Super Bowl team. Nobody.
Yeah. Shoot, Shiloh played for the Buccaneers.
Right. Shiloh making his own videos.
Yeah.
Shiloh over there doing food testings, and he learned a lot from his daddy. He know how to make money.
Yep.
Or whatever. Yeah, which is good. I just like the fact that Prime taught them how to know how to make money.
Yeah.
And
taught them well.
mm-hmm. He back in Colorado now. He's doing better. Prime was sick.
Oh, I didn't know he was sick. Last time I seen him, he had that interview with that lady.
You didn't know he was sick?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, he was man down.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he wasn't in the public at all. He just got to Colorado. He ain't been with the team at all. He's been home in Dallas.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
I seen the post of his, but I didn't know he was sick. I'm glad he's all right.
Yeah, him and Micah, he did a media press conference today for the first time. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was man down. Travis done married the girl. He should do pretty good. I'm glad. I'm gonna go see Jimmy Horn. I like Jimmy. Jimmy right there at the Panthers. So I'm gonna go out there and watch Jimmy when they play Keon in October.
Yeah. That boy Keon in the Nike and Levi's commercial.
Yeah. Yep, you got a camp this weekend.
Where at? You said he was in Houston, huh?
Yeah, no, he got one at home. Yeah, he be in Houston more, but he gonna be in Opelousas this Saturday. He got a receivers camp.
Boys love Houston, boy.
He did a camp with Hamlin, basketball camp.
Wow.
He scored 60 points.
Yeah.
I said, if you don't get your ass off that basketball court.
Who said that?
I told him that.
What did he say?
Damn basketball. Get in trouble. Start laughing. He started laughing.
You know Keon can hoop.
I know he can hoop.
You talking about not risking injury.
Yeah, he know he ain't supposed to be playing no basketball.
Yeah.
Come on now. Gotta be a little smart. He played though. The fact that you played and they put you on camera, don't mess with your money.
Yeah.
I don't know how that affects your contract. Let them do that. Be like, yo, don't put me on camera.
Right.
Yeah. He up there dunking. Yeah. I'm glad they having fun. He said it's supposed to be his little breakout season.
Yeah. Should be.
Yeah.
He got 1 year under the books, got some camaraderie.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, he learned a lot, so he finna become more and more part of the focal of the offense too. So
He focused.
yeah,
He only spend his endorsements. He haven't spent any of his contract money.
that's good.
Yep.
That's good, man. Hope I hope he just go under Josh Allen wings
Mm-hmm.
and learn as much as he can.
Josh Allen seemed to be a good dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. He be a good dude.
Yeah, I wish the Texans got him, boy.
I don't think they was on the list. Oh yeah, they were on the list.
Yeah, him and
Yeah. Because we thought it was gonna be Texan, New England, or Buffaloes because we had on red and blue.
yeah,
So we knew it was gonna be one of them.
yeah, him and CJ Stroud would have went crazy
Mm-hmm.
with Nico Harris.
I gotta see what CD up to. What the Cowboys up to.
And nothing. CD need to get up out of there.
I know.
I can't believe y'all don't hear from him like that.
Be in Houston. Yeah, Houston. His mama. Whatnot. Houston, Oklahoma.
Him and Keon should be working out together in the off season.
They were working out.
Oh,
They also worked out with another receiver. He used to play for the Saints, Henderson.
oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they worked out in Houston. I stay out of my hometown. We had quite a few people got picked up out of my hometown.
Yeah.
But gotta stay out of my hometown. They be shooting and acting crazy.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Louisiana be having some good athletes though.
Yeah. Yeah. We grew up with some. I grew up with some. Some came before me. My uncle was a good athlete.
Yeah.
He got a full ride to OU, but my grandma didn't want him to go. So he joined the army.
Mm.
It was very good.
Hey.
Yeah, we had really good athletes in our booth. Marshall Park, remember?
Yeah.
There he go.
I have to make sure that you still I'm about to go do it.
Boy, I'm about to go to sleep. I'm going to sleep.
All right, guys, I'm going about here.
All right, bye, y'all.